bug finding? What's the hope?
My hope initially is, and I can let Michael chime in too, but it should first help with the stupid bugs. Like it should very quickly catch the stupid bugs. Like off by one errors. Like sometimes you write something in a comment and do the other way. It's like very common. Like I do this. I write like less than in a comment and like I maybe write it greater than or something like that. And the model is like, yeah, it looks sketchy. Like, you sure you want to do that? But eventually should be able to catch harder bugs too.
Yeah, and I think that it's also important to note that this is having good bug finding models feels necessary to get to the highest reaches of having AI do more and more programming for you, where you're going to, if the AI is building more and more of the system for you, you need to not just generate, but also verify. And without that, some of the problems that we've talked about before with programming with these models will just become untenable. So it's not for humans, like you write a bug, I write a bug, find the bug for me, but it's also being able to verify the AI's code and check it is really important.
Yeah, and then how do you actually do this? Like we've had a lot of contentious dinner discussions of how do you actually screen a bug model. But one very popular idea is, it's kind of potentially easy to induce a bug than actually finding the bug. And so you can train a model to introduce bugs in existing code. And then you can train a reverse bug model then that can find bugs using this synthetic data. So that's like one example. But yeah, there are lots of ideas for how to do
you can also do a bunch of work, not even at the model level, of taking the biggest models and then maybe give them access to a lot of information that's not just the code. Like it's kind of a hard problem to like stare at a file and be like, where's the bug? And that's hard for humans often, right? And so often you have to run the code and being able to see things like traces and step through a debugger. There's whole nother direction where it like kind of tends toward that. And it could also be that there are kind of two different product form factors here. It could be that you have a really specialty model that's quite fast, that's kind of running in the background and trying to spot bugs. And it might be that sometimes, sort of to Arvid's earlier example about, some nefarious input box bug, might be that sometimes you want to like, there's a bug, you're not just like checking hypothesis free, you're like, this is a problem, I really want to solve it. And you zap that with tons and tons and tons of compute, and you're willing to put in like $50 to solve that bug or something even more.
Have you thought about integrating money into this whole thing? Like I would pay probably a large amount of money for if you found a bug or even generated code that I really appreciated. Like I had a moment a few days ago when I started using Cursor where it generated perfect 3 functions for interacting with the YouTube API to update captions and for localization, like in different languages. The API documentation is not very good, and the code across, like if I googled it for a while, I couldn't find exactly. There's a lot of confusing information, and Cursor generated it perfectly. And I was like, I just sat back, I read the code, I was like, this is correct. I tested it, it's correct. I was like, I want a tip. I want a button that goes, yeah, here's $5. One that's really good just to support the company, support what the interface is, and the other is that probably sends a strong signal, like, good job. Right? So there's a much stronger signal than just accepting the code, right? You just actually send like a strong good job. That, and for bug finding, obviously, like there's a lot of people, that would pay a huge amount of money for a bug, like a bug bounty thing, right? Is that, you guys think about that?
Yeah, it's a controversial idea inside the company. I think it sort of depends on how much you believe in humanity, almost. Like I think it would be really cool if like you spend nothing to try to find a bug, and if it doesn't find a bug, you spend $0. And then if it does find a bug and you click accept, then it also shows like in parentheses like $1, and so you spend $1 to accept the bug. And then of course there's a worry like, okay, we spent a lot of computation, like maybe people will just copy paste. I think that's a worry. And then there's also the worry that like introducing money into the product makes it like kind of, like it doesn't feel as fun anymore. Like you have to like think about money, and all you want to think about is like the code. And so maybe it actually makes more sense to separate it out, and like you pay some fee like every month, and then you get all of these things for free.
But there could be a tipping component, which is not like it.
Yes, but it still has that like dollar symbol. I think it's fine, but I also see the point where like maybe you don't want to introduce it.
Yeah, I was gonna say the moment that feels like people do this is when they share it, when they have a
Right.
fantastic example, they just kind of share it with their friends.
There is also a potential world where there's a technical solution to this, like honor system problem too, where if we can get to a place where we understand the output of the system more, I mean, to the stuff we were talking about with like, error checking with the LSP and then also running the code. But if you could get to a place where you could actually somehow verify, oh, I have fixed the bug, maybe then the bounty system doesn't need to rely on the honor system too.
How much interaction is there between the terminal and the code? Like how much information is gained from if you run the code in the terminal? Like can you do like a loop where it runs the code and suggests how to change the code if the code in runtime gives an error? Because right now they're separate worlds completely. Like I know you can like do Control K inside the terminal to help you write the code.
You can use terminal context as well inside of Stack Command K, kind of everything. We don't have the looping part yet, though we suspect something like this could make a lot of sense. There's a question of whether it happens in the foreground too, or if it happens in the background, like what we've been discussing.
Sure, the background's pretty cool. Like you can do running the code in different ways. Plus, there's a database side to this, which how do you protect it from not modifying the database? But okay.
I mean, there's certainly cool solutions there. There's this new API that is being developed for. It's not in AWS, but it certainly is. I think it's in PlanetScale. I don't know if PlanetScale was the first one to add it. It's this ability to sort of add branches to a database, which is like if you're working on a feature and you want to test against the prod database, but you don't actually want to test against the prod database, you could sort of add a branch to the database. And the way they do that is they add a branch to the write-ahead log. And there's obviously a lot of technical complexity in doing it correctly. I guess database companies need new things to do. Because they have good databases now, and I think like Turbo Buffer, which is one of the databases we use, is going to add maybe branching to the write-ahead log, and so maybe the AI agents will use branching. They'll like test against some branch, and it's sort of going to be a requirement for the database to like support branching or something.
It would be really interesting if you could branch a file system, right?
Yeah, I feel like everything needs branching. It's like
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that's the problem with the multiverse, right? Like if you branch on everything, that's like a lot.
I mean, there's obviously these like super clever algorithms to make sure that you don't actually use a lot of space or CPU or.
Okay, this is a good place to ask about infrastructure. So you guys mostly use AWS. What are some interesting details? What are some interesting challenges? Why'd you choose AWS? Why is AWS still winning? Hashtag.
AWS is just really, really good. It's really good. Like, whenever you use an AWS product, you just know that it's going to work. Like, it might be absolute hell to go through the steps to set it up.
Why is the interface so horrible?
Because it's just so good. It doesn't need
It's the nature of winning.
I think it's exactly. It's just nature of winning.
Yeah. But AWS, you can always trust. Like, it will always work. And if there is a problem, it's probably your problem.
Okay. Is there some interesting like challenges that you guys are pretty new startup to get scaling to so many people?
Yeah, I think that it has been an interesting journey, adding each extra zero to the request per second. But you run into all of these with like the general components you're using for caching and databases. Run into issues as you make things bigger and bigger, and now we're at the scale where we get like int overflows in our tables and things like that. And then also there have been some custom systems that we've built, like for instance our retrieval system for computing a semantic index of your code base and answering questions about a code base that have continually, I feel like, been one of the trickier things to scale.
I have a few friends who are super senior engineers, and one of their sort of lines is like it's very hard to predict where systems will break when you scale them. You could sort of try to predict in advance, but like there's always something weird that's going to happen when you add this extra zero. And you thought through everything, but you didn't actually think through everything. But I think for that particular system, what the for concrete details, the thing we do is obviously we upload when like we chunk up all of your code, and then we send out sort of the code for embedding, and we embed the code, and then we store the embeddings in a database, but we don't actually store any of the code. And then there's reasons around making sure that we don't introduce client bugs, because we're very, very paranoid about client bugs. We store much of the details on the server, like everything is sort of encrypted. So one of the technical challenges is always making sure that the local index, the local code base state, is the same as the state that is on the server. And the way technically we ended up doing that is, so for every single file, you can sort of keep this hash, and then for every folder, you can sort of keep a hash, which is the hash of all of its children, and you can sort of recursively do that until the top. And why do something complicated? One thing you could do is you could keep a hash for every file. Then every minute, you could try to download the hashes that are on the server, figure out what are the files that don't exist on the server. Maybe you just created a new file. Maybe you just deleted a file. Maybe you checked out a new branch, and try to reconcile the state between the client and the server. But that introduces like absolutely ginormous network overhead, both on the client side. I mean, nobody really wants us to hammer their Wi-Fi all the time if you're using Cursor. But also, like, I mean, it would introduce like ginormous overhead in the database. It would sort of be reading this tens of terabyte database, sort of approaching like 20 terabytes or something database like every second. That's just kind of crazy. You definitely don't want to do that. So what you do, you just try to reconcile the single hash, which is at the root of the project. And then if something mismatches, then you find where all the things disagree. Maybe you look at the children and see if the hashes match, and if the hashes don't match, go look at their children, and so on. We only do that in the scenario where things don't match. And for most people, most of the time, the hashes match.
Just a kind of like hierarchical reconciliation.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it's called a Merkle tree.
Yeah. I mean, so yeah, this is cool to see that you kind of have to think through all these problems.
And I mean, the point of like the reason it's gotten hard is just because, like, the number of people using it, and some of your customers have really, really large code bases, to the point where we originally wrote our code base, which is big, but I mean, it's just not the size of some company that's been there for 20 years and sort of has a ginormous number of files, and you sort of want to scale that across programmers. There's all these details where, like, building a simple thing is easy, but scaling it to a lot of people, to a lot of companies is obviously a difficult problem, which is sort of independent of actually. So that there's part of this scaling our current solution is also coming up with ideas that obviously we're working on, but then scaling all of that in the last few months.
Yeah, and there are a lot of clever things, like additional things that go into this indexing system. For example, the bottleneck in terms of costs is not storing things in the vector database, or the database is actually embedding the code. And you don't want to re-embed the code base for every single person in a company that is using the same exact code, except for maybe they're in a different branch with a few different files, or they've made a few local changes. And so, because again, embeddings are the bottleneck, you can do one clever trick and not have to worry about like the complexity of like dealing with branches and the other databases, where you just have some cache on the actual vectors computed from the hash of a given chunk.
Mm-hmm.
And so this means that when the nth person at a company goes and embeds their code base, it's really, really fast. And you do all this without actually storing any code on our servers at all. No code data is stored. We just store the vectors in the vector database and the vector cache.
What's the biggest gains at this time you get from indexing the code base? Like, just out of curiosity, like what benefit do users have? It seems like longer term there'll be more and more benefit, but in the short term, just asking questions of the code base, what's the usefulness of that?
I think the most obvious one is just you want to find out where something is happening in your large code base. And you sort of have a fuzzy memory of, okay, I want to find the place where we do X. But you don't exactly know what to search for in a normal text search. And so you ask the chat, you hit Command Enter to ask with the codebase chat, and then very often it finds the right place that you're thinking of.
I think, like you mentioned, in the future, I think this is only going to get more and more powerful. where we're working a lot on improving the quality of our retrieval. And I think the ceiling for that is really, really much higher than people give credit for.
One question that's good to ask here: have you considered, and why haven't you much done sort of local stuff to where you can do the? I mean, it seems like everything we just discussed is exceptionally difficult to do. To go to the cloud, you have to think about all these things with the caching and the large code base with a large number of programmers are using the same code base. You have to figure out the puzzle of that. A lot of it, most software just does stuff, this heavy computational stuff locally. Have you considered doing sort of embeddings locally?
Yeah, we thought about it, and I think it would be cool to do it locally. I think it's just really hard. And one thing to keep in mind is that, some of our users use the latest MacBook Pro, but most of our users, like more than 80% of our users, are in Windows machines, which and many of them are not very powerful. And so local models really only work on the latest computers, and it's also a big overhead to build that in. And so even if we would like to do that, it's currently not something that we are able to focus on. And I think there are some people that do that, and I think that's great. But especially as models get bigger and bigger, and you want to do fancier things with like bigger models, it becomes even harder to do it locally.
Yeah, and it's not a problem of like weaker computers. It's just that, for example, if you're some big company, you have big company code base, it's just really hard to process big company code base even on the beefiest MacBook Pros.
Yeah.
So even if it's not even a matter of like if you're just like a student or something, I think if you're like the best programmer at a big company, you're still going to have a horrible experience if you do everything locally. I mean, you could do Edge and sort of scrape by, but like, again, it wouldn't be fun anymore.
Yeah, like an approximate nearest neighbors, and this massive code base is going to just eat up your memory and your CPU. And that's just that. Like, let's talk about like also the modeling side, where, as Arvid said, there are these massive headwinds against local models, where things that seem to move towards MOEs, which, well, like one benefit is maybe they're more memory bandwidth bound, which plays in favor of local versus using GPUs or using NVIDIA GPUs. But the downside is these models are just bigger in total, and they're going to need to fit, often not even on a single node, but multiple nodes. There's no way that's going to fit inside of even really good MacBooks. And I think especially for coding, it's not a question as much of like, does it clear some bar of like the model's good enough to do these things, and then like we're satisfied, which may be the case for other problems, and maybe where local models shine. But people are always going to want the best, the most intelligent, the most capable things, and that's going to be really, really hard to run for almost all people locally.
Don't you want the most capable model? Like you want Sonnet,
and also with
I like how you're pitching me.
like O1.
Would you be satisfied with an inferior model? I'm one of those, but there's some people that like to do stuff locally, especially like that really. There's a whole obviously open source movement that kind of resists, and it's good that they exist actually, because you want to resist the power centers that are growing.
There's actually an alternative to local models I am particularly fond of. I think it's still very much in the research stage, but you could imagine to do homomorphic encryption for language model inference. So you encrypt your input on your local machine, then you send that up, and then the server can use lots of computation. They can run models that you cannot run locally on this encrypted data, but they cannot see what the data is. And then they send back the answer, and you decrypt the answer, and only you can see the answer. So I think that's still very much research, and all of it is about trying to make the overhead lower, because right now the overhead is really big. But if you can make that happen, I think that would be really, really cool. And I think it would be really, really impactful. Because I think one thing that's actually kind of worrisome is that as these models get better and better, they're going to become more and more economically useful. And so more and more of the world's information and data will flow through, one or two centralized actors. And then there are worries about, there can be traditional hacker attempts, but it also creates this kind of scary part where if all of the world's information is flowing through one node in plain text, you can have surveillance in very bad ways. And sometimes that will happen for, initially will be like good reasons, like people will want to try to protect against like bad actors using AI models in bad ways. And then you will add in some surveillance code, and then someone else will come in and, you're in a slippery slope, and then you start doing bad things with a lot of the world's data. And so I'm very hopeful that we can solve homomorphic encryption for language model
doing privacy preserving machine learning. But I would say like that's the challenge we have with all software these days. It's like there's so many features that can be provided from the cloud, and all of us increasingly rely on it and make our life awesome. But there's downsides, and that's why you rely on really good security to protect from basic attacks.
Yeah.
But there's also only a small set of companies that are controlling that data, and they obviously have leverage, and they can be infiltrated in all kinds of ways. That's the world we live in.
I mean, the thing I'm just actually quite worried about is sort of the world where Anthropic has this responsible scaling policy, and so we're on like the low ASLs, which is the Anthropic security level or whatever, of the models. But as we get to like quote unquote ASL3, ASL4, whatever models, which are sort of very powerful, but for mostly reasonable security reasons, you would want to monitor all the prompts. But I think that's sort of reasonable and understandable where everyone is coming from. But man, it'd be really horrible if sort of like all the world's information is sort of monitored that heavily. It's way too centralized. It's like sort of this like really fine line you're walking, where on the one side, like you don't want the models to go rogue. On the other side, like man, humans like. I don't know if I trust like all the world's information to pass through like three model providers.
Yeah.
Why do you think it's different than cloud providers?
Because I think this is a lot of this data would never have gone to the cloud providers in the first place, where this is often like you want to give more data to the AI models. You want to give personal data that you would never have put online in the first place. To these companies or to these models, and it also centralizes control. Where right now, for cloud, you can often use your own encryption keys, and it just can't really do much. But here it's just centralized actors that see the exact plain text of everything.
On the topic of context, that's actually been a friction for me. When I'm writing code, in Python, there's a bunch of stuff imported. You could probably intuit the kind of stuff I would like to include in the context. Is there, like, how hard is it to auto figure out the context?
It's tricky. I think we can do a lot better at computing the context automatically in the future. One thing that's important to note is there are trade-offs with including automatic context. So the more context you include for these models, first of all, the slower they are, and the more expensive those requests are, which means you can then do less model calls and do less fancy stuff in the background. Also, for a lot of these models, they get confused if you have a lot of information in the prompt. So the bar for accuracy and for relevance of the context you include should be quite high. But this is already we do some automatic context in some places within the product. It's definitely something we want to get a lot better at. And I think that there are a lot of cool ideas to try there, both on the learning better retrieval systems, like better embedding models, better re-rankers. I think that there are also cool academic ideas, stuff we've tried out internally, but also the field is grappling with writ large about, can you get language models to a place where you can actually just have the model itself like understand a new corpus of information? And the most popular talked about version of this is, can you make the context windows infinite? Then if you make the context windows infinite, can you make the model actually pay attention to the infinite context? And then after you can make it pay attention to make it somewhat feasible to actually do it, can you then do caching for that infinite context? So you don't have to recompute that all the time. But there are other cool ideas that are being tried that are a little bit more analogous to fine-tuning of actually learning this information and the weights of the model. And it might be that you actually get sort of a qualitatively different type of understanding if you do it more at the weight level than if you do it at the in-context learning level. I think the jury's still a little bit out on how this is all going to work in the end. But in the interim, us as a company, we are really excited about better retrieval systems and picking the parts of the code base that are most relevant to what you're doing. We could do that a lot better.
Like one interesting proof of concept for the learning this knowledge directly in the weights is with VS Code. So we're in a VS Code fork, and VS Code, the code is all public. So these models in pre-training have seen all the code. They've probably also seen questions and answers about it, and then they've been fine-tuned in RLHF to be able to answer questions about code in general. So when you ask it a question about VS Code, sometimes it'll hallucinate, but sometimes it actually does a pretty good job at answering the question. And I think like this is just it happens to be okay. But what if you could actually like specifically train or post-train a model such that it really was built to understand this code base? It's an open research question, one that we're quite interested in. And then there's also uncertainty of like, do you want the model to be the thing that end-to-end is doing everything, i.e. it's doing the retrieval and its internals and then kind of answering the question, creating the code? Or do you want to separate the retrieval from the frontier model, where maybe, you'll get some really capable models that are much better than like the best open source ones in a handful of months. And then you'll want to separately train a really good open source model to be the retriever, to be the thing that feeds in the context to these larger models.
Can you speak a little more to the post-training a model to understand the code base? Like, what do you mean by that? Is this a synthetic data direction? Is this?
Yeah, I mean, there are many possible ways you could try doing it. There's certainly no shortage of ideas. It's just a question of going in and like trying all of them and being empirical about which one works best. One very naive thing is to try to replicate what's done with VS Code and these frontier models. So let's like continue pre-training, some kind of continued pre-training that includes general code data, but also throws in a lot of the data of some particular repository that you care about. And then in post-training, meaning let's just start with instruction fine-tuning. You have like a normal instruction fine-tuning data set about code. Then you throw in a lot of questions about code in that repository. So you could either get ground truth ones, which might be difficult, or you could do what you kind of hinted at or suggested using synthetic data, i.e. kind of having the model ask questions about various pieces of the code. So you kind of take the pieces of the code, then prompt the model or have the model propose a question for that piece of code, and then add those as instruction fine-tuning data points. And then in theory, this might unlock the model's ability to answer questions about that code base.
Let me ask you about OpenAI O1. What do you think is the role of that kind of test time compute system in programming?
I think test time compute is really, really interesting. So there's been the pre-training regime, which will kind of, as you scale up the amount of data and the size of your model, get you better and better performance, both on loss and then on downstream benchmarks and just general performance when we use it for coding or other tasks. We're starting to hit a bit of a data wall, meaning it's going to be hard to continue scaling up this regime. And so scaling up test time compute is an interesting way of now, increasing the number of inference time flops that we use, but still getting as you increase the number of flops used in inference time, getting corresponding improvements in performance of these models. Traditionally, we just had to literally train a bigger model that always used that many more flops, but now we could perhaps use the same size model and run it for longer to be able to get an answer at the quality of a much larger model. And so the interesting thing I like about this is there are some problems that perhaps require 100 trillion parameter model intelligence trained on 100 trillion tokens. But that's like maybe 1%, maybe like 0.1% of all queries. So are you going to spend all of this effort, all of this compute training a model that costs that much and then run it so infrequently? It feels completely wasteful when instead you get the model that you train the model that's capable of doing the 99.9% of queries. Then you have a way of inference time running it longer for those few people that really, really want max intelligence.
How do you figure out which problem requires what level of intelligence? that possible to dynamically figure out when to use GPT-4, when to use when to use a small model, and when you need the O1.
I mean, yeah, that's an open research problem, certainly. I don't think anyone's actually cracked this model routing problem quite well. We'd like to. We have like kind of initial implementations of this for something like Cursor Tab. But at the level of like going between 4.0 Sonnet to O1, it's a bit trickier. Perhaps like there's also questions like what level of intelligence do you need to determine if the thing is too hard for the 4-level model. Maybe you need the O1 level model. It's really unclear.
But you mentioned this, so there's a pre-training process, and there's post-training, and then there's like test time compute. That's fair to sort of separate. Where's the biggest gains?
Well, it's weird because like test time compute, there's like a whole training strategy needed to get test time to compute to work. And the other really weird thing about this is no one, like outside of the big labs and maybe even just OpenAI, no one really knows how it works. Like there have been some really interesting papers that show hints of what they might be doing. And so perhaps they're doing something with tree search using process reward models. But yeah, I think the issue is we don't quite know exactly what it looks like. So it would be hard to kind of comment on like where it fits in. I would put it in post-training, but maybe like the compute spent for getting test time compute to work for a model is going to dwarf pre-training eventually.
So we don't even know if O1 is using just like chain of thought, RL. We don't know how they're using any of these. We don't know anything.
It's fun to speculate.
Like if you were to build a competing model, what would you do?
Yeah. So one thing to do would be, I think you probably need to train a process reward model, which is, so maybe we can get into reward models and outcome reward models versus process reward models. Outcome reward models are the kind of traditional reward models that people are trained for language modeling. And it's just looking at the final thing. So if you're doing some math problem, let's look at that final thing. You've done everything, and let's assign a grade to it. How likely we think, like what's the reward for this outcome. Process reward models instead try to grade the chain of thought. And so OpenAI had some preliminary paper on this, I think last summer, where they used human labelers to get this pretty large, several 100,000 data set of grading chains of thought. Ultimately, it feels like I haven't seen anything interesting in the ways that people use process reward models outside of just using it as a means of affecting how we choose between a bunch of samples. So like what people do in all these papers is they sample a bunch of outputs from the language model and then use the process reward models to grade all those generations alongside maybe some other heuristics, and then use that to choose the best answer. The really interesting thing that people think might work and people want to work is tree search with these process reward models, because if you really can grade every single step of the chain of thought, then you can kind of branch out and explore multiple paths in chain of thought, and then use these process reward models to evaluate how good is this branch that you're taking.
Yeah, when the quality of the branch is somehow strongly correlated with the quality of the outcome at the very end. So like you have a good model of knowing which branch to take. So not just in the short term, and like in the long term.
Yeah. And like the interesting work that I think has been done is figuring out how to properly train the process, or the interesting work that has been sourced and people I think talk about is how to train the process reward models, maybe in a more automated way. I could be wrong here, could not be mentioning something, because I haven't seen anything super that seems to work really well for using the process reward models creatively to do tree search and code.
This is kind of an AI safety, maybe a bit of a philosophy question. So OpenAI says that they're hiding the chain of thought from the user. And they've said that was a difficult decision to make. They, instead of showing the chain of thought, they're asking the model to summarize the chain of thought. They're also in the background saying they're going to monitor the chain of thought to make sure the model is not trying to manipulate the user, which is a fascinating possibility. But anyway, what do you think about hiding the chain of thought?
One consideration for OpenAI, and this is completely speculative, could be that they want to make it hard for people to distill these capabilities out of their model. It might actually be easier if you had access to that hidden chain of thought to replicate the technology, because that's pretty important data, like seeing the steps that the model took to get to the final result.
So you could probably train on that also.
And there was sort of a mirror situation with this, with some of the large language model providers, and also this is speculation, but some of these APIs used to offer easy access to log probabilities for all the tokens that they're generating, and also log probabilities for the prompt tokens. And then some of these APIs took those away. And again, complete speculation, but one of the thoughts is that the reason those were taken away is if you have access to log probabilities, similar to this hidden train of thought, that can give you even more information to try and distill these capabilities out of the APIs, out of these biggest models, to models you control. As an asterisk on also the previous discussion about us integrating O1, I think that we're still learning how to use this model. So we made O1 available on Cursor because like when we got the model, we were really interested in trying it out. I think a lot of programmers are going to be interested in trying it out. But O1 is not part of the default Cursor experience in any way yet. And we still haven't found a way to yet integrate it into an editor, into the editor in a way that we reach for sort of every hour, maybe even every day. And so I think that the jury's still out on how to use the model. We haven't seen examples yet of people releasing things where it seems really clear, like, oh, that's like now the use case. The obvious one to turn to is maybe this can make it easier for you to have these background things running, right? To have these models in loops, to have these models be agentic. But we're still discovering.
To be clear, we have ideas. We just need to try and get something incredibly useful before we put it out there.
But it has these significant limitations, like even like barring capabilities, it does not stream, and that means it's really, really painful to use for things where you want to supervise the output, and instead you're just waiting for the wall of text to show up. Also, it does feel like the early innings of test time compute and search, where it's just like a very, very much a V0, and there's so many things that like don't feel quite right, and I suspect in parallel to people increasing the amount of pre-training data, the size of the models in pre-training and finding tricks there, you'll now have this other thread of getting search to work better and better.
So let me ask you about Strawberry Tomorrow Eyes. So it looks like GitHub Copilot might be integrating O1 in some kind of way. And I think some of the comments are saying, does this mean Cursor is done? I think I saw one comment saying that.
It's time to shut down Cursor.
Time to shut down Cursor. So is it time to shut down Cursor?
I think this space is a little bit different from past software spaces over the 2010s, where I think that the ceiling here is really, really, really incredibly high. And so I think that the best product in 3 to 4 years will just be so much more useful than the best product today. And you can like wax poetic about moats this and brand that, and, this is our advantage. But I think in the end, just if you don't have, like, if you stop innovating on the product, you will lose. And that's also great for startups. That's great for people trying to enter this market, because it means you have an opportunity to win against people who have, lots of users already by just building something better. And so I think, over the next few years, it's just about building the best product, building the best system, and that both comes down to the modeling engine side of things, and it also comes down to the editing experience.
Yeah, I think most of the additional value from Cursor versus everything else out there is not just integrating the new model fast like O1. It comes from all of the kind of depth that goes into these custom models that you don't realize are working for you in kind of every facet of the product, as well as like the really thoughtful UX with every single feature.
All right, from that profound answer, let's descend back down to the technical. You mentioned you have a taxonomy of synthetic data.
Oh, yeah.
Can you please explain?
Yeah, I think there are 3 main kinds of synthetic data. The first is, so what is synthetic data first? So there's normal data, like non-synthetic data, which is just data that's naturally created, i.e. usually it'll be from humans having done things. So from some human process, you get this data. Synthetic data the first one would be distillation. So having a language model output tokens or probability distributions over tokens, and then you can train some less capable model on this. This approach is not going to get you a net more capable model than the original one that has produced the tokens, but it's really useful for if there's some capability you want to elicit from some really expensive high latency model. You can then distill that down into some smaller task specific model. The second kind is when one direction of the problem is easier than the reverse. And so a great example of this is bug detection, like we mentioned earlier, where it's a lot easier to introduce reasonable looking bugs than it is to actually detect them. And this is probably the case for humans too. And so what you can do is you can get a model that's not trained on that much data, that's not that smart, to introduce a bunch of bugs in code, and then you can use that to then use a synthetic data to train a model that can be really good at detecting bugs. The last category, I think, is, I guess, the main one that feels like the big labs are doing for synthetic data, which is producing text with language models that can then be verified easily. So extreme example of this is if you have a verification system that can detect if language is Shakespeare level and it's a bunch of monkeys typing in typewriters. You can eventually get enough training data to train a Shakespeare level language model. And I mean, this is the case, very much the case for math, where verification is actually really, really easy for formal languages. And then what you can do is you can have an okay model, generate a ton of rollouts, and then choose the ones that have actually proved the ground truth theorems and train them further. There's similar things you can do for code with LeetCode problems, where if you have some set of tests that correspond to, if something passes these tests, it has actually solved the problem. You can do the same thing where we verify that it's passed the test and then train the model the outputs that have passed the tests. I think it's going to be a little tricky getting this to work in all domains or just in general. Having the perfect verifier feels really, really hard to do with just open-ended miscellaneous tasks you give the model, or more long horizon tasks, even in coding.
That's because you're not as optimistic as Armin. But yeah, so that third category requires having a verifier.
Yeah, verification, it feels like it's best when you know for a fact that it's correct, and then it wouldn't be using a language model to verify. It would be using tests or formal systems,
or running the thing too, doing the human form of verification where you just do manual quality control.
Yeah.
But the language model version of that, where it's running the thing and it actually understands the output.
Yeah, no, that's
sort of somewhere between.
Yeah, I think that's the category that is most likely to result in massive gains.
What about RL with feedback side, RLHF versus RLAIF? What's the role of that in getting better performance on the models?
Yeah, so RLHF is when the reward model you use is trained from some labels you've collected from humans giving feedback. I think this works if you have the ability to get a ton of human feedback for this kind of task that you care about. RLAIF is interesting because you're kind of depending on, this is actually kind of it's depending on the constraint that verification is actually a decent bit easier than generation. Because it feels what are you doing? You're using this language model to look at the language model outputs and then prove the language model. But no, it actually may work if the language model has a much easier time verifying some solution than it does generating it. Then you actually could perhaps get this kind of recursive loop. I don't think it's going to look exactly like that. The other thing you could do is that we kind of do is a little bit of a mix of RLAIF and RLHF, where usually the model is actually quite correct, and this is in the case of Cursor Tab, at picking between two possible generations of what is the better one, and it just needs a little bit of human nudging, with only on the order of 50, 100 examples to kind of align that prior the model has with exactly with what you want. It looks different than I think normal RLHF, where you're usually training these reward models in tons of examples.
What's your intuition when you compare generation and verification, or generation and ranking? Is ranking way easier than generation?
My intuition would just say, yeah, it should be. Like, this is kind of going back to, like, if you believe P does not equal NP, then there's this massive class of problems that are much, much easier to verify given the proof than actually proving it.
I wonder if the same thing will prove P not equal to NP or P equal to NP.
That would be really cool.
That'd be a whatever Fields medal by AI. Who gets the credit? Another open philosophical question.
Yeah. I'm
Whoever
actually
prompted it.
I'm actually surprisingly curious what like a good bet for when AI will get the Fields medal will be. I actually
Isn't
don't
this
have.
a Mon specialty?
I don't know what a Mons bet here is.
Oh, sorry, Nobel Prize or Fields medal first?
Fields medal.
Well, Fields medal level.
Fields medal
Needs to solve.
Fields medal comes first. Well, you would say that, of course.
but it's also this like isolated system you verify and
Yeah.
Sure.
Like I don't even know if I
you don't need to do.
I feel like I have much more
2020,
uncertainty
yeah.
there. It felt like the path to get to IMO was a little bit more clear because it already could get a few IMO problems, and there were a bunch of low-hanging fruit given the literature at the time of like what tactics people could take. I think I'm one much less versed in the space of theorem proving now, and two, less intuition about how close we are to solving these really, really hard open problems.
So you think you'll be Fields medal first? It won't be like in physics or in.
Oh, 100%. I think that's probably more likely. Like it's probably much more likely that they'll get them. Yeah. Well, I think it goes to like I don't know, like BSD, which is the Boltzmann Dirac conjecture, or like Riemann hypothesis, or any one of these like hard math problems, or just like actually really, it's sort of unclear what the path to get even a solution looks like. Like we don't even know what a path looks like, let alone.
And you're going by the idea that this is like an isolated system, and you can actually have a good reward system, and it feels like it's easier to train for that.
I think we might get Fields medal before AGI.
I mean, I'd be very happy. I'd be very happy. But I don't know if I think 2028, 2030.
What Fields medal?
Fields medal.
All right. It's it feels like forever from now, given how fast things have been going. Speaking of how fast things have been going, let's talk about scaling laws. So for people who don't know, maybe it's good to talk about this whole idea of scaling laws. What are they? Where do things stand? And where do you think things are going?
I think it was interesting. The original scaling laws paper by OpenAI was slightly wrong because I think of some issues they did with learning rate schedules. And then Chinchilla showed a more correct version. And then from then, people have again kind of deviated from doing the compute optimal thing because people start now optimizing more so for making the thing work really well, given an inference budget. But I think there are a lot more dimensions to these curves than what we originally used of just compute, number of parameters and data. Like inference compute is the obvious one. I think context length is another obvious one. So if you care, like let's say you care about the two things of inference compute and then context window, maybe the thing you want to train is some kind of SSM because they're much, much cheaper and faster at super, super long context. And even if maybe it has 10x worse scaling properties during training, meaning you have to spend 10x more compute to train the thing to get the same level of capabilities, it's worth it because you care most about that inference budget for really long context windows. So it'll be interesting to see how people kind of play with all these dimensions.
So yeah, I mean, you speak to the multiple dimensions. Obviously, the original conception was just looking at the variables of the size of the model as measured by parameters and the size of the data as measured by the number of tokens and looking at the ratio of the two.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a compelling notion that there is a number, or at least a minimum. And it seems like one was emerging. Do you still believe that there is a kind of bigger is better?
I mean, I think bigger is certainly better for just raw performance.
raw intelligence.
and raw intelligence. I think that the path that people might take is I'm particularly bullish on distillation. And like, how many knobs can you turn to if we spend like a ton of money on training, like get the most capable cheap model, right? Like really caring as much as you can. Because like the naive version of caring as much as you can about inference time compute is what people have already done with like the llama models, or just overtraining the shit out of 7B models on way more tokens than is essentially possible. Right? But if you really care about it, maybe the thing to do is what Gemma did, which is let's not just train on tokens. Let's literally train on minimizing the KL divergence with the distribution of Gemma 27B, right? So knowledge distillation there. And you're spending the compute of literally training this 27 billion model, billion parameter model on all these tokens just to get out this, I don't know, smaller model.
And the distillation gives you just a faster model. Smaller means faster.
Yeah, distillation in theory is, I think, getting out more signal from the data that you're training on. And it's like it's perhaps another way of getting over, not like completely over, but like partially helping with the data wall, where like you only have so much data to train on. Let's like train this really big model on all these tokens, and we'll distill it into a smaller one. And maybe we can get more signal per token for this much smaller model than we would have originally if we trained it.
So if I gave you $10 trillion, how would you spend it? I mean, you can't buy an island or whatever. How would you allocate it in terms of improving the big model versus maybe paying for HF in the RLHF? Or
Yeah, I think there's a lot of these secrets and details about training these large models that I just don't know and are only privy to the large labs. And the issue is I would waste a lot of that money if I even attempted this because I wouldn't know those things. Suspending a lot of disbelief and assuming like you had the know-how and operate, or if you're saying like you have to operate with like the limited information you have now.
No. Actually, I would say you swoop in and you get all the information, all the little heuristics, all the little parameters, all the parameters that define how the thing is trained.
Mm-hmm.
If we look in how to invest money for the next 5 years in terms of maximizing what you called raw intelligence.
I mean, isn't the answer like really simple? You just try to get as much compute as possible. Like at the end of the day, all you need to buy is the GPUs, and then the researchers can find all like they can sort of you can tune whether you want to pre-train a big model or a small model. Like,
well, this gets into the question of like, are you really limited by compute and money, or are you limited by these other things? And
like, I'm more privy to Arvid's belief that we're sort of idea limited, but there's always the, like.
But if you have a lot of compute, you can run a lot of experiments.
So you would run a lot of experiments versus like use that compute to train a gigantic model.
I would, but I do believe that we are limited in terms of ideas that we have.
I think, yeah, because even with all this compute and like, you know, all the data you could collect in the world, I think you really are ultimately limited by not even ideas, but just like really good engineering. Like, even with all the capital in the world, would you really be able to assemble, like there aren't that many people in the world who really make the difference here. And there's so much work that goes into research that is just like pure, really hard engineering work. As like a very kind of hand-wavy example, if you look at the original Transformer paper, you know, how much work was kind of joining together a lot of these really interesting concepts embedded in the literature versus then going in and writing all the code, like maybe the CUDA kernels, maybe whatever else. I don't know if it ran on GPUs originally, such that it actually saturated the GPU performance, right? Getting GNOME Shazir to go in and do all this code, right? And GNOME is like probably one of the best engineers in the world. Or maybe going a step further, like the next generation of models, having these things, like getting model parallelism to work and scaling it on like, you know, thousands of, or maybe tens of thousands of like V100s, which I think GPT-3 may have been. There's just so much engineering effort that has to go into all of these things to make it work. If you really brought that cost down to like, you know, maybe not zero, but just made it 10x easier, made it super easy for someone with really fantastic ideas to immediately get to the version of like the new architecture they dreamed about that is like getting 50-40% utilization on the GPUs. I think that would just speed up research by a ton.
I mean, I think if you see a clear path to improvement, you should always sort of take the low-hanging fruit first, right? I think probably OpenAI and all the other labs did the right thing to pick off the low-hanging fruit, where the low-hanging fruit is like sort of you could scale up to a GPT 4.25 scale, and you just keep scaling and like things keep getting better, and as long as like there's no point of experimenting with new ideas when like everything is working, and you just sort of bang on it and try to get as much juice out of it possible, and then maybe when you really need new ideas for it. I think if you're spending $10 trillion, probably want to spend some then actually like reevaluate your ideas. Like probably your idea limited at that point.
I think all of us believe new ideas are probably needed to get, all the way there to AGI, and all of us also probably believe there exist ways of testing out those ideas at smaller scales, and being fairly confident that they'll play out. It's just quite difficult for the labs in their current position to dedicate their very limited research and engineering talent to exploring all these other ideas when there's like this core thing that will probably like improve performance for some like decent amount of time.
Yeah, but also these big labs like winning, so they're just going wild. Okay. So how big question looking out into the future. You're now at the center of the programming world. How do you think the nature of programming changes in the next few months, in the next year, in the next 2 years, in the next 5 years, 10 years?
I think we're really excited about a future where the programmers in the driver's seat for a long time. And you've heard us talk about this a little bit, but one that emphasizes speed and agency for the programmer and control, the ability to modify anything you want to modify, the ability to iterate really fast in what you're building. And this is a little different, I think, than where some people are jumping to in the space, where I think one idea that's captivated people is, can you talk to your computer? Can you have it build software for you as if you're talking to like an engineering department or an engineer over Slack? And can it just be this sort of isolated text box? And part of the reason we're not excited about that is, some of the stuff we talked about with latency. But then a big reason we're not excited about that is because that comes with giving up a lot of control. It's much harder to be really specific when you're talking in the text box. And if you're necessarily just going to communicate with a thing like you would be communicating with an engineering department, you're actually abdicating tons of really important decisions to this bot. And this kind of gets at fundamentally what engineering is. I think that some people who are a little bit more removed from engineering might think of it as, the spec is completely written out, and then the engineers just come and they just implement. And it's just about making the thing happen in code and making the thing exist. But I think a lot of the best engineering, the engineering we enjoy, involves tons of tiny micro decisions about what exactly you're building and about really hard trade-offs between, speed and cost and just all the other things involved in this. And we want, as long as humans are actually the ones making, designing the software and the ones specifying what they want to be built, and it's not just like company run by all AIs, we think you'll really want the human in a driver's seat dictating these decisions. And so there's the jury's still out on kind of what that looks like. I think that, one weird idea for what that could look like is it could look like you can control the level of abstraction you view a code base at. And you can point at specific parts of a code base that maybe you digest a code base by looking at it in the form of pseudocode. And you can actually edit that pseudocode too, and then have changes get made down at the sort of formal programming level. And you keep you can gesture at any piece of logic in your software component of programming. You keep the inflow text editing component of programming. You keep the control of, you can even go down into the code. You can go at higher levels of abstraction while also giving you these big productivity gains.
It'd be nice if you can go up and down the abstraction stack.
Yeah. And there are a lot of details to figure out there. That's sort of like a fuzzy idea. Time will tell if it actually works. But these principles of control and speed in the human in the driver's seat, we think are really important. We think for some things, like Arvid mentioned before, for some styles of programming, you can kind of hand it off chatbot style, if you have a bug that's really well specified. But that's not most of programming, and that's also not most of the programming we think a lot of people value.
What about like the fundamental skill of programming? There's a lot of people, like young people right now, kind of scared, like thinking because they like love programming, but they're scared about like, will I be able to have a future if I pursue this career path? Do you think the very skill of programming will change fundamentally?
I actually think this is a really, really exciting time to be building software. Like we remember what programming was like in 2013, 2012, whatever it was. And there was just so much more cruft and boilerplate and, looking up something really gnarly. And that stuff still exists. It's definitely not at zero. But programming today is way more fun than back then. It's like we're really getting down to the delight, concentration, and all the things that really draw people to programming, like, for instance, this element of being able to build things really fast and speed and also individual control. Like all those are just being turned up a ton. And so I think it's going to be a really, really fun time for people who build software. I think that the skills will probably change too. I think that people's taste and creative ideas will be magnified, and it will be a little bit about boilerplate text editing, maybe even a little bit less about carefulness, which I think is really important today. If you're a programmer, I think it'll be a lot more fun.
What do you guys think?
I agree. I'm very excited to be able to change, one thing that happened recently was like we wanted to do a relatively big migration to our code base. We were using async local storage in Node.js, which is known to be not very performant, and we wanted to migrate to a context object. And this is a big migration and affects the entire code base. And Swal and I spent, 5 days working through this, even with today's AI tools. And I am really excited for a future where I can just show a couple of examples, and then the AI applies that to all of the locations, and then it highlights, oh, this is a new example, like what should I do? And then I show exactly what to do there. And then that can be done in like 10 minutes. And then you can iterate much, much faster. Then you don't have to think as much up front and stand at the blackboard and like think exactly like, how are we going to do this? Because the cost is so high. But you can just try something first, and you realize, oh, this is not actually exactly what I want. And then you can change it instantly again after. And so, yeah, I think being a programmer in the future is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I really like that point about, it feels like a lot of the time with programming, there are two ways you can go about it. One is like you think really hard, carefully upfront about the best possible way to do it, and then you spend your limited time of engineering to actually implement it. But I much prefer just getting in the code and taking a crack at it, seeing how it kind of lays out, and then iterating really quickly on that. That feels more fun.
Yeah, like just speaking to generating the boilerplate is great. So you just focus on the difficult design, nuanced, difficult design decisions. Migration, I feel like this is a cool one. Like it seems like large language models are able to basically translate from one programming language to another, or like translate, like migrate in the general sense of what migrate is. But that's in the current moment. So I mean, the fear has to do with like, okay, as these models get better and better, then you're doing less and less creative decisions. And is it going to kind of move to a place where it's you're operating in the design space of natural language, where natural language is the main programming language? And I guess I could ask that by way of advice. Like if somebody's interested in programming now, what do you think they should learn? Like, do they, you guys started in some Java and I forget some PHP.
Objective-C.
Objective-C, there you go.
Yeah.
I mean, in the end, we all know JavaScript is going to win. And not TypeScript. It's going to be like vanilla JavaScript. It's just going to eat the world. And maybe a little bit PHP. And I mean, it also brings up the question of like, I think Don Knuth has this idea that some percent of the population is geeks. And like there's a particular kind of psychology and mind required for programming. And it feels like more and more that expands. The kind of person that should be able to can do great programming might expand.
I think different people do programming for different reasons, but I think the true, maybe like the best programmers, are the ones that really love, just like absolutely love programming. For example, there are folks in our team who literally, when they get back from work, they go and then they boot up Cursor and then they start coding on their side projects for the entire night, and they stay up till 3 a.m. doing that. And when they're sad, they've said, I just really need to code. And I think, like, you know, there's that level of programmer where like this obsession and love of programming, I think makes really the best programmers. And I think these types of people will really get into the details of how things work.
I guess the question I'm asking, that exact program, let's think about that person. When the super tab, the super awesome, praise be the tab, succeeds, you keep pressing tab.
That person in the team loves Cursor tab more than anybody else. Right?
Yeah, and it's also not just like pressing tab is like just pressing tab. That's like the easy way to say it and the catchphrase, you know. But what you're actually doing when you're pressing tab is that you're injecting intent all the time while you're doing it. You're sometimes you're rejecting it, sometimes you're typing a few more characters, and that's the way that you're sort of shaping the things that's being created. And I think programming will change a lot to just what is it that you want to make.
It's sort of higher bandwidth. The communication to the computer just becomes higher and higher bandwidth, as opposed to like just typing is much lower bandwidth than communicating intent.
I mean, this goes to your manifesto titled Engineering Genius. We are an applied research lab building extraordinary productive human AI systems. So speaking to this like hybrid element. Mm-hmm. To start, we're building the engineer of the future, a human AI programmer that's an order of magnitude more effective than any one engineer. This hybrid engineer will have effortless control over their code base and no low entropy keystrokes. They will iterate at the speed of their judgment, even in the most complex systems. Using a combination of AI and human ingenuity, they will outsmart and out-engineer the best pure AI systems. We are a group of researchers and engineers. We build software and models to invent at the edge of what's useful and what's possible. Our work has already improved the lives of hundreds of thousands of programmers. And on the way to that, we'll at least make programming more fun. So thank you for talking today.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Michael, Swale, Arvid, and Aman. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with a random, funny, and perhaps profound programming code I saw on Reddit. Nothing is as permanent as a temporary solution that works. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
For the vast majority of human existence, we've been nomadic, and we've done these kind of wider or tighter nomadic circles depending on the geographic region. But they'd move. So once humans figured out how to stay in a place, that's the initial trigger to what would become civilization.
I think you said beauty and blood went hand in hand for the Aztec.
What I meant by that is they were absolutely comfortable with human sacrifice and, you know, ripping people's hearts out. They had this just, you know, grotesque, violent bent. But in the same way, they also absolutely loved flower gardens and poetry and music and dance. The same Aztec king who would order the hearts of 1,000 people extracted also would stand up at dinner parties to recite his own poetry. but they were really just surgical about it. They'd use a thick obsidian knife where they could just break the ribs right along the sternum and then push the sternum down, pull up, and just
While the person was alive.
while the person was alive.
The following is a conversation with Ed Hart, an archaeologist specializing in ancient civilizations of South America, Mesoamerica, and North America. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Ed Barnhart. Do you think there are lost civilizations in the history of humans on Earth we don't know anything about?
Yes, I do. And in fact, we have found some civilizations that we had no idea about just in my lifetime. I mean, we've got Göbekli Tepe, and we've got the stuff that's going on in the Amazon. And there's some other less startling things that we had no idea existed and push our dates back and give us whole new civilizations we had no idea about. So, yeah, it's happened, and I think it'll happen again.
Do you think there's a lost civilization in the Amazon that the Amazon jungle has eaten up or is hiding the evidence of?
Yes, I do. And we're beginning to find it. There are these huge, what we call geoglyphs, these mound groups that are in geometric patterns. I think that the average Joe, when they hear the word civilization, they think of something that looks like Rome. And I don't think we're ever going to find anything that looks like Rome in the Amazon. I think a lot of things there, I mean, wherever you are on the planet, you use your natural resources. And in the Amazon, there's not a whole lot of stone. What stone is there is deep, deep, deep. So a lot of their things were built out of dirt and trees and feathers and textiles.
But is it possible that all that land that's not covered by trees is actually hiding stone, for example, some architecture, some things that's just very difficult to find for archaeologists?
I think at the base of the Andes, where the Amazon connects to the Andes, there's a lot of potential there because that's where the stone actually starts poking up. When you get down into the basin, stone is meters and meters under the ground, except for a stray cliff here and there where the river dug deep. And even then, only in the dry season, because that river rises like over 100 feet every year.
That's one of the things, having visited that area, just interacting with waterfalls and seeing the water. I was humbled by the power of water to shape landscapes and probably erase history in the context that we're talking about as civilizations. Because water can just make everything disappear over a period of centuries and millennia. And so if there's something existed a very long time ago, thousands of years ago, it's very possible it was just eaten up by nature.
Absolutely. In fact, in my opinion, that's almost a certainty in a lot of places. The Grand Canyon was dug by water. There's this wimpy little river in it right now, and you can't possibly imagine that it dug that, but it did. The power of nature and geology is really kind of magical. And when it comes to ancient civilizations that could be from a long time ago, there's probably a lot that are just under the ocean, and just the wave action have destroyed them, and what they haven't destroyed buried deep.
Under the ocean? So you think Atlantis ever existed?
I don't think that Atlantis existed. I do think it was one of Plato's many parables talking about, putting it in an interesting story as a teaching device in his school. If one did exist, or a shadow of it, my money would be on Akrotiri. Akrotiri is what's left of a big city that was on the island of Santorini. And when their volcano blew up, it blew up most of the city and shot chunks of it so fast that 70 miles away in Crete, there are chunks of Santorini in their cliff. So it blasted what was ever there. But what's left on the side of the crater, Akrotiri, is strangely advanced for its age. And so if there's anything that's a model for Atlantis, as Plato explained it, it's Akrotiri.
Akrotiri, the ancient Greek city. So it says the settlement was destroyed in the Theron eruption sometime in the 16th century BCE and buried in volcanic ash, which preserved the remains of the frescoes and many objects and artworks. So we don't know how advanced that civilization was.
No, but we can walk around the ruins and see that it's got streets, it's got plumbing, it's got little sconces for torches at night. It was a vibrant city with a lot of, especially in terms of hydraulic engineering. It's very advanced for being 3,500 years old.
So if you check out, here's an image of the excavation. What a project.
It's an amazing place. And you can tell that it's just part of it because it's pretty close to where the crater begins. So the city itself was probably much larger.
So in this case, there's a lot of evidence, but like we said, there could be civilizations that there's very little evidence of because of the natural environment that destroys all the evidence.
Right. And I think Akrotiri is actually a great example of that, because here we have the side that did preserve that looks amazing, but we know there was more of the city that was completely obliterated. It was shot. Chunks of that city are probably in the walls of Crete, 70 miles away. And Plato says that it was on an island and it sunk. Well, that's exactly what happened to Akrotiri.
Do you think this is what Plato was referring to?
If it does exist, at least the model of it, I think this is probably what he was talking about.
And there could be other civilizations of which Plato has never written, right? That
Absolutely.
we have no record of. And it's humbling to think that entire civilizations, with all the dreams, the hope, the technological innovation, the wars, the conflicts, the political tensions, all of that, the social interactions, the hierarchies, all of that, the art can be just destroyed like that and forgotten, completely lost to ancient history.
I reflect upon that often as an archaeologist. I think about this great country that I live in and love and all the things we've achieved. But, we're a baby, historically speaking. We've been around 200 years. Heck, a lot of the cities I study in Central and South America, they had a run of 800, 1,000 years, and now they're ruins. But we're barely getting started in terms of historical civilizations.
So humans, Homo sapiens, evolved, but they didn't start civilizations right away. There's a long period of time when they did not form these complex societies. So how did we, let's say 300,000 years ago in Africa, actually go from there to creating civilizations?
I think that a lot of human evolution had to do with the pressures that their environment put upon them. And a lot of things start changing right around 12,000 years ago. And that's when our last ice age really ended. I think there was a whole lot of things that just pressured them into especially finding new ways of subsistence. Here in the Americas, a huge thing that happened was all the megafauna went away. When the climate changed enough, the mammoths died out and the bison died out, and there was just, they had to come up with different ways of doing things. We were hunters and gatherers, and we had things we got from hunting and we got things we got from gathering. And in the Americas, when the things that they were used to hunting went away and they had to make do with rabbits, the gathering started to be a much more important thing. And I think that led to figuring out, hey, we could actually grow certain things, and gardens turned into crops, turned into intensive crops, and then people were allowed to gather in bigger groups and survive in a single area. They didn't have to roam around anymore. And that's where we get the first sedentary communities, which means they stayed in the same place all year long. For the vast majority of human existence, we've been nomadic, and we've done these kind of wider or tighter nomadic circles depending on the geographic region, where they'd know, okay, in the mountains, we'll be in the summer in the mountains because there's berries and things, and then in the winter we'll be down here and we'll hunt. But they'd move. So once humans figured out how to stay in a place, I think that's the initial trigger to what would become civilization.
What do you think is, there's a lot of questions I'm going to ask here. What do you think is the motivation for societies? Is it the carrot or the stick? So you said, like, is it like when resources run out, when the old way of life is no longer feeding everybody, then you have to figure stuff out? Or is it more the carrot of, like, there's always this kind of human spirit that wants to explore, that wants to maybe impress the rest of the village or something like this with the new discovery made and venturing out and coming out with different ideas or technological innovation, let's call it?
Well, I have an explorer's heart, so I'm kind of I'm biased.
Right.
I do think that we have an innate desire to see what's on the horizon and to impress other people with our achievements, things like that. We're social beings. That's really the edge that humans have, is our ability to work together. So I think that it's much more the carrot than the stick. When things get ugly, the stick comes out. But usually the carrot does the job.
The really interesting story is how the first people came to the Americas. I mean, to me, that's pretty gangster to go from Asia all the way, potentially during the Ice Age, or maybe at the end of the Ice Age, or during that whole period, not knowing what the world looks like, going into the unknown. Can you talk through that process? How did the first people come to the Americas?
Well, first off, I agree with you. That was pretty gangster. I mean, that's a hard place to live. I listened to some of your podcasts as that guy, Jordan Jonas, cut the mustard, but I wouldn't have made it crossing there.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Like the fact that those guys exist, that somebody like Jordan Jonas exists, people that survive and thrive in these harsh conditions, that's an indication that it's possible. But yeah, so when do you think and how did the first people come?
The traditional theories are still somewhat valid, or at least on the table, that when that land bridge occurred, that nomadic hunters just followed the game like they always had, and the game went across there because there was no barrier, and they followed them across. The thing that has changed is how early that happened. DNA has been a total game changer for archaeology. We get all these evolutionary tracks that we could never see before. When I was a young archaeologist, I would have never dreamed we'd have the information we have now. And that information, a lot of it's coming out of Texas A&M. We see the traditional, like 12,500 years ago, that there was a migration. But now we're seeing one that's almost certainly happening closer to 30,000 years ago. And now the thing that seems like madness but might be true is that it could have been as early as 60. A lot of the DNA things are suggesting that the very first migration could have come across as early as 60. And when I was a younger archaeologist, it was heresy to go beyond this 12,500. You were a wacko if you said that. But now it's really very clear that they came over at least by 30,000. And the bridge opened and closed and opened and closed.
That's during the Ice Age.
Right.
I mean, that's crazy, right? That is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't roll in and immediately make New York, but there were people, and there were definitely not people here before that, which is fascinating. When the bridge closed, DNA mutated, and so we have specific kinds of haplogroups that are here in the Americas that don't exist otherwise. And that same haplogroup game has been showing us more and more that people came across Siberia. It's not Africa. It's not Western Europe. Those are still, they've become kind of fringe theories, but they're not totally eradicated. DNA is a developing science as well, and I think we all need to keep that in mind, that it's not like they just cracked the code and now we know all the answers. And sometimes, like in any science, a breakthrough puts us 2 steps backwards, not forwards. So I think, we don't need to have too much faith in the models that are now being created through DNA, but they are pointing in the direction of everybody came across from Siberia, that all Native American people are of Asiatic descent.
Do you think it was a gradual process? If it's like 30 to 60,000 years ago, was it just a gradual movement of these nomadic tribes as they follow the animals? Or was it like one explorer that pushed the tribe just go, and go across, maybe across 100 years, travel all the way across, maybe into North America, into North America, where Canada is now, and then sort of like big leaps in movement versus gradual movement?
I think it was big leaps. And now this is just, mostly guess, I'll admit. But I think that much in the way that a lot of our evolutionary models talk about punctuated equilibrium, that there are big moments of change, and then it settles out into a more slow and steady pattern, and then something big will happen again. I do think that the early people went as far as they could go, and there were certain colonies that just got isolated for thousands of years. One of the fascinating things that DNA is showing us, which actually blood types were showing us way before that, is that the oldest people in the Americas are in South America. The ones that are that got separated early and didn't mix their DNA, like the people in the Amazon, most of those guys have O blood type, and their haplogroup D, which is the oldest one that entered the U.S. And what are they doing down there? If I do believe they came across the Bering Strait, I don't think it's very. We have no real evidence to say they came in mass across Oceania. So they made it probably by boat along the coast, all the way to South America.
So there's some kind of cultural engine that drove them to explore. So if you had to bet all your money, it happened like tens of thousands of years ago, but at a very rapid pace. There's these explorers who went all the way to South America, and there established their kind of more stable existence. And from there, South America, Mesoamerica, North America was kind of gradually expanded into that area.
Like the next waves came down and did North America and Central America, and the very first wave made it all the way down to South America and got isolated, and then mixed in with the next groups that came.
That's fascinating.
Kind of like there's an interesting correlate in Europe, where today everybody feels like Celtic people are from Ireland. But actually, Celtic people started in Eastern Europe, and it was the entire area. And when Rome kind of swept everything, and Rome was now the ruler of the day, it was only that far edge of the Celtic world, Ireland, that they were like, we're not going to mess with those guys on that island. We'll leave them be. So now it looks like that's the heart of Celtic tradition, but actually, it's the fringe.
So if it is 60,000 years ago, these are really early humans.
Yeah. And there were consistent things that have been coming out for decades about very old carbon-14 dates in the Amazon and in the Andes area that everybody just dismissed as, no, you didn't get a date of 40,000 years. But I think we're going to come back around to start readdressing some of these based on new evidence at hand.
And that's the interesting thing is, the early humans spread throughout the world. And then, like you said, perhaps they've gotten isolated. And then civilizations sprung from there. And they all have similar elements, even though they were isolated. That's really interesting. That there's multiple cradles of civilization. Not just one. Like one good idea. Those ideas naturally come up. Those structures naturally come up.
And I wonder whether the similarities that all those cradles have, it could be a shared, much deeper past that they all have, or it could be a more kind of Star Trek thing where Captain Kirk was always talking about the theory of parallel human development, that humans across the universe go through certain stages of development, and that could be the answer to it.
Which one do you lean on? Which one do you lean towards?
I think it's a case by case thing. I think if we look globally, I lean much more towards the human parallel development. But if I look just to the Americas, and we have a shorter time period where the things that become major civilizations now I'll say up to 30,000 years ago, which is still a blip in the time of humans. I think that there were shared things that those people came over with from Asia, and that as they got separated, that they had core values that then turned into things like religion and cultural customs that we can see. I'm a big proponent that there are commonalities in all the cultures of the Americas that lead back to and point to a single distant origin.
You've spoken about the lost cradle of civilization in South America. So, South America is not often talked about as one of the cradles of civilization. South America, Mesoamerica, can you explain?
Well, we have very early stuff in South America. You're right. I mean, especially as an American, our country's so big, and we are so far removed from these places, we don't even think about it. But more and more, we're seeing things that predate the earliest stuff that we like to talk about, like Egypt and Mesopotamia. There are things, it's all on the Peruvian coast that we have these cradles of civilization. Someday, we might start talking about the Amazon more and more. But right now, what we've got are things that date back into the 3000s BCE along the coast of Peru. And there are big stone-built pyramids and temples, and they're amazingly isolated. Even now that we've found them, some of them, like Caral, is one of the most famous ones, just north of Lima. We've known about it for a couple decades now, how old it is. But every time I visit there, it's like I visited the moon. There's absolutely nobody there, not for miles. It's amazing how such a discovery was made, and yet still nobody goes to see it. It's not easy to get to.
Do you think there's a bunch of locations like that? Some may not have been discovered in the Peru area.
Oh, there are so many. Peru has tons. That desert gets really ugly quick, and it buries things completely. There are so many pyramids out there that are still completely untouched. When people...
What's up, Pims? How you living? What's good? Living the dream, dog. Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods?
How's everything going?
Very well. How are you?
Man, it's cold.
All right. Well, cozy up next to the fire. You're playing Roblox?
So what?
Cozy up next to the fire.
Okay.
You playing Roblox? All right. How's that?
It's great. It's going great.
Amazing, Don. You gonna go pro someday? Are you gonna go pro in Roblox someday?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
That's what I like to say. That's what I like to hear. Hey, are you gonna share your screen and show us what you do?
Sure.
Excellent. All right, folks. Let's see.
You know how it is. You know how it is.
I know how to do.
It's pretty simple. I'll show you what I'm going to do.
All right, I'll watch it too. All right, Cokes
This
is
is my email.
loading, but I can see animes. Okay, so anime just jumped way up into the sky. Miami looks
Yeah, I'm
fly
I'm
as
gonna make
fuck.
this.
That's baller.
So I had a friend. He made the map of Miami. So we started from distant map. So I put a lot of scripts in here. This person.
Dog, that looks like a Grand Theft Auto Vice City map.
It is. It's the 01 version.
That's amazing. That's tight as
My
fuck.
anime characters. My name.
Can you kill people in this game?
Yes.
Well, go fuck a motherfucker up. That's what I'm talking about, son.
Yeah, we get. I'm like right now. I set up like a little go-kart race over here. I have to finish the mechanic earlier.
Dog, just go blast the motherfucker. Let's see you kill somebody. Oh, there we go. There's our target. Peace out, Girl Scout. I got news for you, son. This looks like Grand Theft Auto now. It is Grand. Is it?
A lot of more custom stuff.
Wait, is it Grand Theft Auto?
I need work.
It is. This isn't Grand Theft Auto though, right?
It's GTA, but it's 500 merges, so you can do your own base like GTA.
Ah, I gotcha.
So like you can have anything you want. You can have physics, like most people female side, they want their booty and all the extra stuff.
Right.
You know,
Definitely.
love content and all the extra stuff they be doing.
Word, dog. Okay,
Be-wise.
go to
It's
that.
basically like you gotta act.
Go to the club. You know what club I'm talking about?
The club, the strip club.
It's not a strip club. It's it's like a dance club. It's located right off South Beach. Okay, yeah. It's pink. Yeah, there you go, big dog. Go inside there. Find some shorty.
Yeah. Okay, right now since we're hitting that, I'll put the music.
Very cool, dude. You're
Music. And then the bar setup, so you can actually make your drinks. They can serve it to you, and you can get charged for it. It been work in progress. I ain't gonna lie.
That's a
When I
sweet.
first started, most of all this was like done in a week, and then I had to hold because he had to get some funds and do extra stuff outside of the thing. So we just got it back into doing more plans on it. All the food places like McDonald's, cookies, weed spots, drugs, mechanics, strip club, police, like malls.
Let's say you steal a car. You're good. You're doing a whole lot with your device. Oh, look at this. Get the fuck out of there. You got this little car. You're going to drive it like a maniac. Good on you. Do a drive-by on some motherfucker. Do a drive-by on some motherfucker.
Yeah, we got to add that script in here.
Oh, okay. Do they have hookers in this version?
So again,
Do they have hookers in this version?
it can be implemented, yes,
There you go.
but you can also replace them as yourself. You have access to things on the screen.
So you can be a hooker?
Yeah, like the females, they can be hunters themselves and they can get paid if like another character himself, like me, he get the money
Word.
and they get paid for the money he throws.
How much is it? How much is round the world?
To like in the city.
No. How much is it when you're a hooker? How much does it cost?
Depending on the person who owns it, I was already say like 300 to 400
All right.
or increase. It depends how much which job is you like. You doing a short club or you like a private dancer.
Okay. Well, that's a shirt. I mean a hooker. Like, can't you, like from what I remember, you could get a girl in your car, like you honk at her, she gets in your car.
Oh,
And
that. I'm not sure if they're gonna do that. I would say that's probably in the thousands.
I would imagine.
Like I would say like 3 to 2,000,
Okay.
or increase if the 30 things they want to do like another option.
Damn, you are
That's
flying
how
on.
the person charges it.
You are flying on this road. Good on you. Where are all the people?
your screen share is messing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll try it again. I'm gonna see. Yeah, dog. I'm the number one streamer in the history of Box Fruits in their Discord. All right, now I see. Now I see your ship, dog. All right, so I'm watching Coke now. But that was really tight. That Vice City shit. That's my jam. All right, so now you are a boat. What are you doing?
I'm gonna go find some pirates and kill them.
Fuck yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, there's a boat. There's a boat ahead of you. There, or it's a rock or something. Is that a rock?
I think that's it.
All right. Well, you own that island now. That's your bitch. All right. So go find some motherfucker
I'll
and
be right back and get some water.
absolutely fuck his shit up. Does your boat have a motor, or are you going by sail alone? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it looks like, frankly, a sailboat with a motor, but I get how that kind of boat wouldn't normally have a motor. Yeah, I like boats. They're very cool. I like sailboats. I like yachts. I would say I did when I was younger. Actually, my favorite kind of boat is, well, I like really nice boats. I like yachts and things like that. But I like pontoon boats. Pontoon boats, you can have a good party on a pontoon boat. Exactly. It's basically like a party on the water. All right, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, wow, you shoot them with a cannon? Yeah. I've been in its Discord. I don't know if I've actually seen the game. Oh, that's right. It's got a huge Discord. It's got like 1 million people in it. Or like 800,000. All right. Yeah. It's big. That's how I know about it. Oh wow. So the sun's now rising. It's like daytime. All right. That's the sun, isn't it? Yeah, definitely. You need to find a ship, and you need to rob it like a pirate. Ability. Okay. Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Say no more. I got you. I got you. What kind of boat will it be? Will it be? Oh wait, look at that! It's like a monster. Go fuck up that monster. Oh, okay. Well then, don't fuck it up. Damn.
Yeah, they should. They playing like a million.
I like that you know your limits. Oh, you're gonna fuck up this motherfucker. Look at you. Psych, bitch. Is that another boat? 2 boats?
It's 3 boats. I think it's a crew of ships.
Oh, I got you. Now, can you steal from them? Oh, okay. Well, jack their shit. That's ballers. Fuck. Can you go on land in that game, or is it water only? Can you take your boat on land? Yeah, so it's normal, or it's realistic. That's tight. I like realism. Can you go underwater at any point?
No, they're adding limits.
Oh, that's tight. Okay, so this is what Roblox is.
Yes, it's one of the most popular games in the world.
What's it called?
Bloxburgs.
Oh, this is what Bloxburgs is. So what? Yeah. Okay. So what do people sell? They're always selling shit.
sell these fruits.
Wow.
Here, let's see if I can get it. It's basically you roll the fruits every 2 hours, which is pretty much. So let's see if I can get it.
Where are you going in right now? What is this? A house? What is this? A house? What is this? A house? Is this a house? Is this a house?
It's like 700 people in
Is this a house? Is this a house?
Anyway, I just wanted to check in.
Ab- Absolutely. Well, I appreciate you being here. Can you hear me?
You couldn't.
Yeah, I'm cutting out. Just one moment. I'm cutting out. Just one moment. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Guys, thank you so much for sharing your games. I love to watch. I'll do play-by-play for you someday. So whenever you're bored, come in here. And if you want somebody to do commentary on your game, I absolutely will. I appreciate you guys showing me. So you showed me Roblox and 5M. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Which is basically GTA. Two of my favorite things in the world. I love GTA, and I am the #1 streamer in the Roblox Discord. So thank you guys so much. I appreciate you checking in on me. Feel free to come back tomorrow or whenever you have time, and we'll catch back up. Okay, friends? Peace, everybody. Take care. Shout out to those guys. Very nice people. Everybody else can go fuck themselves, but those guys are nice as fuck. Hey, Rabbi, do you know what Roblox is? No. What is it? Is it like Minecraft? Doug, what's up with this tutti frutti bitch who won't let me back in that fucking Discord? Stupid slut. This shit sucks. Of all the things that I've ever seen, this is the worst. This. I'm trying to think of things that are worse than this. There's torture. That's basically this. I don't even think they need to waterboard people anymore. I think I single-handedly ended waterboarding. They're just like, no, man, fucking put on Rabbi's stream. It's way worse. No, we don't even need a rag. This motherfucker stream is worse than waterboarding, kids. If you don't know what waterboarding is, ask Danny. Anyway, one time I was in the shower and I waterboarded myself, and that is not fun. That is like the scariest shit in the world. Except for this fucking stream. Worst. Just watch some friends play Blox Fruits in my Discord period. Don't be inappropriate, period. I don't do that, period. Blox Fruits, bitch. Nobody knows what that shit is. It's the worst. Kids, we learned a lot about marsupials today. What's a marsupial? It's like, isn't it like an animal that gives live birth, but then the baby is like in a pouch? Man, I want to fucking be in a pouch of a kangaroo. What's a marsupial? Oh no, it's one that belongs to the infraclass Marsupialia. Dog, what does that even mean? One of the features of marsupials is unique reproduction strategy where the young are born in a relatively undeveloped state and continue to develop while attached to a nipple in a mother's pouch. I want to be a MILF marsupial. That's hilarious. Oh, Rabbi's the MILF marsupial. Hashtag MILF marsupial. That sounds amazing. Some bitches are like, get on in here, kid. Just calm down, woman. You just carried around like big old tit. Work, bitch. Work, bitch. Work, bitch. Game's done quick. How about you stop sucking dick? Work, bitch. Subscriber only chat. Kiss my Ashkenazi ass, motherfuckers. This guy sucks. Yo, dog. I think that you need more clips. Oh, this sucks. Dog. What is this bullshit? Is it the thing where it's like frozen? Frozen popsicles. Games done quick. Shouldn't be games done quickly. Anyway, dog, come on and fucking take a clip of this bitch. Dog. What is this bullshit? This one's working. Follow. Oh, maybe this asshole doesn't allow clips. Well, suck this dick, bitch. There's no way you have 36,000 fucking people watching you. That's a small town. There's no way, like, I don't know, 1/4 of Fayetteville, Arkansas is watching you right now. I just don't fucking believe that. Those are lies. What's the population of Fayetteville, Arkansas? Just within the city limits. What's the population of Fayetteville, Arkansas within the city limits? Oh, okay. Maybe outside the city. Wow, I was really fucking close. Anyway, it's like 1/3 of Fayetteville, Arkansas, a little bit. But I don't know. They might have had friends over or something. Your Rage Gaming. Why the fuck do I know this guy? He's always at the top. There's no fucking way that he has 1/5 the population of Fayetteville, Arkansas watching him right now. There's no way. Yo, dog. There is no way that you have 1/5 the population of Fayetteville, Arkansas watching you right now. I just don't believe it. That would be like a lot of fucking people. That's like the size of a fucking arena watching your shit. I don't believe it. Oh, this is bullshit, dog. This is bullshit. Oh, dog. This motherfucker fucked me, didn't he? No? How the fuck did it click that one? Who's this other guy? Kai Cenat. Yo, dog. You suck. Are you the guy with the McDonald's contract or is it KSI? No one knows. Create an account live. We're going to go to live. We're going to check this shit out. Test it. True. True that, B. Yo. My dog. This shit sucks. Test this shit. Okay. What the fuck? What is this bullshit? Bullshit. As a child would say. Who's this asshole? Hey, Slorox, how about you kiss this ass? Stupid cunt. There is no way that 1/8 of Fayetteville, Arkansas is watching that. No one believes that bullshit. Kick. What's it called? YouTube? No. What's this fucker's name? Hey, everybody, my name is Slorox. Like Clorox, but for sluts. Slorox. Hey, everybody. Slorox. This is the worst. Worst stream ever. Yo, dog, no one knows what you're saying. I need a fucking universal translator to understand you. Clips, baby. No clips found? That's some bullshit. Filter by, featured clips only. Fuck that. Damn, these motherfuckers get a ton of views. I wonder how many people watched. None of these are. Not a single one is mine. Bullshit. I would shit myself if I saw one of them. How about this guy, Quest Miano? Clips. I want to see them all time, dude. Remember my fucking defaults. Unfeatured. Oh, there we go. We got one person watch my shit. That's tight. I got that message across, B. How about this? Is this Slorax? No, some douche. It's the worst. All right. Quasimiano, Swag. Where's that one guy? Swag. Mira, no. No. Dog, it doesn't have all the people. Fuck, what was that motherfucker's name? No one remembers. I remember one guy was like Twitch without a C. Twith? Or it's T, no, without a T. Twitch? No, it's not those. Alright, So now what? Go to just chatting. Your Age Gaming. Do I have this guy? No. Dog, I have to watch 35 seconds of fucking ads just to see your shit? Fuck that. Yo, all-time filter? No. Damn, this motherfucker has some serious celebrities watching him. Like Rabbi. This is the worst. Late night reactions. How about watch Rabbi stream, you dumb motherfucker? Yo. Dog, how many fucking clips do you have? Dog, I wonder if I pull that shit. Just create an account and just spam the top people all day, every day. Holy shit, is this guy? These are all from today? Actually, that's a good fucking idea. Alright, I've got the device. I love doing this shit. Alright, I've got the device. Now what? It's Twitch. Twitch sucks. If anybody didn't know, Twitch is the worst. Is it? No, it's better than most shit. Why? 'Cause most shit sucks. Not that Twitch shouldn't be included in that. Twitch sucks as well. Introducing Google Play Points. Google sucks. Everybody knows that. Google used to be a respected organization. Now it's just bullshit. All right, Twitch. Google could have like the best gaming site ever. I don't understand these companies. They're like, yeah, we literally have unlimited budget. Anything we want to do, we can do. We can create robots. We can create self-driving cars. You want to build a gaming website? Oh, like Zuckerberg's, and he had to shut it down because nobody wants to play with him. Turn on app archiving for free to free up space. Dog, I hate that shit. One time I almost missed shul because of that bullshit. Because of my alarm. T-mail, temporary email, virtual mail. Dog, just get rid of this shit. Thunder VPN. Microsoft Swift key. I actually need some of this shit. Kick streaming, Google Sheets, Docs. Last used 44 weeks ago. All right. 3 apps are going to be removed. We're going to get Twitch on this bitch. Oh man, I hope I don't have. Dude, I could light up motherfuckers. I am going to light up motherfuckers. If you're listening to this, wherever you are, if you're watching me now or in the future, I've got a pregnant battery, also known as a spicy pillow, and I'm good. I mean, this bitch is 8.5 months to. Fuck that. This thing is 12 months pregnant. That's not even a thing, but this bitch is holding everything back. All right. Are you done? This is the worst. Do you guys know Mark Zuckerberg sucks cock? Bezos, get your shit together. I love when I first started this stream, I would call Amazon customer support on Twitch. They'd put me through, and I'd be like, yeah, do you see, like, I'm showing you the problem? They're like, yeah, we see that it's crashing. All right, well, can you fix it? No. I literally bought a fucking 6 Amazon devices, and they're like, yeah, that what, you want to do something more than just read a fucking book? We'll get an iPad then. All right, here we go. Twitch, live streaming. It's your boy. Sign up or log in. We're going to sign up. All right, kids, you want to see how to do this? All right, we need that bad boy. This bad boy. Kids, one time, this was like 3 years ago, I was watching the I Love Lucy movie, which is like, I don't know. It was some like, they said it was Nicole Kidman, but it kind of, I don't know. I think that shit could have been AI at this point. And that Javier Bardem or whatever, Bardem, who looks like that other guy. Anyway, sign up. Join, put the rabbi, or just Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi Rothschilds. Discord, bitch. You know what I mean? Blah, 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 blah. What's my day of birth? May 14th, 1948. Bitch. Why? Why not? All right, friends, here we go. Phone number, use email. What? That shit's too long? All right. Join. Make it RABB with a capital L. Or a lowercase l. There we go. Join Rabbi Discord. 69. All right, what's the email we're going to use? I guarantee they're going to be like, oh, yeah, sorry, you need to use this other fucking email because we're a bunch of douches here. What is it? What email are we using? God, why isn't this shit working? That's my question. It's just a person. We could listen to pirate podcasts. Dog, what is this shit supposed to be? You'll find your tabs here. Go fuck yourself. Watching games in New York. Is it called YouTube?
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast.
Pirate History
My name
Podcast,
is
kids. Matt,
Thank you for listening.
you're fucking welcome.
Last
What is
week,
this shit
we talked about
called?
several voyages of French trade,
Gmail temporary
voyages
email
that included
address.
raids on Spanish shipping, attacks on Spanish towns, and finally, an attack on the Spanish treasure fleet as it crossed overland on the backs of the mule train. These events were known collectively as Drake's War, and they proved very successful for him. However,
Like Drake's coffee cake.
he found that
Mail
he
taking.
wasn't
Found it,
the national
bitch.
hero he thought he would be. London was very
Copy.
tense at the time because of the international situation.
Yo,
as well
dog,
as
Dog.
some of the
I get it. I get it that you want to tell me stories about pirates, but right now, we are busy. Oh, don't tell me this shit fucking refresh. I would be so pissed. I would be so pissed. All right, sign up. Save a password? No. Dog, sign up, dog. This username is unavailable. Weird. We sent a code to McMonsalvo Turner. Accelerating your quest. You better. Yo, come on. Look a brother up at McDonald's. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Copy. I remember back in the day, you didn't even need to. Oh, you could skip. You could still skip it. What? That is the fucking verification code. Thanks. Your email has been verified. All right, B. Our new mobile app is here. Let's go. Dog, stop. Get me on one of these motherfuckers who's super famous. What are their names? this cat. What if I just go create a clip? Yo, B. No, don't give me this bullshit. Dog, I don't want to watch your fucking things. Is it just live? Clips? Following? I'm not following. Browse? Okay, just chatting. Agent 00, that's the number one guy. It's not Kai Snot. Okay. Weight loss marathon? This motherfucker just sitting in bed. Dog. Flip this shit. Yo, dog. What happened in this clip? Oh, I can tell you everything that happened in this motherfucking clip. Join. Rabbi. Did y'all fuck? I know who that bitch is. Well, do you know who Rabbi is? Hashtag. Give me that hashtag. Dog. I'm gonna add a fucking heart at the beginning of this bitch, so everybody can see who I am. That's tight. John Robert Rothschild's Discord. And then what? Heart. Perfect. Select all. Copy that shit. Save that shit. Clip rendering. Yo, dog. I'm gonna fuck your shit up, son. Wait. But if he stops streaming, then I'm gonna be fucked. Alright. It's game over. This shit is game over. Start service. Save. Okay, what else? New. Home, son. Holy shit. Alright. Home. App info, B. Tray. Force stop. Okay. Okay. Close all the apps. Open this bitch. Wait on it. Now what? Go to browse. Just chatting. Whatever motherfucker's the first one. Dog. Dog. Dog, they got these fucking commercials. This shit is the worst. This shit is the worst. That's okay, I guess. Don't have any more commercials. Now what? I don't know, try it. 1. No, missed it. 1, 2. Yo, bitch. Create clip. Join Rabbit Channel's Discord, dog. Paste. Save, bitch. Clip rendering. Save that shit. Render. Download clip, share. Alright, are you done? Fuck yeah. And then just close it. This bitch is over. Are you fucking serious? Alright, that's cool. That's cool. Alright, let this bitch roll. Let this bitch roll, son. Alright, if that works, I can do this on 1, 2, 3, 4 devices. That would be tight as shit. Dog, what is up with this fucker? What's up with this? Why doesn't this shit work? What is this bullshit? Battery usage. Dog, what is this? Oh, you don't need any of this shit. Bye. Bye. Alright, let's try this shit again. But don't suck the D. Oh, what the fuck? 1? Which one's number 2? Yo, pimp. Wow, this is weird. Bookmarks, Discord 3, Discord, what are we calling this bitch? Clip, bitch. Twitch. I'm Twitch, bitch. Alright, thank you. Twitch clip. Alright, we're done. Delete the content and close. Reopen this shit. Start. Twitch clip, bitch. Dogs. Frizzy. Where's the number 2? Dog. Oh, there it is. WTF is this shit? Dog, why is Brave there? Remove? 1. Oh, is this shit moving? Close, 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 close. All right. One. I wonder if this shit just works. If I just go like that. Closing apps. I hear this motherfucker in the background. Dog, what is this shit? This app closer thing sucks. Okay, app info. Content restricted? Fuck you. Hi, my name's Kai Sanai and I suck dick. Force stop. You're the worst. Hey, Rabbi, do you know who XYZ is? No. Why? Because they suck. Listeria? I've never known anyone to get listeria. Loser bitches get that. Sounds like your stomach needs to get good. Agent Zero, weight loss marathon 5. How much fucking weight are you losing, son? Alright, don't be shit. I bet I have to wait. There's no doubt. What's this bitch doing? Hey, what's going on, Bangkok? Ka-ching chuk. That's cool. I like your fucking Disneyland balloon. Those are tight as fuck. Good on you. Good on Ka-ching chuk. This bitch might be only a few miles away. It's way too bright, though. Unless she's at, like, Tokyo Disney. All right, come on, babies. What the fuck is this shit? What happened in this clip? Well, let me tell you. Rotten Peacock. Is that my thing? Clip rendering, aka sucking the D. Why does it have to do that? Why do you have to do that on my time? That should be a your time thing. Join Rabbi Rothschild's Discord, discord.me/rabbi, linktree.com/rabbi Rothschild. Hashtag Rabbi Rabbi. Heart, cowboy, heart. Love it. All right. Now what? Now do that. 15. Fucking perfect. What's going on here? Hey, Sens. Do you know nobody likes your stream? Hey, I'm going to be a cartoon. Oh, okay, loser. Oh, this is just some horseshit. Crack Heber. You deserve... Oh, no. My shit didn't work there, and I don't know why. Baby, you can drive my car. Bum, 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 bum. Yes, I'm gonna be a star. Bum, 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 bum. Baby, you can drive my car. And maybe I love you. Baby, baby, yeah. Hey, guys. You know who Rabbi Rothschild is? Well, you're gonna. What is this bullshit? Baby, you can drive my car. Wah, 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 wah. Yes, I'm gonna be a star. Bow, 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 bow. Baby, you can drive my car. And maybe I love you. Baby, baby, yeah. Dog, what is this bullshit? Laser away, that's a thing. Holy shit. Close that, close that. Right, let's try this bitch again. Come on, work, bitch. What's going on here? Just chatting. Hey, we're losing weight for the. Why isn't it the same shit? Viewers high to low. Your Rage Gaming. Yo, 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 dog. No, no, no. I don't want what's recommended to me because what you think is good for me sucks. Lowers viewers high to low. Fuck yeah. Give me that Your Rage Gaming douche. Alright. Got that bitch done. Hey, do you know who XYZ is? Hey, Gumdrop. Hi, I'm Jamie. I stream every Sunday. You just do it once a week? What? That's put in some effort, girl. Instagram, mostly selfies and food and my cat. K-pop edits. I'm a king of K-pop, girl. Look at my fucking Facebook profile. Or Instagram. All right, here we go. Categories. Just chatting. Your Age Gaming. You're gonna get it, dog. You're gonna have so many fucking things. Baby, you can drive my car. Bum, 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 bum. Message copied. What the fuck? Shit. Baby, you can drive my car. Bum, 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 bum. Yes, I'm gonna be a star. Bum, 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 bum. Baby, you can drive my car. And maybe. Oh, you must be a follower of this motherfucker. Dude, what is this shit? Seven. What does that one do? 8. You're watching Skip Bayless? That motherfucker fell or something. Baby, you can drive my car. Wow, 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 wow. What is this bullshit? No, why isn't this shit working? Or this shit? Beep, 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 beep. Yeah. All right, we're watching this shit again. Baby, you can drive my car. Wah, 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 wah. Unless I'm gonna be a star. Wah, 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 wah. Baby, you can drive my car. And maybe I love you. Baby, baby, yeah. Oh, that's why. Hold on. This shit is way too long. Way too short. 30 seconds. Needs to be like 40 seconds. Baby, you can drive my car. Wah, 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 wah. Yes, I'm gonna be a star. Wah, 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 wah. Baby, you can drive my car. And baby, beep, 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 yeah. Baby, you can drive my car. Wah, 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 wah. Yes, I'm gonna be a star. Wah, 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 wah. Baby, you can drive my car. And baby, beep, 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 yeah. Beep, 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 yeah. Baby, you can drive my car. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, I'm gonna be a star. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Baby, you can drive my car. And baby, I love you. Beep, 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 yeah. I'm gonna be so pissed that this shit doesn't work. Focus time? Dude, who the fuck is on Twitch focusing? I need to clean my inbox. Lady. Bitch. Baby, you 1 of 4? Dog, this shit sucks. Oh, sweet. Sweet. Damn, that bitch is scaring me. Bro. Baby, you can drive my car. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, I'm gonna be a star. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Baby, you can drive my car. And maybe I love you. Beep, 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 yeah. 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 Baby, you can drive my car. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, I'm gonna be a star. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Baby, you can drive my car. And baby, I love you. Beep, 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 yeah. Beep, 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 yeah. Oh, shit. Is it doing that thing again? How many fucking ads are there? This site is so shitty. Baby, you can drive my car. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, I'm gonna be a star. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Baby, you can drive my car. And maybe I love you. Beep, 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 yeah. Beep, 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 yeah. Beep, 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 yeah. Baby, you can drive my car. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, I'm gonna be a star. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Baby, you can drive my car. I got a pregnant battery. Beep, 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 yeah. Beep, 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 yeah. Beep, 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 yeah. Baby, you can drive my car. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, I'm gonna be a star. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Baby, you can drive my car. Baby, I love you. Baby, baby, yeah. Hey, Rabbi, do you like box fruits? I've actually never even seen it. I couldn't recognize it in a game lineup. Well, but you're always streaming in the Black Fruits Discord. Yeah, so And what of it, dog? Baby, you can drive my car. 1, 2. Is it gonna be a fucking ad again? Because I'm testing it. Yeah, thing 4, 5. Yes, I'm gonna be a star. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Baby, you can drive my car. And maybe baby and baby, yeah. Quick rendering. How about you don't suck dick? Just work, bitch. All right. That motherfucker's gonna have his clips lit the fuck up. LTFO'd, baby. LTFU'd. Lit the fuck up. This motherfucker's. Dude, I don't want to be hearing your shit, though. Calm down, B. All right. Hilarious. This motherfucker's gonna be, Doug, you spammed me 150 fucking times. Yeah, did you like them? Did you choose them as featured clips? Doug, no one gives a shit about TurboTax. Dude, there's no way you have 1/5 of the population of Fayetteville, Arkansas watching you right now. No one believes that. Baby, you can drive my car. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, I'm gonna be a star. 1, 2. Oh, he doesn't have that many clips. Oh, here he does. He's about to have some more. What's this motherfucker's name? Rage? Everybody calls this bitch Rage? Yo, dog. Baby, you can drive my car. Dude, this guy has so many fucking clips. I had somebody clip me once. It was when I was drinking a Yoo-Hoo. It was one of the great clips in the history of mankind. Yo, are you done? Tight. I'm gonna have so many fucking clips on this asshole. He's gonna shit himself. Baby, you can have my car. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, I'm gonna be your star. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Baby, you can have my car. Hey, baby, baby, yeah. Your Rage Gaming. Get ready to get your shit tossed, dog. I got him with another one. Another one. Yo, dog. I go on and on. Can't understand how it lasts so long. Another one. Yo, dog. Everyone knows the case of Bill Cosby. Yeah, he made one of the greatest shows of the late 80s and early 90s. What of it? Actually, the mid 80s to early 90s. What of it? All right. Another one. I go on and on. Can't understand how it lasts so long. Another one. DJ Khaled. Another one. I go on and on. What's that song? I go on and on. I go on and on. Can't understand how it lasts so long. I wish I had a superpower. There's a 200,000 hours. Dog. Another one. I like that song. I go on and on. Can't understand how I last so long. I must have had superpowers. You know, I used to not think Amber Heard was that. I didn't even know who that bitch was, but she's pretty hot. She's like the third hottest chick in fucking LA. I go on and on. Dog, what is the name of the fucking song? Another one. We the best. Dude, it doesn't have that Justin Bieber. It's like another one. I go on and on. Lyrics, bitch. Can't understand how it lasts so long. I must have had superpowers. No, dog, this has Drake in it. Dude, remove another one. He says that at the beginning of every fucking song. I go on and on. Can't understand. On. Dude, this song has. I think it has Drake in it. For free. That's it. YouTube that shit, motherfuckers. I go on and on. Can't understand how it lasts so long. Is there a video? We the best music. Major Key. DJ Khaled. On and on. Can't understand how it lasts so long. I must have had superpowers. Just tell you what, spend hours and hours. Yeah, I like that song. I might have to freestyle it. When I read the lyrics, I call it freestyle. Would you fuck me for free? Another one. We the best music. Major Key. DJ Khaled. Yeah, I go on and on. Can't understand how it lasts so long. I must have had superpowers. Last 223,000 hours. Because I'm off the CC. And I'm off the Hennessy. It said, you know this dick ain't free. I got two of them starting there for it. I got girls that should have made way for it. I got girls that'll cancel a flight back home. Stay another day for it. You got it at 299. And you pussy on agua. You know, stomach on flat. Yeah, son, what's that? I need all the if you have drama because in right now. I was never going to chat when the talking now. The other one I know for the good on the mouth. Man, what you want to ask yourself? Is it just me? Is it just me? Is this sex so good I shouldn't have to fuck free? Oh, is it just me? Yeah. Is it just me? Is this sex so good I shouldn't have to fuck for free? Fuck for free, you did a college degree. And you're free, right? Right? Yo, what up? How you living, pimp? What's good in your neck of the woods? I was just singing some Drake. What's good with you, son? Do you know what kick is? Do you speak English?
Yes.
Do you speak English?
Yes.
Excellent. How'd you find out about me?
Oh, this my name, my faith, Gemma.
Yo, dog, no one knows what you're saying right now. What's up, dog? Yo, dog, there's this thing called English. They invented it on that fucking island. Do you speak it? Do you speak English? Dog, I'm going to assume that's a no. All right. Do you know who this Rage guy is? Just Rage or some shit? Your Rage Gaming. Dude, if I fucking hear this fucking tax commercial one more time and throwing fists. All right. Your Rage Gaming. Dude, shut the fuck up with this shitty ass commercial. Dude, no one gives a shit about this. Dog. I have to watch 2 of these fucking commercials. This is the worst. I didn't even want to talk to you anyway. You didn't even speak my language, son. I speak street. Arr, arr. Dog, shut the fuck up. Let me see your clips, son. This guy's shit is gonna be lit the fuck up. All right, videos, clips. You get a weapon. Okay, so none of them are featured. 24 hours, son. I like it, but I'm compensated. You know, this shit ain't free. I got girls who I should have made pay for. I got Dude, just scroll all the way to the bottom. This shit sucks, son. Worst. Nobody watched this. I didn't even watch my own clip. I don't think I've ever seen a clip that I've made. I've made more clips than anyone on earth, guaranteed. Guaranteed. Like that fucker French gourmet dude. I'll guarantee. Come on, bitch. I like it compensated. I know shit ain't free. I got 2 legs. Yo, dog. Join Rabbi Rothschilds. I got 2 of them. We got 2 of them on the board, son. You know, this shit ain't free. I got 2 men guns gonna make pay for it. The game, son. Game recognized. Game. Arr, arr. Run it back. Clip rendering. I don't believe it. I'm like a little compensated. You know, shit ain't free. Dog, no one cares. I'm gonna start talking like this motherfucker. Like, yo, I got this heave in the fucking corner. Where's my heave? Where's my heave? Where's my heave? Anyway, this is the worst. And like a boy from Compton said, I know the shit ain't free. I got 2 men gonna make for it. I got 2 men gonna make for it. I got 2 men gonna back home. I got 2 men. And like you go from Compton said, I know the thing ain't free. I got 2 motherfuckers on here. We the best. Rabbi Rothschild. We the best. Oh, this is Infinite SGE, son. What does that mean? I don't know. No one knows. Dog, if you make me watch a fucking tax collector commercial, I'm going to be pissed. Psych. Well, it's a tax man. Yeah. Baby, you can drive my car. Want. Yes, I'm gonna be a star. Want. Baby, you can drive my car. And maybe another year. Big, yeah. This is the worst. Beep, 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 beep. Yeah. Baby, you can drive my car. Wah, 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 wah. Yes, oh, dude, it showed up. Tight, dude. I got a ton of these bitches. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tell me who you love more. 5, 6, 7, 8. Dude, what was that one song? It used to be in a. Oh, wait. What's that fucking song, kids? Lyrics 1, 2, 3, 4. Tell me who you love more. Used to be in a detergent commercial or some shit. Be sick as fuck. Lyrics. One, 2, 3, 4. Tell me how you love me more. Sleepless long nights, that is what my youth was for. Oh, teenager, oh, near the door. Let's do it alone, but they want something more. Oh, changing your heart. Oh, you know who you are. You got a bitter heart. Now I can't tell you apart. Cozy and cold, put the horse before the cart. Lonely angels in their eyes. Too scared to answer the little while. Oh, you know who's in your heart. Oh, you know who you are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. When he can't buy you back, then you one, 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 one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Money can't buy you back that love you then. Worst song ever. Wasn't this on Sesame Street? No, the Cosby Show back in days. Next. Oh, your heart. Oh, you are. Oh, in your heart. Oh, you know who you are. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bitch. Wicked. I love that part when they just start doing just scratching records. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tell me you that are a whore. 5, 6, 7, 8. Get ready to. I don't want to say that. 1, 2, 3, 4. I got it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tell me that you are a whore. 5, 6, 7, 8. Tell me. Oh, man. Man, it's close. Yeah. I gotta think of something that rhymes with 8. That isn't the word masturbate. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tell me that you are a whore. 5, 6, 7, 8. What does satiate mean? Doesn't it mean to think about something a lot? I don't know what any words mean, kids. To satisfy. It means to satisfy. Fully. Okay, we could use that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tell me that you are a whore. 5, 6, 7, 8. Make that pussy satiate. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tell me that you are a whore. 5, 6, 7, 8. That pussy ready satiate. No. That's that pussy gonna satiate. Really be satiated? All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tell me that you are a whore. 5, 6, 7, 8. That pussy going satiate. I mean, that means to satisfy. That pussy going satiate. That pussy going satiate. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tell me that you are a whore. 5, 6, 7, 8. That pussy gonna satiate. Oh, teenager. Worst song ever. This shit. There's something about this person's account that keeps fucking with my robot. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tell me that you are a whore. 5, 6, 7, 8. That pussy gonna satiate. Oh, teenager. Welcome. How are you, pimp? No, I didn't send it. I don't know what he's talking about. Just one moment. Huh?
That was your lunch. Yeah, okay. Sweet. Not good time ago.
What was that?
It was a Whopper. I found it time ago. Whopper nuggets and cheeseburger and then fries.
I'll send you guys an invite in just a moment. Are you ready to get your worlds rocked? I know for a fact that all day today, Riser has been practicing. He doesn't like getting embarrassed. Should I accept your private game? Fuck that shit. Rejected. There's only one host that everybody loves. The hostess with the mostest. Rabbi Rothschild, a.k.a. Master Big Dick.
Actually, yeah, I was playing with the red ball, and it's like, I'm too used to cursing at the red ball, so I don't like that.
I understand. It's like playing the away jerseys. Hey, Zook, do you remember that time I sent you an invitation and you accepted it?
Ask me and see, wake up.
Why don't you put on a little makeup?
Yo, dude. Yo, what's up? You ready for 100x?
Yeah. Maybe the most perfect shot in the history of mankind. Maybe.
It was a 7 out of 10.
I'll take it. Oh, look at this asshole.
I told you it was a 7 out of 10.
Riser's just being a bully today. What else is new? Oh, what a great shot.
Oh.
What a great shot.
I can get more though.
That's a deep water bump, dog. That's a good shot.
Yeah, but it's not as good as this right here, right now.
Water. Are you going for that water bump? Or are you just going to make the shot like a man? Water. Zoo.
What I wanted to do.
Nope. And my ball is perfectly positioned to fuck you.
Fucking wrong.
Oh, stop. That sucked. I underestimate the power of those arrows.
What are you-
You like that shot? Like that one?
Water bump him, son. Oh, wow, he did.
Dude, what the fuck, dude?
He fucked me as well. Psych, bitch.
Alright. Brother, what you're gonna do is you're gonna keep my moving.
Riser did not do that.
Brother, that's the worst shot I've ever seen.
Riser's got an interesting putt here. Wow, friends. This is unprecedented. I came out swinging.
Okay, what about I stopped at this one?
Because I always have to go first.
This is easy. We fucked up.
I tried something new. I
What you need to do?
experimented.
What you need to do, Riser. You see that big ball there? No, you fucked up. What you meant to do is this.
Knock the big one onto the hole. There you go. Oh, so you literally just gave Rabbi all you had to do is not do that. All you had to do is knock his fingers away.
We gave everyone an easy shot.
Thank you, Zoot. And everyone appreciates your generosity.
No, they don't.
Alright, what about this is the easiest shot I've ever done.
Thanks, big dog.
Rabbi?
I will take that shot. Just,
Rabbi, that was the worst shot I've ever seen in my history of all shots I've ever seen.
just don't get in my way.
No.
Come on, baby. One of the greatest shots that we've ever seen. This is unprecedented, people. Get in. I go on and on. Can't understand how it lasts so long. I must have had superpowers. That,
I'll take it.
that's a good
I'll
shot.
take it from back there.
Absolutely, that's a good shot. It gives you a chance to make it. And you're going to need that chance. Because Rabbi's on a roll. No pun intended. Look at this shot, though, folks. Look at this shot, though. Zoot needs... There's just no way, Zoot. Have you guys ever played this game against strangers? And if you do they just quit halfway through?
Sometimes.
That was terrible.
I have not played this wall in a hot minute. I know they just discontinued.
Too much pink, baby. Too much pink in the stink.
All right, well, I'm gonna win.
Oh, fuck. Riser really
You're
fucked
better
me.
off just going that way. You're better off just going that way.
Where? Oh, dude.
Yeah, you're better off just going. No, you're just better off going that way.
Yeah. Oh, fuck.
But Rabbi,
He's got a chance at it. He's got a chance at it. Oh, that was smooth.
Okay, Raza, that was a 12 out of 12.
Oh, dude, quit fucking me, dude. Well, it looks like I'm getting 0 points. And it looks like Zoot needs an amazing shot. Well, that would. I'm usually pretty good at this hole. Way too hard.
I know it did. I can come back. I can come back with a time.
This wall is probably the toughest hole in the game. It's a
So
wall where you
tough.
do that.
You can get a hole in one.
And even if you hit a perfect shot like that, it'll still chuck your ball right to the water.
This is the toughest shot.
No!
Raza,
Thank you.
One of the greatest shots we've ever seen.
No, I-
Water bump him.
hey, Rabbi, if you don't get it in this shot, Raza wins.
No.
Fuck yeah, man! Fuck yeah!
I had to remind him.
No, I knew exactly what it took to win.
All right, I'm gonna get the winner. The next game is mine. The next game is mine. The next game is mine.
Zoot's going first.
Go through the
Perfect. Are you going off the ball? No! Fuck. Now I have to make this. Fuck. Well, that wasn't fun.
Yeah, it's. I feel like the algorithm is not actually shuffling.
Oh, you guys didn't know I get to pick the holes beforehand?
Oh, that explains why you win 90% of the game.
Psych, I don't get to pick the games beforehand, dog. I don't get to pick the games beforehand. I go on and on. Can't understand how it lasts so long. I must have had superpowers. Oh, that's a perfect shot. I do.
You're gonna vote Rabbi as well as Rabbi.
Right, I got an idea. Ducky. That's
I go on and on. Can't understand how it lasts so long.
helped you.
Perhaps. Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, dude.
Alright, where to show the whole time?
Oh no, dude.
That's a good way to show the whole time.
Stop.
Rabbi, where to show the whole time?
No, it's in his way.
The crazy part is the crazy part is no one progressed anywhere in this game.
No, dude. Oh,
Yeah, but the thing is, it doesn't matter because I'm not very far.
I was trying to keep him in the pin as long as we could.
That's what bitches usually tell me. But no one's gonna score.
The anuses are pink too. Male anuses are pink too.
I wouldn't know, dog. I'm not around them. Hey.
You know, look in a Playboy magazine.
They don't have male anuses in Playboy magazine, dog.
And not the kind that you look at. Bird.
No, that's not a burn. All Playboy magazines do not have male anuses. It goes against everything that Playboy stands for.
I
Now,
don't know why you brought it up.
I didn't. You're the one who brought it up. I said, bitches usually tell me that they can't keep me out of the pink. You said, yeah, male anuses are in the pink. Haven't you ever seen a Playboy magazine or something like that? And I'm like, dog, there aren't male anuses in a Playboy.
Yeah, not the ones that you look at.
None of them. Find me a Playboy magazine with a male anus that you can see pink in. Oh, that is a good shot. That is a good shot.
Dude, go the long way.
Get him, Zoo. Get him, Zoo. You're just gonna help him. You're gonna help him.
Yeah, shoot his ball.
Oh, definitely. I was ready to start bitching. I was ready to start bitching already. I go on and on. Can't understand how it lasts so long.
I help Rabbi. And I help Raza. Raza doesn't help me.
I help you all the time. I tried to keep him in the bubble gum.
Okay, Raza.
But as your winning streak is starting,
Dude, Zoot just invalidated this win. He invalidated your win. I have officially been... I'm actually really bad at this hole.
Dude, it literally wouldn't let me shoot my ball.
Bullshit.
What do you mean bullshit? It would not allow me. Oh, there's a hole there that.
I agree.
Well, there's a hole in our hearts.
There's a hole in my bucket, dear Liza. Dear Liza, there's a. Oh wow.
First try. Putting the pressure on early. Dude, make this, baby.
Easy.
Too hard. But it works.
Wow. I'm mathematically eliminated. Good, because I don't like this one. I know because
We
it's
never
got,
get this home.
that's true. I don't like this hole because it's so easy to get water bumped. It's so easy to get water bumped.
Right, Razo knock it top.
No, you can't.
If you get
Yeah.
3 now, you can only get 2 points.
No, that's not true. You can get 3 points.
No, you can't.
Yeah, you can.
How are you going to get any water bumps me? And how are you going to get 3 points, Doug?
If no one else goes
You get 2 points.
and I score, you get 3 points.
That's incorrect.
I think he's just trolling. Water.
Rim job.
How's that on the water? It's not wind.
That was a really good water bump because it changed where my ball could go.
I don't understand. You're falling right back to where you
Right, but it doesn't allow me to change its position on the tee.
Man, already a short time.
Did you get to change the position on the tee?
No. And I feel like you should, but it's whatever. Yeah, you needed collusion, dude. I'm telling you, Zoot just typed while I was in the middle of focusing
Oh, I was shooting? I was
on my next shot. Let me go first, baby.
Go have dinner in $100.
literally just went to lunch 1 hour ago.
That was 3 hours ago.
Oh, what a great shot.
You ready for the greatest?
That's going to be so shitty. It's unbelievably shitty. Unbelievably shitty shot. Stop. Are you fucking serious? Dude. Yes, I did.
God damn it.
Perfectly.
I don't know why
I've got the angle here. You can count this. Fuck. Are you going to try to bounce it? Are you going to try to bounce it? Oh, wow.
I did not want to. You can make that next shot.
Rim job. Fuck you, dude.
So it's done.
Fuck you. Make it, Zoot.
Why would you say that? You mean congratulations on the amazing shot that you wish you took?
Doug.
Keeping 1.3.
Oh, fuck this hole.
This
Yeah, because it's unfair. You have a giant fucking screen. Zoot, I hope, gets to go next. Zoot, go next.
We have a good day. Good. Goes a long way. Despair now.
Alright, I've got the brightest shot of all time. Eventually on point. Eventually about to get a hole in one.
Oh, dude.
You're so far left.
Thanks for the tip.
And I was joking and gave you a point or something.
Wow, funny. This game's rigged, kids. Rigged.
How does it feel? How does it feel not to have a hole in one in this game, brother?
I feel like people are colluding against me.
That was a good job. Why do you feel that? Not that way.
Because
We're
you.
not even blue.
Yes, you are.
Alright, this is a 10 out of 10 shot.
It's gonna hit your ball, and it goes in the water.
That's it. Damn it.
Fuck, man.
Say that that's colluding.
Collusion, dog. That's collusion.
I'll listen to it. What's your favorite album?
One by the Beatles.
That's the one.
I don't give a shit. I was answering it anyway. You guys are colluding. You're using music against me.
Raza? You think you're going to get it in this shot?
Yeah, he's got this shit.
I'll get that 10. I'll get that 10. I'll get Raza to 0.
Collusion.
3 out of 10.
Collusion.
Mathematically eliminated, folks, after 3 holes.
Not mathematically eliminated, asshole. I still have a chance.
Big disadvantage going first on this one was just easiest.
Zoot has no idea what he's doing.
We're going to strain the water.
Oh, that's a good water bump.
It drained it for the rules on.
Why would you even do that?
It's better than robot shot.
No, I probably
Come back in half. No water bump. Okay.
Zoot can still steal the game from me. Probably did. Stroke
Just
ahead.
get it in on that ball then.
I've never seen anyone get it in on the next one.
Yeah, I did once.
Is that there?
Yeah.
Thanks for blocking.
And you said, oh, yeah, the sheep.
Alright. You're going to Raza. You're going to hit wrap up.
Okay. You gotta pray that that tree.
Fuck you.
Dude, I don't care. Get my ball in, yes. Thank you.
Fuck. What?
Not a big- He was trying to bump the elephant back to the sand.
I was actually trying to bump everybody off.
You just gave him the game.
Going around, folks. It doesn't be counting.
Collusion. Yeah, because of collusion.
It is perfect, so. I thought the whopping 2 points this game is really You can make this for the win right now.
Not even close, dude. No, hit it off the little corner. Off the corner. That's in the water. Corner. No fucking way.
Sorry, Rabbi, do you see when we did the zip? We pissed him off, so it's not fun. Not ranking our shots.
Hilarious. Look at this shot.
That was a fucking 3 out of 10.
He's got his mind on, what's it called? Hungry Jacks?
I feel like Duke's not even trying for the last ball.
It broke him. I broke his spirit.
He cheated.
Wow. And he fucked up his next shot. It was way harder. But he's not trying anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, how did that happen? Wow.
Yeah, sure.
But just wasted as much time as possible watching your ball slide on the ice.
We call this bitch Tanya Harding.
No, Zoo, no.
Okay, Gary, I'll be back.
No,
One more.
don't leave. One more, dog. Dude, it's this fucking hole again. Why do we always start on this hole?
Dude, one more.
Well, I think Zoot has said his last goodbye. What is he doing? Eating again? Or he's got to check his... what's he do? He checks his Snapchat. By the way, Riser, if you're ever wondering why he's taking so long, he has asked me in advance to be patient with him while he checks his Snapchat while we play.
Yeah. He's still on the phone call, so that means he can hear us. But
Do you know who Kai Cenat is?
hey, Zoo, we're waiting for you, just like Tyson waits for people to do videos every time it's uploaded.
Word, dog. I go on and on. Can't understand how I last so long. I must have had superpowers. Lasted 230,000 hours. Dude, did you really just fucking leave? I didn't fuck up his shot. He literally missed his last shot twice. It went over the hole 2 times.
Yeah, on the second last one, we decided that the last third ball was knocked down in my ball by chance.
Right? I shouldn't have done that. I should have just gone after your ball. I was trying to knock you both out, though.
Yeah, I don't know if that seems good. But whatever, he'll be back.
Did that really piss him off?
I mean, it was just up to chance. It should not.
Dog, if that pissed him off, there's a lot of shit that could have been done to piss him off. Like getting water bumped all the fucking time. If you had to meet one influencer, not like celebrity, but just like kind of medium size, like not like a big influencer, but nobody who's super famous, who would it be?
Sorry, what was the question?
If you had to meet one influencer, who would it be? No, it has to be just like an influencer who just does social media. They can't have like a thing. William Montgomery has like a podcast. That it can't be that big.
I don't even know if I can name a influencer who just posts bullshit on. Wait, is it just posting bullshit on social media? You're influencer?
Yeah.
And some hot model girl, probably.
Oh, okay. Yeah, then that doesn't count. What dude?
You just said it counts if they're a fucking influencer. There's fucking hot model influencers.
All right. Well, I can change the rules. What would be a dude who you'd want to meet?
Is an influencer on fucking social media?
Yeah, but they're not like a celebrity. They're not that big. You don't know who Kai Cenat is?
He's a YouTuber.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm talking about. Someone who is a YouTuber. Yeah, YouTuber's fine.
But okay, that's not on like doing big promos on social media.
Yeah, I mean like
Talking about
not William
YouTubers,
Montgomery. What I'm saying is not William Montgomery.
they can't do it.
They that's,
Stevie Weeby.
who is that?
Steve Weeby. Bob Wee's brother. Who's just super funny. Does that count?
No, his brother's too famous.
It's a YouTuber, right?
Word. Oh, are you fucking serious? Yeah, they can't have like famous families. You can't be like, oh, I want to meet, I don't know, whatever the Jenner kid is.
So Kai Cenat is way popular, so you can't do that.
No, that would be fine. That would be fine.
Kai Cenat is like a huge, like mega popular celebrity.
I know, he reminds me of myself.
So more popular.
He reminds me a lot of myself. We both stream on YouTube.
Yeah, that's one thing. Is there anything else in that diagram?
Shit. Shit. I fucked up. So I built this robot on my phone that is just creating clips of people. And I accidentally just spammed the guy's account just one time. Not maliciously, just to test something, and I got banned. And that means I can't do clips on his account anymore. I mean, I'm not brokenhearted, but I'm just going to create another account right now, and it'll be fine. But we're done. Nope. Just more. It allows me to have more devices, and wow, you can't have the number. I don't know if this is true. If you can't have the number 69 in your name, I don't know if that's true. I don't know. Anyway, I just created another account, and it's going to spam this guy.
Yeah.
Is that Zoot? Did he just make a noise?
Yeah, I heard it. Dude, are you there?
Did he choke on his Hungry Jacks?
Hopefully not.
Do you think Zoot loves Hungry Jacks?
What is Hungry Jacks? The Australian Burger King?
Word, Mockingbird.
I didn't get to hear a review of the burger.
What do you think it was on a scale of 1 to 10?
I'm sure you'd rate that burger an 8.
Dude, it is unreal to me how many ads are shown on Twitch. Like, I use ad blockers usually, but I don't have them on the app. And they show so many ads. It's kind of ridiculous, in my opinion. I just wanted you guys to know that.
Which one?
Twitch?
On YouTube?
On
Or
Twitch.
Twitch?
Yeah. YouTube does too. YouTube can show some fucked up ads. And it can show some really long ads. Like, I've had ads that are like 20 minutes. And if you're not paying attention and don't press skip ahead, then it'll just show you a 20-minute ad.
Yeah,
I
have an ad blocker.
Same here. And I mean, I don't know what I would do without it. I don't think I would watch YouTube as much as I do.
I would like rather pay for premium than I guess worth paying $40 or whatever. I don't know how much YouTube premium is.
Dude, I
If
thought
it's
it,
$100 to not watch ads. That's like insane.
I thought there was like I thought it was like $160. But that includes like YouTube music and other shit. I'm not saying that maybe that's just the best package. I'm gonna look it up. While Zoo eats his Hungry Jacks. Okay, so it's called YouTube Premium. And they're gonna make it so that you buy YouTube Premium and you'll still have to watch ads. It just won't be as many. Okay.
No.
So
It's gotta be ads.
no, they're changing it. Okay, so it's $13.99 a month. Maybe I just read it for a whole year. It was like $160 or something, which is probably more accurate. Hold on a second.
$40 for the year.
Hold on. There's something. No. There's something. It's not YouTube Premium. It's YouTube. YouTube TV is $160 a month. Something like that. YouTube TV, because it has channels on it. It's okay. It's $82.99 a month, but I think they have higher versions of it. That's a lot of money. You get HBO, right? I mean, that's like Showtime and shit, and like and Stars. Did you know Stars started as an African American channel? Did you know that Stars was an African American channel? Hold on.
Never heard of that.
Hold on. I could be making that up. I'm not though. Stars African American channel. It started as Stars in Black. No, Encore Black. Stars recognizes Encore channels. Maybe I'm making that up, but I don't think so. Stars. Hold on. History. Launch and early success. No, it didn't. I don't know what I'm talking about. It did not start as an African American. I know BET, obviously, but Stars focused on more feature films. One of these, maybe not. I don't know. Let me ask ChatGPT about this. I don't like spreading misinformation. I think I am. Did Stars ever feature African American movies, like way in the beginning? Yes, African American filmmakers were integral to cinema. No. STARZ. I see you're referring to Stars, a premium cable show. Stars has featured a number of African American led films and TV series. The platform has been, I guess it just focuses on African American content, but it wasn't started as that. I think in the beginning, it just Stars featured films such as The Banker. No. I think it just was a premium movie channel. I don't know why I thought it started. Let me see if any of these did. Yo, dog, did any of the premium channels ever start as African American channels? Yes, a few. Okay, BET. Yeah, we know that one. TV One. Okay, we know that one. Aspire by Magic Johnson. Stars. Oh, Stars did. Okay, Stars. Well, not originally an African American focused channel, Stars has consistently offered content with it which appeals to diverse audiences, including African American viewers. Okay. Apparently, Stars kind of focuses on some African American led things. I don't know. I think it's good. I think diversity is good. Do you know who Robert L. Johnson is? He was the first black billionaire. He was the first black billionaire.
Okay.
He's the founder of BET. Black Entertainment Television.
Black Entertainment Television.
Yeah, you don't know what BET is, dog?
Yeah, I don't think we got that in the right here.
No shit. You don't get BET in Canada?
I mean, I don't have cable, but I've never heard of it. I've never had it growing up.
Dog, you've never heard of BET?
No, just like you haven't heard of Nardwuar.
No one knows what that is. Or the Beachcombers.
No, look up Nardwuar on YouTube and Spanish interviews. How they created like every single thing.
Is he black? I'm only looking it up if he's black. Dude, I have to look up Narddog.
Look him up, Nardwuar.
Narddog. He's not black. He's Canadian.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, but he's not black. I wanted to look up somebody who was black.
Oh, We all come from Africa.
That's true. That's true. The cradle of civilization, baby.
The seed that gives birth to everything.
Word, dog. That's a very valid point, Riser. What the fuck did you do with... Yo, are you ready to play? What did you do to this person? So, is this guy funny? Is Nardwuar funny?
Nardwuar, he's very. I guess it's in the player taste. If you like cringe, then they like them. Personally, I've seen Nardwuar's cult members.
Does he have... Hey, Zoot, are you ready to play? Are you ready to eat your Hungry Jacks? Zoot, when people talk to you, do you answer them? Apparently not. He's too busy watching Nard Dog.
Want to hear this idea that I saw today?
Is it the best idea in the history of mankind?
Possibly it might shut down a few multi-billion-dollar companies.
I'd love to hear.
Alright, so it's kind of like YouTube at least gatekeep their like YouTube premium and whatnot, and that's fine, whatever. But I feel like with the way Tinder and Bumble and Hinge or whatever, like this whole system of swiping on like dating profiles where you have to pay a company because they gatekeep an algorithm, and then you have to go through one by one or swipe it. Like tedious and annoying. So it would be much better if it was just like an open concept where you could see every single person on the dating app and the gender that you're interested in, just like go through it like a giant list of people or whatever.
I like that, but then only the hot chicks would get chosen.
Well, how is that any different from how it is today?
It's a good point.
It's the same people, except it doesn't go through like little bottleneck of like one person at a time. They have to swipe through with every single person that you know. This would just be a whole rack of people with all their profiles. You can scroll down, click on whatever one is appealing to you.
In 2017, I was able to, well, 2016 and 2017, I was able to root some Android phones, and I was able to get, I was able to hack Tinder. I'm not even kidding about this. I was able to hack Tinder and use some software that I got for like a rooted phone that would allow you to like 256 chicks at one time with one push of a button. And it would allow you to do that, what you're saying, see all their pictures. And I actually was able to date a girl who worked for Tinder. She technically worked for Match.com. But Match.com's in Westwood, which is a part of Los Angeles. And she basically wanted to know how I did it. Because she could see all the scores. And like my scores were through the roof because I was able to like all these chicks and all these chicks liked me back. I basically like broke the website. So they changed it so that you can't, well, that software doesn't work anymore, but also you can't just swipe right on every chick or you get banned. That's against their terms. Apparently, I mean, I haven't been on Tinder in years, but yeah,
Be able to love everyone. Dang, what do I keep dropping?
I'm in agreement with you, Doug. I think it should be a criminal lawsuit.
What is a root phone?
Do you know what a jailbroken phone is?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's just the Android version of jailbreaking. I would like to know what you did with Caspian Sea.
He's building this new Tinder website.
Dude,
for,
that's a good idea. It's just, it would be like a big Facebook.
Yeah, pretty much. Just like instead of having one person on the screen, just you have like whatever.
Yeah, I want to say that.
Or something.
I want to say, hold on a
It's
second.
giant thing that-
Hold on a second. Some websites allow you to do this, though, if you use their website version. Like, I remember I dated a girl on Plenty of Fish, and I found out, like, basically it would have, like, a big list of just pick girls' faces, and you could pick on one of them.
Okay, right. Yeah, I didn't know if that exists or not.
Yeah, and I think OkCupid does, too. Now, they could have changed their format since I've used these sites, but, yeah, they all kind of had something similar like that on their web version, not on the app. The app is really small.
Okay. I don't think does Tinder even have a web version.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
I guess. Yeah. Tinder is an $8 billion company, but I guess it makes sense because they're literally exploiting people who are trying to find love.
That's true. The girl who I dated from there was a sociologist from Emory. Basically, like, you know, they hired her because of her understanding of people's social interaction skills.
Was it a serious date, or did you just try to figure out how to talk to it?
I think it was serious. I mean, like, we maintained contact afterward. The issue for me was that she lived really far away. So I was in Orange County and she was in, like, basically Westwood, which is like an hour and a half away. But the reason why I was able to even date her was I could change where my location was. And yeah, I mean, I can't say that I was like overwhelmingly attracted to her by any means, but at least we maintained friendly communication thereafter. I mean, if I wanted to contact her, I probably still could, but she's probably married by now. She was a catch. I mean, I'm not saying she was bad looking by any means. She's a cute girl, but just not perhaps the woman for me.
Do you think it could be possible to even meet with Tinder? I mean, you can basically clone the app exactly and then make it like 1/10 of the cost and still potentially either destroy their margin or revenue.
So I had a friend. So I don't know. I'm sure I've told you this before, but I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. And one of the people who I knew when I was doing that launched. So I was like in the startup game, and we would always talk about different apps that we would want. And so this one guy who I know, he got fired from the startup at which I worked. He went to start another company, and it was a dating site for stoners called Toke, which is a good idea. But the issue is getting girls on it. And so I remember I didn't download it, but I know a friend of mine downloaded it who was working at, well, he's a coworker, but we became on a friendly basis. And he said it was like 200 guys on it and like 3 girls, and all 3 girls basically had to be bribed to be on it. And that's the issue with dating sites is girls are just going to be on the top ones. There's no reason for a girl to be on some esoteric dating site that nobody knows about. It's actually kind of hurts her self-esteem to be on that. But that was a really good idea. So it was essentially exactly Tinder, but it was just all people who were 420 friendly. I wonder if it's still available. I know two of the guys who left us. Well, they both got fired, but they went on to start this.
I mean, maybe it turns into a gay dating site
Called Stroke. Token Stroke. Token Stroke.
They're getting all guys. The grinder for people that smoke.
Yeah, how did they spell it? T-O-K or something? That's top. Let me see if I can find it on the No, I think it's T-O-Q-U-E. Toke dating. I mean, it was a really good idea. I thought it was a really good idea just because then you kind of Toke dating 420, I guess. There wasn't any money behind it. That was the thing. These guys just didn't have the money to really make it anything big. No, I guess there's 420 singles. That's cool. Cannabis dating app.
It seems like really difficult space to get market share in because it's like this network effect where people flock. That's like the most amount of users, but
And how do you make money on it? And how are you going to make money on it?
I mean, I feel like Tinder, you could still charge like 1/10 what Tinder does and still be profitable. They're just like, they charge like $100. They like, it's like $150 a year per person.
Yeah, I've had the premium. I've had the premium versions of like every dating site, and they're worth it to me. And I always saw it as an investment. Basically, like I'm gonna have more options, and this is a great long-term investment. It's probably one of the best long-term investments you can have.
If you don't do it, it's like you might as well not even go on it. And that's super like actually messing with the person, actually be seen by the person.
Right. I'm in agreement with you. And also, it's like the girl's like, well, how much money does this guy have if you can't even get the premium version of this?
No matter how much money I have, I don't want to be ripped off by some corporation exploiting people. Might as well buy their stupid love making, matchmaking.
I got you, big dog. What'd you do with Zoop?
Leaving his hungry jack.
Is that what he's doing?
I don't know.
Do you ever eat craft dinner?
I used to, but I find that kind of disgusting now.
Why do you call it craft dinner and not macaroni and cheese?
This Kraft Dinner is like a brand of macaroni.
I know. I've never had craft dinner, but I always find it interesting that. I mean, I've had versions of it, but never that. And I've always found that interesting that Canadians call it that.
Why is there no craft dinner in the U.S.?
It's not called that. It's called, I guess you would call it Kraft macaroni and cheese.
They don't sell it like the disgusting like powder like cheese. Like,
No, it's exactly the same. It's exactly the same shit. I mean, I think I haven't had that version. That version is. I've had similar versions that are kosher. That one's not kosher, but to my knowledge, it's not. But they have like they make it in different shapes and things. It's very popular. I mean, I don't know if I see. It's like a thing in Canada, though. It's like poutine or whatever. Like if I had to name the most stereotypical Canada shit, it's milk in bags, poutine, hockey, maybe some curling, even though that's really not. Yeah, that guy Nardward. Hey, did you know Justin Trudeau is going to step down as prime minister on Wednesday?
I saw that on an Instagram post. I was hoping that was bullshit, but
Why, you like him?
I feel like I like how bad he is. Yeah. If that's real, I'll be shocked because I bet he would never stepping down. But it's like a Biden situation. Ari's like, look, we're totally
Is he seen as progressive? No. Trudeau?
Like, compared to who?
The previous guy?
What do you mean by like progressive specifically?
Like you have two parties, right? You have conservative and liberal.
There's like 5 parties, but yeah.
Okay, is he more the liberal party or more the conservative party?
He represents the liberal party.
Okay.
But they're really like a socialist party.
Exactly. So are they going to try to bring in like a conservative prime minister or what? How does that work? Do you vote on it?
Yeah. It is a democratic system. It's a parliamentary system. And there's going to be an election at some point, in which case, hopefully everyone in Canada gets the majority government to the Conservative Party here, Olivier, who just recently did an interview that I watched with Jordan Peterson, how he's going to address all of the social problems in Canada that the Liberal Party has caused.
Why doesn't Jordan Peterson run for Canada's thing?
I don't think he wants the job.
I think though he would be that's who Canada
He's pretty controversial too. I don't think he's likable enough because of his he got kicked out of Toronto University for saying that there's only 2 genders.
Right. I mean, but come on. That's the controversial thing about it.
I mean, you should know that it's not politically, whether that's true or not, it's just not the politically correct thing to just stand your ground on in this day and age. So,
If not that, then what? If not that, then what? That's like the most basic biological consistency that we have. I understand that it doesn't always work out that way. That you can have people who become or who are intersex or like hermaphrodites and things. I get that. Got it. But like, come on, 99% of all Canadians are one of two genders.
No, but it's just this. I'm in agreement with you. Yes, that's how you should view it. But the full wokeism ideology of like gender is just a mental construct, and if you want to be a non-binary, liquefied, non-gender, binary, like female, then that's your gender. It's something much more complicated and complex.
I'm sure you know this.
Just biological.
I'm sure you know this.
Biological sex, which is what physical organs you have.
I'm sure you know this. You know that I'm a woman by the state of California, according to the state of California.
Yeah, but not according to Jordan Peterson.
Oh yeah, no. I was non-binary. I was non-binary for like 2 years, and then I became a woman like a year ago.
I heard that you get cheaper car insurance if you declare yourself as a woman.
That's an interesting point. Very interesting point.
Yeah, I wonder what other. Can you just walk into a woman's bathroom because you're a woman?
That's already the law. That's already the law. You can do that.
You can? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh. So some guy can just change his gender to female and go take a dump in the ladies' room?
You don't even need to do that. You can be a guy and go in the girls' restroom. It becomes a big issue with people. Like, let's say you have a daughter who is, I don't know, whatever age, but not like old enough to defend herself. And she goes into the bathroom and then some like dude walks in there. It's an issue. So there are dads that go in the bathroom, make sure no one's in there, let their girl go in, and then stand outside the door and say, "Don't go in there until my daughter's done."
What do you think about that law? Should anyone male be able to walk into the female restroom? You should at least have to change your ID and driver's license and your passport to declare that you're female.
I get that. I actually think that we shouldn't segregate restrooms anymore. Like, we once segregated restrooms based on color. I don't think we should segregate restrooms. I think everything should be a unisex restroom. I think these are called in the United States.
With the urinal?
I think women should be able to use urinals. No, they make a female urinal.
Where's the female urinal?
It's already a thing. It's been a thing. It's basically like a wide open cup that they can spray into.
It's only the size of a cup.
It's like, I don't know, a little bigger than this.
Oh, that's pretty small then.
Well, it's not like they have to shift a dick in it. Well, no, maybe it's bigger than that. I don't know. Hold on, I'll look it up. They make a few of them. They also make a. Let's see here. I'm looking it up.
Oh, and then so they should install female urinals in all the
Well, they call these family restrooms, and I think that's fine. Like basically anybody can go in there. I don't know, what are people doing that's so bad in the bathroom that you can't have somebody of the opposite gender go in there? Now I understand.
Pissing all over the toilet.
Okay, I mean girls do that too sometimes.
I don't think it's like. I think.
Yeah, it's like okay. So here's
females are kind of generally more cleaner than males.
I understand that. I understand that's how it is.
It's not us wanting. It's not us not going to bed with them.
Here's a female urinal in Mexico. Okay, so it's big. They make multiple. The one that I was showing is like for a hospital, but here's what it looks like. It looks like a urinal, but it just has more of a like angle downwardly. But they're in Mexico. I had to ban what's his name? Ass Munch. And I didn't want to. I like Ass Munch. I think he's a very smart person, but he's too sexual. And especially, I mean, he can be very annoying. And I gave him different chances. And then I kept having to block him, and he'd create alt accounts, and then I have to block him. And because it'd be one thing if he came in and talked about things, but he just is like, I want to suck your cock. Or, oh, daddy, give it to me. And it's like, dog, like, it was funny the first 900 times I heard it, but it's really just annoying at this point. And then he would come into the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu Telegram and do that. And while I could have him blocked in there, I don't want to block him. I shouldn't say that. I didn't block him. I just kicked him from the Discord, but he thought he was blocked. So he came in with a bunch of alt accounts. I didn't want to block him, and I didn't block him. I just kicked him. And look, I will put it to you this way. Let's say this was your Discord, and I did something to piss you off.
Right, kick him in immediately and ban him immediately.
No. I didn't ban him. I still haven't banned him. I banned his alt accounts, but I didn't ban his account. But let's say this was your Discord. Let's say you had a Discord. And let's say I went in there and I said something that you didn't like. Like, he literally could talk about just about anything except the topics that he chooses. He chooses to talk about topics that hurt children, and I don't like that. He talks about, I mean, that's really about the only topic that I don't think is cool. I'm trying to think. I mean, there are other topics that I'd be like, dude, calm down. But I've warned him before, dog, I don't think that hurting children is funny. And he keeps bringing it up. And I said, but like, let's say you had a Telegram or you had a Discord, and I said something that you didn't like. Let's say you don't like when people, I don't know, talk about Canadian stereotypes. Okay. So I come in there and I just start going, milk in a bag, milk in a bag, milk in a bag. And you're like, dude, Rabbi, I've told you I don't like Canadian stereotypes. Don't talk about that. Poutine, craft dinner. And then you kick me out. Okay. If I came back and I was your friend, I'd be like, look, dude, I took it too far. I apologize. Like, is there any way I can get my account back? I won't do that again. But he didn't do that. He just kept doing it. Craft dinner, milk in a bag. And then, you got to ban him at that point because, I mean, it wasn't even, he and those other guys were getting Zoot upset. And it's like, I don't want people to not enjoy being here because they got to put up with this bullshit. So, I don't know. I just think that when I've had one-on-one conversations with him, I know he's a very smart person. and I know he's very intelligent, but there's something in his brain, the way it's wired, that is overly sexual, which can be fine. I can put up with that. But when you bring children into it, I don't think that's cool. In fact, I think that's really creepy.
It also, I don't know, it's just like how this gets off on like being like a boy and a girl, pointless and not funny and sad.
100%. All wrapped it into one. You're
Hungry Jack's burger.
exactly. And I could tolerate, like I can tolerate homosexuality, like when he'd be like, well, Zoot knows it happened just recently, but he'd be like, I want to suck your dick. I want to suck your dick. Yes, Daddy. Yes, I can handle that. I can live with that. But when you start bringing up children, that's not cool. Hey, how's your Hungry Jacks? Zoot, how was your Hungry Jacks?
Yeah, cool. Disgusting. Whatever. Unhealthy.
Is that what you had?
Yeah, I was feeling depressed and I wanted to torture myself with bad food, so I had that.
Why'd you call it Burger King?
You like the McDonald's with Australia?
That's the Burger King.
Yeah, but why did you tell us that you went to Burger King when we know you didn't go to Burger King?
Sorry, what did you say?
Why did you tell us that you went to Burger King when we know you don't have Burger King?
Because mess.
The thing is, we wanted to hear you say Hungry Jacks.
Yeah, it's just Burger King, right?
I know, but we wanted to hear you say Hungry Jacks.
The one time that I tried In-N-Out, you've probably heard of In-N-Out and been to In-N-Out.
It's based in Irvine, yeah.
Yeah, so we're on a family vacation driving through California, and we're in like Santa Barbara, down to Monaco or something, and we have In-N-Out Burger. It's all 5 of us, and we're staying at this like hotel, and so we eat the burgers. Me, my brother, and my dad are totally fine, but my sister and her boyfriend, the next day were just like vomiting non-stop and like super sick from that burger. And on top of that, the next day we had to drive like 4 hours on like this curvy road down the highway. And we were just feeling like shit the entire time.
Wow. So, did that leave a bad taste in your mouth? No pun intended about In-N-Out?
Yeah, I didn't want to get sick like that, but we don't even, that was our only opportunity to eat it, so I did not think it was like, amazing. I thought the fries were okay, but it wasn't like amazing or anything. It wasn't like terrible either, but it didn't like stand out to me as a miracle burger or something.
Very well. What's your favorite burger place?
Normally, there's one up the road called Flipside Burger, and they have nice organic meat, and they have amazing curly fries, and amazing onion rings, so it's amazing garlic aioli. So I have that every couple weeks.
What is your favorite kind of burger? Like, what do you get on?
Just like a regular classic with Swiss cheese
What did you do with Zoot? Maybe he's installing a female urinal in his house. Hey, Zoot, do they have female urinals in Australia?
I'm fucking leg.
What'd you say, Big? Your leg what? What's wrong, Zoot?
Can I play another game?
Absolutely. Will you please give me 3 minutes? Zoot, you need to collude with me. You need to collude with me because Riser's won 2 in a row. Hey, Riser, what's your favorite anime? Okay, that's a good one. Zoot, what's your favorite anime?
Death Note.
What is it?
Oh, one. Death Note.
Death Note, Part 1.
Death Note is amazing. I thought you meant like
The first part is amazing, the second part sucks.
Will you please explain to me why generally Family Guy is not considered anime?
that's animation.
What's the difference?
One is made by Japanese people.
No, anime is based on manga, which is based on comic books, Japanese comic books.
So The Simpsons is just animation, it's not anime, right?
Yeah, it's not based on the Japanese comic book.
That is definitely true. I just need a few more, not even minutes. I've just got to create an account.
Let's play Smash Bros.
No. None of that. We're going to play our normal game. Just give me, I'm just requesting a little bit of time here. Just one moment.
No idea.
What's that? What's your idea, Zoo? No. We're going to play the game that we always play. Just give me a second. I just need, like I said, I need 3 minutes. I don't think 3 minutes has gone by. If it has, I may need perhaps a little bit more time. I'm receiving an email, and I have to put in the code. Once I put in the code, okay, I think I can get this bitch started. Just a moment. Zoo, what's your favorite colored ball to use?
Yeah, I think we're gonna have a big time playing Smash.
No, we're not.
So we're like Mario Kart.
Oh, is it? Do you want to play Smash Cards? Smash Cars?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
What do I find it?
Oh, no, we're not. It overwhelms the system. Mini golf. I'm sending you invites. Riser suit. Here we go, folks.
Can't spare one of like the 19 laptops.
Oh, fuck no. Never would I do that. Not in a million fucking years, dog. Not in a million fucking years. We're waiting for Riser.
Take out the red bus. Honestly, I don't even think it's worth the gamble. How I go do it on
I'm 100% in agreement with you. Dude, I just heard on the radio Trudeau's going to resign.
Yeah, I saw a post about that. It's pretty nuts. He said that he would not resign. But I think everyone in his party just bullied him, which took him long enough.
Who's going to take his
See
place?
what other world economic
Oh, that was a good shot.
You think Trudeau was a good prime minister?
Oh, that was shitty.
good at destroying Canada well.
Canada has some of the most natural resources of any country. It's like unbelievable how, I mean, it's the second largest country in the world by landmass. And it has this is like a problem. It's called the coastline problem, but basically like it has the most amount of coastline of any country.
Why is coastline good? Just for shipping things?
Oh, coastline's amazing. Yeah, I mean, it's access to the world.
Yeah, we can ship a bunch. Oh yeah, the stupid thing about Trudeau amongst like 10 million things. One of his policies was it's very like anti-pro energy exporting. And it's like we have like so much natural gas and oil to export.
What?
Basically, didn't want to do that whole thing, and so his solution to climate change was just not polluting anything ourselves or whatever in Canada, and then taxing Canadians for the not polluting or whatever.
Do you think he's Fidel Castro's son?
Yes.
They look alike, man.
If however Canada supplied like all the liquid natural gas to India, which like India burns coal for their power, so it would be much more beneficial for the environment. Canada just exported their natural gas to India instead of not doing that, and then greater harm is done to the environment. Also, Canada.
You think Justin Trudeau would be prime minister?
No. In fact, basically the opposite.
Have you ever seen that picture of Trudeau's mom and Fidel Castro?
But Justin Trudeau is really young, right? He's really young.
That was 9 years ago. I don't know how old he is. Please, miss. No point.
How did he lost on his
Massive blunder.
I know. I'm not focused on the game. If anything, I could just resign. I'm focused on something else.
Why do you think Justin Trudeau lost the Senate?
Because Canada's government system, it's taken people 9 years to realize the damage that's done by accelerating the deficit so much. Or increasing the deficit. Someone bumped my ball up just a little bit further. There is some graph that said like, thank you. Canada's wealth generated per person on par with the U.S. for like forever, and then in like the last decade has just fallen off, and Canadians have become twice as poor compared to America.
Oh, is that a beautiful shot, Zoo?
They're just coming back.
Yeah, because you don't know. Zoot and I play like 15 times a day.
You just shut up on the same level.
This would be the greatest shot anybody's ever had in the game.
That's not gonna work. 0 chance. Oh, that would have been cool.
That would have been cool.
Or is it shooting shot of the same?
Good shot. The one that I just sunk.
Rambo, you need to go for that with spade. You need to go like full spade. Not pitch it.
Okay.
You got the no.
This is the worst one to go first. This is actually the worst one to go first. Because I'll give you both the opportunity to get a home run now.
Yes,
Take out his ball.
Why would you take out my ball?
Because he has the. Did you have the lead?
I just need like a little redirect.
Shoot your shot.
Oh, that's
The good news is there's 2 holes, so it doesn't matter if you get that way. The bad news is,
I can bump it in. Maybe for a moment.
the bad news is Rabbi's
But
going
it's
to get.
been one of the worst shots in history of our game.
I don't think it was that bad of a shot. Hey, Rosa.
If I had bounced his ball off the gnome and then like behind the other group of gnomes, it would have been good. Oh, Zoot. Oh, here we go. This is the final decider. Go the safe way, Zoot. Go the long way. It always takes you 8 shots.
There's only 6 shots in this game. The good news is over. You can get over 1.
Oh.
No, you can't hit over 1.
Hey,
No, I don't have the one.
Yeah, you can smash into the ball. Stay.
No.
You should have gone the safe way. That was. What are you doing?
They're ready to shoot
No,
themselves.
no way.
I should not want to fuck up Zoot Shot. You need to fuck up Zoot Shot, or your streak comes to an end.
Even if he fucks up my shot, it's not helping very much.
Oh no. Let's see if Rabbi's playing. Oh.
Zoot. Thank you. Zoot.
You still not even tied or lose.
With dignity. Oh. Look how good I am. I'm gonna do a fucking trick shot. Wow, Zoot has 217 wins. How did he get so many more wins than Riser?
I don't have 200. I have 220.
Not on my
I
score.
have 184. You guys have been playing.
How many wins do you have?
Just me.
What? How many hours of my life have I spent with it?
Not enough, baby. Not enough.
24. At least.
Like 240.
I didn't know that.
It's like 10 days.
What, on Play-Doh or Play-Doh or school?
Anyway,
I didn't know that.
no, I'm just guessing.
Not even close.
Well, you probably calculate it. What is the amount of time average that takes to complete a game?
Hit my ball. It depends if there's an ice hole.
It depends if there's 4 people or 3 people, but on average, I think 50.
What are you doing, Zoot?
That was a smart play.
It's not smart at all. You know that wasn't smart at all.
Oh, if he aimed better, he would have gotten further down.
No, go on the safe way.
Oh, phenomenal shot. That was a Newfie shot. You made all of Newfoundland proud with that.
I got hair on my chest.
Riser stealing my strategy.
I taught you this.
You, you did not. I learned it from somebody who had played like 20,000 games. Oh, look at that.
Of the same old.
Yeah, and I beat them. They weren't even that good. I don't know how you would play that much unless you like played it at work or you were like a security guard or something. Oh, you fuck.
Oh, how do you like that?
Big brain, dude.
I did.
That was good.
That was.
That was a great shot, man. That was a really great shot.
Hey, you ready for the British?
We're gonna bump this all right.
Go, baby.
Literally.
Right behind Gabriel and Rachel.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. I needed it. Riser had that last shot that went in the hole. It was phenomenal. Look at this shot.
Hey, Riser, can you grow big?
I have a beard right now.
Did it?
Yeah.
Hey, Riser, what length is your beard? Oh,
It's just scrap.
I got
I mean,
you.
it's not really that thick. But
What edition of Playboy did they have a male asshole that you saw?
it was the October 1995 edition, I believe.
Very nice.
What is that? What is that?
It's a really nice thing.
Do you know who the biggest consumer of the magazine Playgirl was?
Old women?
Gay dudes. Old women's a good guess, though. Oh, wow. Hit his ball.
Gay men?
Gay men. Stop.
Oh, these
Do you
chickens
think?
are really.
Do you think the Playgirl models knew that was going to happen?
You know what? I saw an interview of one guy. It was actually that guy. I think this is true. You know, on the show, I know Riser knows it. Nathan For You. Oh, what an amazing
Yeah.
shot. Okay, so do you remember the private investigator guy, Riser?
Well,
Wolf, yeah, exactly. That guy posed in, I think, Playgirl, and Nathan was like asking him, like, "Wow, that was really good of all of us." Was asking him questions about his, like, what his parents thought of it and all kinds of other shit. I forget exactly what they talked about, though. Anyway, what else did I want to say? Yeah, I know. Riser, did you ever watch Finding that one bitch, Finding Alice or whatever that one at the finale? Finding Francis?
yeah.
Wasn't it amazing?
Yeah, it was really funny. I can't believe the guy was like, they fucking finally actually tracked her down. And they fucking get to the person's house, and all he had to do was go ring the doorbell, and then he stood there, and all he did was fucking all around the spot, fired like two steps outside the door, and then the guy was like, "Yo, you remember me, right?"
Welcome.
He was like, "No, who the fuck is this?"
Right.
And she was like, "Oh, right." And that was all. They would have like wife and kids. Gave up.
Right. What up, Tim?
What's up? What's up, brother?
How you living? What's good in your neck of the woods?
I'm good, brother. I'm good.
Excellent. We're playing a game. I'm good. I'm very well. Yeah. We're playing a game right now. Apologies, I can't be more entertaining.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
I hope you're having a wonderful day. I'm doing really well. Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm very well. Thank you. I think so. Yeah, Adam. Limby. Excellent. Well, I want you to know I appreciate you being here. If you want to play the game, it's an app called Play-Doh. We're playing mini golf. Feel free to download it if you'd like to play. It's free. Okay. I don't know. Riser or Zoot, is it available on PC?
Yeah, I think so.
Where would you download it?
I'm not Play-Doh PC store.
Excellent.
It might be an advantage though, playing on PC.
So let him have it on the advantage. We play this 24/7.
Yeah, we play 24/7 non-stop and playing it on my iPad advantage.
I do. So I want him to have a computer advantage because if it's available on the computer, then I'm going to create robots for it. I'm guaranteed a win. Absolutely, my friend. Can't stop, won't stop. Riser, what did you think of my shot?
Terrible. You're blocked behind the tree.
Oh, that was a beautiful shot. Riser, that was a beautiful shot.
You need Zoot to block
Zoot,
you.
take out that tree, big dog. Zoot, take out that tree. Zoot, take out the tree. Zoot, take out the tree. What an amazing water bump. What an amazing water bump.
Hey, Red White, can you go to one thing so you'll mention me?
I wish. So
You wouldn't have won anyway. Red White was so far.
that's absolutely true.
He was so far.
Riser gets to go first, of course. What else is new? Probably bribe the programmers. Oh, what a great shot.
7 out of 10.
What do you mean 7 out of 10?
7 out of
8 out of 10.
7
8
out
out
of
of
10.
10. This is a 10 out of 10. I have a better shot now.
Oh, shoot.
Ryzen, yours don't actually suck because you're in front of the tree.
Go, baby.
Kidding me?
That was a 0 out of 10.
Zoot's going in the water. Zoot just gripped it and ripped it.
They had a worse shot here.
Riser, definitely. Riser, hit me on that little... Oh, look at this shot.
Alright, who has a worse shot here, Ryzen?
Water bump him. You're in the water. Easily in the water. Not even close.
I want to be.
Of course you do.
Using my own water bump tactics.
Agreed. Oh, no way.
Water bump.
No way.
No, dude, he's already fucked. He can't shoot. keeping a score at this rate. Yeah, shoot it down and not so hard. Give me a better shot.
Yeah, why'd you help him?
They did not get it in.
I'm getting in it right now.
No way. You have a chance. A very good chance.
Oh. Dude, bum me in.
You just did it.
Bum me in, dog. Bum me in.
Wow, what an amazing shot by Zoot. What do you think about this shot? If it were a little harder, it would have been in.
I know how to do this one.
I've seen Zoot make it in two from there. Well, basically, he was on the other side.
I'm just playing it safe. I know one of you's gonna fuck it up. Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Oh,
I actually thought that was it.
I did too. Easy shot. Zoot, make it.
So it turns out.
Zoot's gonna run away with this win.
Turns out I was right.
We can still be good. We're running out of time.
Not a good shot. Not a good shot. Jack off. No, that's not even close. You just wasted 2 shots.
Shit happens when you party naked, big dog.
I used to be able to do this every single
Yeah,
time.
now you have to get it in on this shot or you're fine. I actually think Rowide's got it.
Fuck.
Oh, come on. Zoot's pulling away. Out of the fucking.
This is it.
No.
I can't believe that didn't go in. You could really steal a point here from me, Advisor. Eat like a big time point. Riser for the steal.
There's a sticky,
For the steal.
there's a sticky here that costs $150.
A what?
Bring me a sticker.
Yeah, like going to the, where the chats are.
Or
There's a sticker you can buy. A sticker you can buy from the chat that costs $150.
In this
or
game?
water one.
Is there water? I don't know why you guys don't do this.
No, it costs $300.
Holy shit.
What?
That's expensive to play for this game.
If you have this much time to play on Pluto, you have the money.
That's true. That person who had 20,000 wins, they've got the time. Oh, don't get in my
There's a
way.
sticker.
Absolutely. I'd take screenshots of that bitch. Yes, I would. Zoot, make it. Wait, no, he has the lead. Miss it. Oh, wow. Oh, nice. We all made it. Dude, this is so far in the water, I can't even describe it. It's so wet, it needs its own swimming trunks.
The crazy part is
Stay up, step. Stop. Get him, Zoot. Actually, that's fine, Riser. This is the one that broke Zoot's will.
Whoa!
You should put like a tiny little line there, like on the other hole, like do it perfectly, go all the way in.
I'm in agreement with you on that. Wow, Riser is gonna run. Whoa, no.
That was hot. And it's still water bump.
No, you go for the win, dude. You go for the win. We just need Zoot to get 0.
Are you gonna take a shot, or are you just gonna try and intimidate me with your water bump? Oh my god, that almost worked.
Yeah, I missed what?
That was insane. Did you see that right?
I did not.
I missed the greatest shot.
I think this is the greatest shot.
Zoot, why are you doing that? Why aren't you going for the win?
Feeling too confident.
I know. A cocky Zoot is a scary.
Water purpose. I'm trying to water bump. Just doing yourself.
Okay, off these sheep.
My hair is.
No, don't fuck up my shot.
What's the best way?
You could fuck my shot up.
What's the best?
Right.
Go for it. Yeah, you just knock me down. There you go.
Yeah, you're trying to bait me. Zoot is the enemy here.
Do you think there's a better chance that the United States will declare war on Canada someday, or that Canada will be the 51st state?
Ben Johnson, that would be 50th. It's his best day.
Yeah, 51st state, but
Well, Puerto Rico is going to be the 51st
really
state,
unlikely.
but a state. It doesn't matter the number, just any state.
Why is Canada going to be the 51st state?
It's not. Puerto Rico is.
Why do you say Puerto Rico?
They've been wanting to be a state for hundreds of years.
Really?
Yeah. They're just a territory right now.
Do you think the U.S. would welcome them?
Well, it's already a territory of the United States, so they're already American citizens.
Oh, that's already a territory.
Yeah. Do it, Zoo. Oh, Zoo, fuck this. You can water bump him.
So do you know how many territories there are in Australia?
Well, do you count the capital region?
Yes.
7?
What?
7?
No.
8?
No.
6?
No.
9?
No. There's 2 states and there's 2 territories and 6 states.
Oh, okay. What is the capital region considered?
Australian Capital Territory.
Oh, it's a territory. And then what's the other territory?
Northern Territory.
Have you ever known anybody from Tasmania?
Yes.
Are they cool?
Yeah.
Do they like the Tasmanian Devil, the cartoon character?
Yeah.
Do they?
Yeah.
Oh, that's tight. Look at this shot. Gonna advance my ball exactly where I need it to go. Push me forward.
That's the Tasmanian Devil. That's the Tasmanian Devil in America.
Yeah, he was like a loop. I don't think I had a shot. I didn't want to hit. Truthfully, I didn't want to hit the tree because if the tree, then you have an easy shot at the hole.
Do you like Tasmanian Devils?
The real animal, they're kind of little shits. They're kind of mean, but the character, yeah, I like them a lot. He's one of my favorite Warner Brothers characters. Marvin the Martian. Marvin the Martian.
Totally weird, really thin person.
You like Marvin the Martian?
Yeah, they're
Yeah. I think he's cool because you never know what he looks like. He's always got that helmet on. And he's from space. That's tight. I mean, Bugs Bunny's cool. I'm not a huge Daffy Duck fan. I mean, he's okay. I don't dislike him. He just always does stupid shit. I'm not a big Porky Pig fan. I like who's that big chicken? That's like I like Yosemite Sam. Yeah, whatever. I said I like that rooster. I like Tweety Bird. Oh, what a great shot, Riser. I like Sylvester's okay. He kind of sucks though. I like that hot. I mean, for like a cartoon character, that whatever Lola Bunny is. Oh, what a great shot. I hate this hole. This is maybe one of my least favorite holes. I'm not good at it. Riser. Probably like Mickey Mouse. But perhaps like that's an interesting question. Oh, maybe Jessica Rabbit. You can still make it. I'm telling you, I could make that putt.
Oh, you can make it?
Yeah. Okay, I don't know why you did that.
You're in the way.
I think I could have made that putt. Do you know what this one's called?
Double S.
Perfect.
Double S.
Double S hole. And then there's one that's, well, I won't give it away, but there's another one that has a name. Riser, that was a really good shot.
Yeah, don't spoil the whole game.
I know. I will keep them a secret.
Spoiler alert! Wow, self-available. I don't know how it comes up with
Oh, Riser. Not even in the same league as that shot.
Sweet and bouncing and go backwards. Seems way too high. I haven't seen that before. No one knows where it is. I don't think Zoot even knows where it is.
Dude, that's a good shot. Fire it.
He's gonna get into the water.
That's a good shot. He's in the black shit. He's in the pink. Perfect, dude.
Now do what I did, not spot the inside of the pink ball. No.
Zoot could help you. Zoot could help you, or he could hurt me. Fuck you, Zoot.
Oh, you have a better shot.
Stop right there.
You get peppered.
No. No. As Zoot says, no.
New.
Someone makes it here.
You got that right. Here you go. This is your chance.
The Dogecoin.
Dogecoin's where it's at, kids.
I should have bought that until 2020. Should have bought more.
People in the year 2030 are going to say that they wish they bought more Harry Potter.
Agreed. The ticker is Harry Potter. Oh, wow. It all comes down to this. Remember when you used to go to Safeway?
That's a goofy move to go to Safeway. Everyone else goes this way.
Every time. You have a huge advantage on me, Riser. Giant advantage.
Almost as big. There it is, folks. There it is.
Make it, Zoot. We said that at the same time.
Gonna be here a while.
Nobody ever says, make it, Rabbi. Get in. Zoot, knock my ball. Oh, it went in.
That made no sense. It was like,
I'm in agreement with you. It was like at the side and it flopped in. Nice win. Why do you only have 185 wins?
Anyone else tired?
All right. Well, have a good night, guys. This was fun. I appreciate the opportunity to play with you. Take care, my friends.
They don't want to play bounce.
What is that? What is Bounce? Is that the one in Discord? What is it? Why do you hate it so much, Riser? Okay, so it's called Bounce? Send me an invite, Zoot.
I'm in a game. Alright, I'm not even though this is a ranked game.
It's ranked?
Yeah. So you're gonna invite. I did that.
Yes, sir.
Did you get it?
Yep, just one moment.
Did you get it?
Yep. Just one moment.
Right. So, what color are you?
I don't fucking know. Just one moment. Let's play Bounce. Oh, I hate this game.
What color are you?
Yellow. This game is infuriating.
What is that?
This game is infuriating.
You never played?
Yeah, I have. Where's your ball, Zoot? This game's a lot of fun, actually.
Difficult. Yeah. I feel like a little bit something wrong.
I'm in agreement with you. Shit. Shit. Shit.
Oh my god, that was really lucky to get through everything.
Are you done?
No.
Yo, big dog.
You're very trouble, huh?
How far? How can you tell? Are you done? Oh, fuck, dude. Are you done?
I'm not even close to done. But after me. I'm not even close to done. I'm just gonna hit a magical number. I'm done.
No.
Number.
Are you done?
Yep.
Play me again.
You finished.
Play me again. Send me another invite. Now I know what I'm doing.
AZ standard or perk?
Bro,
You want to get perk?
I want the hardest fucking shit this thing can give me. Did your thing change colors?
It doesn't feel like we're in Florida right now. Okay. Getting a little bit harder. What do you mean by saying
That's B and C.
How far ahead of you? How far ahead of you? How far ahead of me?
Oh, I'm in the lead? Not by much. I keep fucking up.
Yeah, this one's easy. Yeah, look. I fucked up the easy one.
Fuck.
You only get one opportunity with all of that.
Fuck.
Oh, yeah. We're trying to go up. Yeah, I didn't do this. I want to. Oh, well, you got so lucky. You just got so lucky.
Thanks, big dog.
That's the way you just like hit the fucking wall and then push straight up. You can distract me when you're being right next to me.
Yeah, it's very distracting. I like this next one. This next one's fun.
Okay, we're gonna finish. Money. Money's like care about money.
Okay. Have you ever played this against people? It's really hard. There are like a bunch of people playing at once. Dog, I'm sucking so much dick in this next level. This next level is really hard. Dude, this next level is taking me forever. No way you got through it? You're gonna win just because you beat me in this part. Fuck. Dog, I'm fucked. Are you done? This fucking double helix one or triple helix. Finally, I made it through. Are you done? Yo, dude, I'm asking you a question.
Nope.
You didn't win? Dude, that game's too hard.
Oh.
I'll have to work up my skills, get to be a champion at it.
Yeah, we put up for it.
Dude, that thing is hard. I'm good for now.
Good. Yeah, a couple of guys got good.
Excellent. We'll see you in a couple hours when you come back. All right, Schlorox, you fucking slut. Let's see all your clips. Filter by last 24 hours. Damn, this bitch doesn't allow people to do clips or something. Yo, what is this shit? Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Oh, dog, you gotta cut this out. These other differences. This is the all right. Bye, Maya's Playhouse. You guys are fun. If I stream in there every single day, I bet I'm gonna go viral. Psych. Not even fucking close. I have to take a piss though, in case anybody needed to know. Whether you're watching this in 2024 or 3024, know that I have to take a piss. Come on, you little bitch. All right, now what are we finding? It's called Discord. No, it's called. I have to take a shit, and I think it's gonna be one of those sloppy ones. Sloppy shit. Sloppy shit. Do you like when you're alone in here? I was up by myself. No one was looking. What the fuck? Why doesn't that shit work? Turn on app archiving. No, I don't give a shit about that. These Android apps are filled with such a crazy amount of garbage. Man, I have to take a dump. She dies like a truck. Dies like what? All night long. Let me see the song. Like when the booty goes dong, 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 dong. By Kai Cenat, or whatever fuck KSI. I don't even know what that is. I know what KS1 is though. Son. Let me see that thong. Like when the booty go, do 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 do. Like when the booty show. That thong, the thong, thong, thong. Oh, I like the way. Like when the booty show. That thong, the thong, thong, thong. Come on, you little bitch. Weird slut. That thong, the thong, thong, thong. I like the way you move that thing. I feel you move. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, come on, you little bitch. Come on, you fucking slut. Fuck yeah, bitches. King's back. Is this bitch working? Everybody working like a motherfucker. Alright. Maybe I should move this shit. Like with the booty show. That song to song. Do I like the way? Like with the booty show. Yeah, come on in charge. Come on in the charge. Come on, the charge is the charge. George. Alright, are you done? These are all terrible jokes. Like when the booty show. Continue as a guest, son. I don't know how many this motherfucker has. Hey, everybody. My name is Clem Kovich. BQBH. Show me your shit, bitch. One month ago. Hey, dog. Clips. Yo, can you stop making clips? Fuck no. Can't stop, won't stop. Rockefeller. Come over. Did you just start your stream? No. How don't you have any fucking people watching? Dog, none of this shit. And I like the way. Like when the booty show. Yeah, dong. Well, this is awkward. Dude, you're telling me, bitch. Why isn't this working? This shit sucks. Like when the booty show. Yeah, dong. Like the way. This motherfucker's gotta be like, how many fucking clips am I gonna make? As many as I want. B? Alright, come on, get this shit. Come on, Rabbi. Come on, Rabbi. All the dreams that you play. Google Play sucks. And I like the way you move that thing. I mean, yeah. Open? No, dog. take us to the Floridas. Who the fuck wants to go to the Florida so they can stay at home and be on the internet? Internet's the best. All right. Would you rather? This is a good question. Would you rather go back to the days of no computers and no internet, or I'd rather go back to those days? But the internet's pretty tight. I'd be like, oh, you guys have no idea what's going on. All right, here we go. Twitch, Big Dog. Let's get this shit together. Come on, ride the train. It's a choo-choo. Ride it. Dude, don't be a bitch, though. That's the thing. Apps you might not need. Yeah, that's actually true. All right, what's this fucker's name? No. Klemovich. He doesn't have any clips. Do you have any clips ever? Yeah. 24 hours. Nothing. Something's weird. Come on, ride the train. Shoot, ride it. Like when the booty show. Now come to the message copied shit. That's not it. No. Stop showing this. Dude, why does it just automatically copy shit for you when you don't want it to? Are you fucking serious? All right. Set down. Copy. Pin that shit. Oh. Oh, that causes an issue. Shit. I wonder. Dude, what the fuck is that still doing? Installing. Worst stream ever. Shit. Well, I guess maybe is there a way to block somebody? Don't show me that motherfucker. Yo, this guy, block him. Yo. get rid of this thing. Subscribe? No. Like on every other platform, it's like ban. Dog. How do I block viewing the person? Great. To block what do you call that? The streamer on Kick, Twitch. You can block streamers on Twitch. And how do you do it? Oh, well, first you have to log in with this plugin. I want to block ads more than I want to block streamers. How about if you just want to block a streamer? Oh, so I can block them for Sorry, guys. Hey, man, it wasn't. Okay, chat overlay, no chat. Background audio, report, Popovich. Sorry. Dead. I get shit for terrorism. I don't want to get into that though. I'd say it's miscounted. Why are you recording this? Why not? Question mark. Submit report. Block this user. Tight. Alright. Close. Was he done? Report. I don't want it to be bad. Just like content is newsletter. Oh, come on. Why not? Why not? Submit report. Our specialist. Okay. Did he go away? No. Yeah, what the fuck? Report. Miscategorized. Why? Why not? Submit report. Okay. Oh. Dog, what the fuck? I don't want to do it for others. Report. Why is terrorism first? Stupid. Spam scam the block. I don't know. Bullying. Harassment. I hate that one too. Maybe a sexual assault. It's just sharing private images. Why not? Okay, stop. Question watching losers is open. Submit report. Internal error. Dog. Shouldn't it block him now? Don't be certain of it. Fuck. Dude. I pressed the block button. Block. You tap here to verify your phone. Stop showing me this. Report him. I don't know. Maybe. Internal error. Dude, this is the worst. Why doesn't it block him? That's 100% wrong to do. No, I don't get carousel. I'm not in sexual again. Sorry, dog. And they're gonna be like, what? Internet error. Dude, this sucks. Alright. Man, don't put that guy's in there. What the fuck is this? Huh. I don't know. Okay, open. That purple straight up looks somewhat blue. Dude, I wonder what to do in this case. Just go to somebody else. Just pick anybody and just do a follow or something. Okay, this person works. Okay, how do I do this? So we'll have two of them. One is Twitch clip, and the other. All that shit's fine. Let's see. I guess we follow him. Okay. And then is there like a follow page? Activity, browse. How about videos? Past broadcast 3 days ago? No, nobody wants that shit. Where's the follow? Doesn't it just have a thing? Oh, following. There you go. Okay, so now what? 8. Go back to 8. Where's it? So what is this shit? 10. Here. And this bit should be 2 minutes. Twitch clip. Twitch. Oh. What's this shit? No. Sign up. Join the man. Just working. La 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 la. G, 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 G. Wait, did I? Oh fuck! What the fuck? Did it just crash? Seems like it just crashed. Please tell me that it's saved. I doubt it though. Heavily doubt that much. Doubt. Press X for doubt. The fuck is this shit? Discord is literally burned into the screen. What the fuck? Yo, dog, work. Knock it when the booty show. That dong, 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 dong. What the fuck? What is wrong with this one? Shroud. There's a little module. What the fuck? It's not my fault. That sounds like a you problem, son. Alright. What is this bitch doing? Dog. I bet there's some fine Romanian pussy out there. Estonia, though, that's my jam. Really? Why not? Come on, you slut. Quit being a B. Quit being an I. Quit being a T. Quit being a C. Quit being a O. Quit being a O. Quit being a O. Come on, you little bitch. What's that spell? Bitcoin. Dog. Dog, 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 dog. Dog, 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 dog. WTF, dude? What is this deal? What's this thing doing? Everything is burned into that fucking screen. Taking false reports doesn't seem very cash money. That's correct. Gotta do what you gotta do, son. That doesn't seem very cash money. Dog, what is this? Yo, dog. Quit with this shit. This is the worst. I'd rather be listening to a pirate podcast right now. Yo, dog. What in the fuck? This phone, Twitch isn't responding. No shit. Come on, you little bitch. Did it log in? Like that one girl who's like, huh? Like it when the booty show. That dun 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 dun. Oh, I like the way. Oh, you shitting me. Sign up. That's not very cash money. Join Rabbi Discord now, bitch. Join the Discord, baby. It doesn't seem very cash money to me. Shit happened. Come on, bitch. When you party naked. May 14th. 1948. You know this fucking date better than I know my birthday. I wanna go to show. Better. Dong song. Dong at song.com. Dong at song.com. This username is join the Rabbi's Discord. 1-007. 007. Sign up. Don't say that shit. Just do it. Nike, bitch. I'm not gonna pay attention to that. We gotta focus on what's going on here. Focus on this bitch. Make sure it's still going. And I did. What the fuck happened here? Why isn't it going through? Don't actually. Phoebe Rexa, and what's that other bitch's name? Sarana J. Patterson or something. Sarana G. Heaton. No, Patricia Heaton's a thing. She can go. Go. Yo, dog. I want to receive Twitch emails. No, nobody wants that. Yo, dog. What are we? On what are we fucking waiting here? This is the worst. Come on, you slut. Dude, this is in the history of mankind. Going back to motherfuckers with rocks. This is the worst. The username is unavailable. All right, what if I throw like a number in there? John Rabbi with a 5. All right, work now, bitch. Did it not work again? And if so, why? This is the worst. I'm gonna start throwing fists. Come on, bitch. What does that say? Enter something. What's going on here? This username is unavailable. Come on, you slut. Come on. Seriously. Let's quit fucking around here. Let's get your shit together. Everybody needs you to get your shit together. What is this saying? This username is unavailable. Sorry, you've been blocked. You are unable. What the fuck is this? It's Carl Jr. What in the fuck? Shout out to Carl Jr. Shout out to Carl Karcher Way. Shout out to the West Side Gangsta. Why? Why not? B? Come on, you little bitch. This is the worst. Oh. Oh, you wanted to work. You wanted it to work? This username is unavailable. I'm looking for a better work-life balance. B. All right. I fixed it. Yo, bitch, come on. Could be in a slut. Work. Dong song. Dong ad song. Come on, you little bitch. What did that just say? This username is not. Maybe you can have the word they stop the word Discord in there. Sign up. Now, what's this fucking thing gonna say? It's got this toast message. It's being a bitch. You reached a limit for creating new accounts? No. So now we have to come over here and clear this fucking cache. Because that's very not cash money. What's this fucker's name? Ray K offline? What the fuck? What is this fucker's name? 2K Ray offline. Hey everybody, are you offline? Clear cache. It's very cache money. Is this thing working? Clear cache or clear storage? We're clearing everything. Okay, now quit. Seriously. Quit sucking it. I've known some people that suck it. Trust me. Oh, this shit is not working. Old champions. Like when the booty show. That dong, 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 dong. Oh, like when the booty show. That dong, 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 dong. I like the way. No, none of the above, bitch. Okay, let's see your shit. Fix. He only has 350 years. 24 hours. Thought I saw it. Official 2K what? Somebody stole my idea. Somebody stole my idea. Unless I'm doing that, but I don't think so. Are you sure? Yeah. All right, sign up, you little bitch. It's near rabbis. T. 21 at this point. 55. That's what this sucks. Use email. Dong at song.com. Dong. Cat song. God, come on, Doug. Oh, Doug, you've already signed up. Sign up. Come on, bitch. No thanks. What in the absolute fuck? That shit sucks. It says error logging in. The username is on. Dog. Can't stop, won't stop, Rockefeller. F them. That's true. Come on, you little bitch. Are you serious? The username is unavailable. Dog. What, so there's joins in there? Come on, you little slut. Dude. Sign up. Join Twitch today. Sucks. Where's that fucking thing? Where is that fucking thing? If we got rid of it, I'm making something. What's it called? Auto clicker? Did it get rid of it? Are you fucking serious? What if I fucking look? I use this fucking thing all the time. I would not have on purpose got rid of that bitch. Dude, are you fucking this shit? Your ticket to mainland. Yo, how about you shut the fuck up? Install. No, I don't want to choose any of that shit. No. There's no B. look at this thing. What the fuck? It must have uninstalled it. And now I have to do all this shit all over again. It's the worst. How are you gonna do that? I'll do Instagram or some shit. Yo, dog. It's still on this person? WTF? What's going on here? Oh, it's recommended for me. Dog, that's not. Let's see if this fucking shit works. Yo, dog, you gotta take one for the team. You're getting reported for. Come on, bitch. This category. Question mark. Block this user. Okay, but there's not like anything more. And it doesn't even fucking block them. This is worse. Bezos, get your shit to work. Terrible, terrible, terrible system. I don't know, I'm tired. Well, this is awkward. Something went on. Listen here, you loser bitch. What is this one? Well, this is awkward. Yo. Your grandfather may have invented DARPA, but I didn't see this shit coming, big dog. Hold on. Did I? Okay, good. No one cares. Literally. No one cares. What the fuck's going on there? Everything sucks, kids. This shit is pointless. Wukong Black Myth. How about this bitch? She bad?
Chris Evans looking like a pig. What's that one bitch's name? Oh, how about that one bitch? Demi sluts. Demisha? Your name is Bastion of Lies. Evil Lies. Holy shit, those lies. Oh. Oh man. Big yawn. No way, I'm bottom of the fucking page. That's it? Those are all the people screaming right now?
she's moving.
when people hear the name pyramids, they think of Egypt immediately. But Egypt has got about 140 pyramids, and we have pretty much found them all. Peru has thousands of pyramids. And now they weren't built of a lot. Not all of them were built of stone. Some of them were adobe bricks, which have weathered terribly. So now they don't look, they're not exciting places to visit today. You know what's funny too? You know, we started off talking about, you know, whether I think there's a lost civilization out there. There are definitely things that are still to be discovered, but there are some things that were discovered 100 years ago, and archaeologists, or back then they called themselves antiquarians, just kind of passed over. Corral was one of these sites because the coast of Peru has some of those pyramids that were made by the Moche are full of gold and beautiful ceramics and you know, things that you can sell for big money. But Corral was found a long time ago, but the archaeologist was like, God, no gold, no ceramics. Forget about it. This place is no good. We can't sell anything here. And then about the 1970s or 80s, somebody said, hey, no ceramics? Is that older than the invention of ceramics? Shit, we better go take another look at that place.
So what's the dating on Corral?
Corral, I think, starts at about 3200 BCE, and it lasts as a major civilization with a lot of other cities around it until about 1800 BCE.
So what's the story behind, like, looking at some of these images? What's the story about constructions like that? What was the idea?
That thing, isn't that amazing? Yeah. I know that. Gosh, I mean, it should be some sort of, you know, I'll be a flaky archaeologist, like, you know, that this is a place where rituals. That's so many things we say are so just painfully vague, and that's about, you know, what we got. And a place like this, I know the one we're looking at here. I've been here a couple of times. In the pyramid behind it, the rubble's built in a way where the building won't rock apart. This is a very earthquake-prone place, but the buildings haven't fallen because they make these net baskets of rocks inside that all kind of wiggle around and don't allow the building to fall down. And inside these, we've also found a couple of things that were babies, that were human babies that were buried in there. And I don't think, there's a lot of people that see that and go, oh, look at that, they were sacrificing babies, these monsters. I think a lot of the things that are interpreted as baby sacrifices, Corral's evidence being one of them, I think it's more about the tragic nature of infant mortality. In the past, it was a lot more common. There were cultures that didn't even really properly name their kid until they got to 5 because chances were they were going to die. And so I think a lot of these babies that we find in these ceremonial contexts that are interpreted as sacrifices, I think they're putting them in special places because they mourn the death of their kids. And it just happened a lot more frequently then.
One of the things you said that really surprised me is that pyramids were built in Peru possibly hundreds of years before they were built in Egypt. Is that true?
Absolutely. Absolutely. In fact,
That's crazy.
There's one that's now pushing 6,000 BCE. Like, that's thousands of years before the stuff in Egypt. And that one's called Waka Prieta. And it was not an Egyptian pyramid. But it was a pyramid, and it was thousands of years before.
What do you think is the motivation to build a pyramid? The fact that it can withstand the elements structurally, that kind of thing? Is it, why do humans build pyramids? And why do they build it in all kinds of different locations in the world?
Well, you know, my rude answer is pretty boring, really. A lot of people ask me, why are there pyramids all over the planet? How is that? Is that a coincidence? I mean,
Yeah.
I think that when people to build a big building without rebar or cement, you end up building something with a fat base that goes up to a skinny top, and that turns into a pyramid. Any kid who's playing with blocks on the floor builds a couple towers, and his brother knocks them down. And if he wants one that's going to stay and be tall, he ends up making something with a fat base and a tiny top. And I think that building something big and tall together is one of those human things. Like, we built that will be here after we're gone. People remember who we were. We are all, if there's any human commonality, it's fear of our own deaths, and that we were nothing and no one will ever remember us. I think that the first big monuments like that were probably a group of people saying, we're going to do something that people will remember forever. Now, that being said, you remember we were just talking about Huaca Prieta, and this one that's almost 6,000 BC now is the first one. That one's a funny case. We just talked about all these lofty goals, but actually I'm pretty sure that Huaca Prieta's first pyramid was about capping a smelly pile of trash. I think everybody piled up their trash in the middle of town, and it stunk. It's on the coast. It stunk like fish. And somebody said, if we just bury this thing with dirt, it won't smell anymore. And then it was a big mound where people could get up and talk to everybody. And then said, well, it's squishy. If we cap it with clay, then it will really not smell. I really think that the very first pyramids in Peru were about trash management. Talk about deflating, huh?
Yeah, but then they probably saw it and they were impressed and humbled by the sort of the enormity of the construction, and they're like, oh, we should. Maybe the next guy thought maybe we should keep building these kinds of things.
Yeah. In not to jump ahead, but in North America, where they also made pyramids, there's this interesting evolution where there were these piles of shells along rivers and along the coastlines. People ate a lot of shells. That was an easy thing to collect and eat. So these piles of shells would be near communities, and they probably became landmarks, but eventually they started burying their dead inside those too. Probably, again, about stink and about, well, we don't want the dogs to eat them. Well, maybe we'll put them in the middle of the shell pile. But then that all of a sudden became this, that's where my grandfather's body is. That's where great-grandfather's body is. And all of a sudden, people started being attached to place, not just for the resources, but for the shared memories of their ancestors. So when the very first pyramid was built in Ohio area by the Adena people, it was built out of dirt, but it's full of bodies. And I think it's an echo of a old thing where they used to be putting bodies in shell mounds.
So where and who were the first civilizations in South America, Mesoamerica?
Well, I think we're still piecing that together. Coming back to the first things we talked about, I think we're still missing a lot of stuff, especially in South America. It just keeps getting older and older. Part of the reason it's hard to answer that question is, at what point do we consider people a civilization or a culture? We have in the Americas this long period of time that we call the Paleo-Indian time, where they were hunting megafauna. And then when those went away, we get into this even longer period of time called the Archaic, where they're just hunters and gatherers. Sometimes somebody's coming up with a cool different kind of arrowhead. They go back and forth with different hunting tools, but really nothing changes for thousands of years. And then finally they start developing into these larger groups, which for the most part has to do with agriculture. It used to be archaeology. That was just the end-all be-all. Civilization starts with the invention of agriculture, and we became sedentary communities until people learn how to farm. But that's been discounted. Peru was a big part of that. That area of Caral, it's connected to another city on the coast called Aspero. And Aspero starts about the same time, but they're all about fishing. They have no farming. And Caral, who's upriver from them, is farming, but funny enough, they're not really farming food. They're farming cotton, and they're making nets, and they're trading the nets with the people on the coast for the fish. So it's not as simple as it's just agriculture anymore. But it is, I think, still rooted in how can we feed more people than just our family? How can we together create a food abundance so we're no longer scared about running out of food?
So is it possible, which is something you've argued, that civilization started in the Amazon, in the jungle?
I do
Versus the
think
coast?
so. I think religion in South America began in the Amazon. I think there were people there very old. There's actually the earliest pottery in all of the Americas. All these places that we have civilizations that grew up, you know where the oldest pottery is? The middle of the Amazon.
So there's interesting cultures developing in the Amazon. So religion, you would say, preceded civilization.
In South America, the Corral and Aspro that I was just talking about, it's weird what a dearth of art and any evidence of religion we have. We have those pyramids and things that we call temples, but we don't really know what went on in there. And there's no hints of religious iconography, ceremonies, nothing like that. The first stuff that we get is right when that culture ends, about 1800 BCE. This culture called Chavin starts up, and their main temple is up in the Andes, in this place of least resistance between the Amazon and the coast. It's about 3 days walk either way from this place where this temple is. That's where we start seeing the very first religious iconography, and it's all over the temples. There are things that are definitely from the coast, but the iconography are all jaguars and snakes and crocodiles. And those don't come from the coast. All of those things are coming out of the Amazon.
I mean, religion is a really powerful idea. Religions are one of the most powerful ideas. They're the strongest myths that tie people together. And to you, it's possible that this powerful idea in South America started in the Amazon.
I do think it did. And you're right. Ideas are more powerful than weapons, but archaeology can't see them at all. Yeah. Sometimes we can see ideas manifesting in the things they create and lead to, but there's an interpretation problem. Are we right about what idea created this? Those are things that archaeology just can't get at.
That's one of the challenges of archaeology and looking into ancient histories. You're trying to not just understand what they were doing in terms of architecture, but understand what was going on inside their mind.
That's really what I'm in it for, trying to understand these people, and it's real detective work, and we know we're dealing with a totally flawed record. We only have what could preserve the test of time. You know, if we look around this room here, if 2,000 years of weathering happened in this room, what would be left? And what would we think happened here?
Right. But there's not in this room, but if you look at thousands of rooms like it, maybe you can start to piece things together about the different ideologies that ruled the world, the religions, the different ideas. Tell me about this fanged deity. One of your more controversial ideas is that you believe that the religions, there's a thread that connects the different civilizations, the societies of the Andean region. And the religion they practice is more monotheistic than is believed in the mainstream.
That is exactly what I think. And I think it's all about this fanged deity who somewhere thousands of years ago crawled his way out of the Amazon up into the Andes, and a religion took hold. That could have been kind of a combination of ideas from the coast and the Amazon, but he is the one creator deity, in my opinion, through all of the cultures. And the people in the Amazon still talk about him. His name is Vihomase in some groups. But they say that his emissaries on Earth are the jaguars, and that he is the creator deity.
Why is the current mainstream belief is that a lot of the religions are not monotheistic?
Well, there are bona fide pantheons. Greece had one, Egypt had one, Mesopotamia had one. Lots of the early religions of the old world were pantheons. And I think that was part of the problem. The earliest archaeologists walked in there with a preconceived notion that ancient cultures have pantheons. And so they went to the art looking for them. And they came up with things like the shark god and the moon goddess and the sun god and all these things. But when I look at the art, and I was trained by a person right here in Austin, Texas, as an art historian, you follow certain diagnostic traits through art to see the development over time. And when I look at it and use that methodology, there's a single face with goggle eyes and fangs and claws on his hands and feet, and snakes coming off of his head and off of his belt. He's got really identifiable traits. He also likes to sever people's heads off and carry them around. But he's the fanged deity, and he's there. He shows up in Chavin de Huantar, the capital of that Chavin culture, and he keeps showing up through every culture, even thousands of miles away, throughout the next 2 millennia, right up to the Inca. The Inca have a creator deity they call Viracocha. But Viracocha is the fang deity. He is, when we do see him, by the time you get to Inca, they do this kind of like almost Islamic thing where they say you can't understand the face of Viracocha. So when they do put him in a cosmogram, they'll make him just a blob, like he's just unknowable, but he's at the very top. I think we're misunderstanding a lot of things that we used to say were deities as just supernatural beings. If we flip the mirror on Christianity and take a look at it, which of course Christianity's monotheistic, right? It would be heresy to say otherwise. But who are all these other characters? Who are all these angels and demons and, you know, Jesus Christ? And I mean, I don't even know who the Holy Spirit is, but he's some sort of supernatural being. But it's that monotheistic system has lots of things that have supernatural powers that are not God. That's where I think the crux of us misunderstanding ancient Andean art is.
So what is the process of analyzing art through time to try to figure out what the important entities are for that culture? You just see what shows up over and over and over and over?
Well, certainly without the advent of writing, depictions in art have all sorts of meanings encoded in them. And there are certain, you know, what we call diagnostic elements. Like we can pull apart the same sort of thing in like in the Greek pantheon. You know by their dress and what they're holding, what the different gods are. You can tell Hades from Zeus by the different things they're holding, you know, lightning bolts or tridents or whatever it is. So they all have these diagnostic elements to them. So that's how art history goes about analyzing art over time. Once we can put it in a chronological sequence, then we can say, okay, here's a deity here in Chavin culture. Now we move forward 500 years. Now we're in Moche and Nazca culture. You know, where are the deities here? And what I see is that same guy with not just one or two traits, but a whole package of them that shows up again and again and again for thousands of years in each one of these cultures. He's got circular eyes. He's got a fanged mouth. He's got claws on his hands and feet. He's a humanoid, but he also has snakes coming off of his head like hair and snakes coming off of his belt. And then, not so much in Chavin, but as it goes forward, he starts carting around severed heads, human severed heads. So they're like in the old literature, the Moche will call him the decapitator deity. But then they have these other they're like, oh, here's the crab deity and here's the fox deity. But if you look at them, like the crab deity is just that guy's face coming off of a crab, and the fox deity is that guy's face coming off of a fox. So I think on that particular instance, I explain it similar to what Zeus did. You know how Zeus was able to, like, you know, turn into whatever animal he wanted to get with the woman he wanted, and he showed up in all sorts of forms, but he was always Zeus. I think that the Fang deity manifests himself through people and animals throughout the arc, and that there are missing stories of mythology that we don't have anymore.
And across hundreds of years, thousands of years, from Shavin to Mocha to Inca, as you're saying.
Right. Wari has them too, Tiahuanaco, that's that famous place, Pumapunku. He's all over there.
I wonder how those ideas spread and more of this Fang deity.
I think people walked and proselytized, and places like Shavin, there's a later one in Inca times called Pachacamac, that are pilgrimage places where people come in to be healed if they're sick, but also just to pay homage to the powers that be. So Shavin was a place where people from the Amazon and people from the coast were all coming together. In fact, we saw it in the archaeology there. There's these interesting labyrinths under the pyramids with the Fang deity all over them that have, like, one labyrinth will have all pottery. The next labyrinth will have a bunch of animal bones. The next one will have a bunch of things made out of stone. So people are showing up and giving this tribute, and they're learning, and then they're going back to their communities. So I think it dispersed from certain pilgrimage spots and became just like pilgrimage spots do. Somebody goes back and they build a temple to the Fang deity.
Do we know much about the relationship they had with the Fang deity and like their conception of the powers of the Fang deity? Were they afraid of the Fang deities and an all-knowing God? Is it something that brings joy and harvest, or is it something that you're supposed to be afraid of and sacrifice animals and humans to keep it at bay?
I think he had two sides of the coin. Like a lot of the Hindu gods are, you know, one aspect is terrible, the other aspect is lovely. I think he had that same sorts of qualities, because we do see him as a fierce warrior taking people's heads off, and he is a jaguar, which in and of itself implies a certain power and ferocity. Then there are other funny things about him, like he is definitely involved in a lot of healing ceremonies, and a lot of those healing ceremonies are involved with sex acts. When it comes to the Moche, there's this whole group of sexual pottery where priests are having sex with women or men, and some of them show their faces transforming into that Fang deity, like he is acting through them. But the thing that most cracks me up, that shows his softer side, is the Fang deity has a little puppy. He has a puppy that's like just dancing around his feet and like jumping up on him in various scenes. They see him again and again. Sometimes he's in these healing sex scenes. In fact, I tracked that puppy from other contexts to these sex scenes where where a priest was having sex with somebody in a house, and there's a Fang deity, and there's a puppy just scratching at the door like, "Hey, you forgot me." And then finally one day I found one with the puppy having sex with the woman instead of the Fang deity. I was like, oh, he really is very involved in this. What is this weird puppy? So he's, yeah, he likes to take heads off, but he also has a puppy he adores.
This is awesomely makes sense now, because I saw the opening of the paper you wrote 30 years ago on shamanism and Mocha civilization. It reads, "The Mocha are the major focus of this paper. Sex, puppies, and headhunting will be shown to be related to ancient Mocha shamanism." So now I understand. I was like, well, the puppies.
Puppies, yeah. It's true.
And the headhunting, that's the decapitator.
And I've added rock and roll to that list since, actually.
Which
there's rock and roll, or music is also a big part of it.
Interesting.
They call spirits down. There's this whole spirit world. There's the ancestors. And the people that drink San Pedro cactus juice they don't talk about the Fang deity anymore. I think Christianity in 500 years has somewhat put him in the back. It was unpopular to have a pagan deity. So they don't talk about him much anymore, though he's still around. There in around Trujillo, they call him Ayapec. But music playing in the Amazon. They play flutes, sometimes a chorus of women sing, and that's supposed to bring the spirits down into the ceremony. There's a spirit that's hurting the person that's sick, and then the priest or the shaman or the curandero, whatever you want to call him, has his own posse of spirits that are going to help him figure out what's going on. So when the music starts, that's bringing those spirits in. And people don't see them unless they've imbibed the San Pedro cactus juice, which is this hallucinogen, which is in the Amazon side, it was ayahuasca. On the coast, it was San Pedro cactus. But that's what allows you to actually see that other world.
Yeah, I went to the Amazon recently and did ayahuasca, very high dose of it.
Bold move.
When in Rome. How far back does that go?
Oh, I think longer than anybody can remember. But I mean, it's a natural plant that's been there forever. I think that it's thousands and thousands of years. That's another thing Chavin de Huantara was talking about, where I think the religion came from the Amazon. There's this wall on the back side that faces the Amazon side. So if you're entering the city from the Amazon path, you see this wall first. And it's a bunch of faces that some of them are human, some of them are total jaguar, and some of them are transforming in between. But there's a group of them that are midway through transformation, and they show their nostrils leaking out this snot that's coming like down their face. San Pedro doesn't do that to you, but ayahuasca does. Ayahuasca, traditionally, they'd take a blowgun and shoot it up or up your ass, but it was a lot of times up your nose. And when it shoots up your nose, the first thing that happens is just this gush of snot comes out of you. And there are stone depictions of people uncontrollably snotting on the backside of this temple from 3,000 years ago.
So that, you think, could have been a big component of the development of religion and shamanism?
I think that hallucinogens opened the mind then like they open the mind now.
Do you think that, the Stone Age theory, do you think that actually could have been an actual catalyst for the formation of civilization?
In the Americas, yes, I do. Though, hallucinogens are not part of every ancient tradition in the world. In fact, strangely, the majority of plants that are actually psychotropic, not just mood altering, are from here in the Americas. There are very few drugs that will make you hallucinate outside of the Americas. Of course, now they're global, and they can be grown all over the place. But originally speaking, very, very few were outside of the Americas. So they were part of the experience here in a way that they just couldn't be in other places.
I wonder to what degree they were just part of a ritual and the creative force behind sort of art versus like literally the method by which you come up with ideas that define a civilization. It's like the degree to which they had a role in the formation of civilizations. It's kind of fun to think about psychedelics being like a critical role in the formation of civilizations.
I think in terms of South America, they probably really were. In North America, where we're in a more northern climate here and there are less of them, not so much, at least in terms of psychedelics. Things like tobacco was always a big part of it. But a lot of there's more than one way to reach a hallucinatory state. The hard way is starvation, sleep deprivation, and for the Maya, for example, would go sleep deprivation, starvation, and then they cut themselves very badly. And that loss of blood, we believe, triggered hallucinations and visions. Nothing to do with drugs. I would much prefer the drugs route.
It's the result, not the tools aren't the thing that creates insight. It's the result. So
that getting to it's hallucinogens are poisoning us. They're killing us. That's it's a near death state, and people of the Americas believed sleeping was entering that other world. Death, you entered this other world, and that when you took this mighty dose of poison, it was helping you enter that other world for a period of time.
Yeah, as Tom Waits said in that one song, I like my town with a little drop of poison. So maybe that poison is a good catalyst for invention. So who were the early first sort of mother cultures, mother civilizations in South America? And like what is, if we look chronologically, is there a label we can put on the first peoples that emerged?
That picture is evolving. I mean, forever it was just the Chavin people that we've been talking about, the ones with all the first depictions of religious art, were the mother culture. And they certainly did transmit a lot of stuff. But then all of a sudden we find Corral. The next one that we've barely even begun looking at, but it's probably older than Corral, is Sachin culture. I was just poking around there last year, and just from the bus on the highway, I could see, like, that's a pyramid out there. Oh, there's another one. And I know how old the stuff we have studied there is. It's, again, 3000 BC. We're just barely beginning to understand them. Corral frustrates me to no end, the lack of art there. We've got, stones and bones and not even ceramics to go on. And they didn't have the courtesy to leave me a bunch of art I can interpret. So I don't know what those people believed.
Right. So one of the ways to understand what people believe is looking at the art, the stories told through the art, and then hopefully deciphering if they were doing any kind of writing.
That's our most fruitful place to try to get at this elusive ideas.
Yeah. And it sucks when they don't have art. If we just go back to the Amazon, you've mentioned that it's possible that there's a lost civilization that exists in the Amazon. So it's carried a lot of names, Lost City of Z or El Dorado. Do you think it's possible it existed?
Well, City of Z and El Dorado are in pretty different places. El Dorado, the ideas of where it is kind of center around towards Colombia.
Okay.
And City of Z is named after a region of Brazil called the Xingu.
Mm-hmm.
And so those are an America worth of distance apart.
Mm-hmm.
The entire, people don't really think about it on the map, but the entire United States would fit inside the Amazon. That's how big that place is.
Yeah.
And these two are on either end, but both of them have evidence of civilizations. These big, it's lowland and it floods all the time. So what they did is they'd make these big mounds, and then they'd make huge causeways between mounds so they could walk through their cities while they were seasonally inundated. And a bunch of that stuff has been found in the Xingu area, like huge areas that would support tens of thousands of people. Again, it's not stone built, and it's been under the forest forever, so it's very torn up. But it's there. Now, Brazil is big on cattle farming more than ever now. And a thing that I think is completed now is Brazil and Bolivia partnered together and built a highway all the way across and opened up a whole bunch more land, which has found more of these, what we call geometric earthworks. So there's more and more evidence of these civilizations. It's not a could be there. It's there for sure.
By the way, the people who are trying to protect the rainforest really hate the highway. One of the things I learned is if you build a road, loggers will come.
Yep.
And they will start cutting stuff down. Now, from an archaeology perspective, if you cut down trees, you get to discover things. But from a sort of protective, very precious rainforest perspective, it's obviously the opposite way. But it is interesting. I've seen where loggers cut through the forest, and then and when they leave, the forest heals itself very quickly.
So quickly.
And, you just think that across decades, you expand that to centuries, and it's like you could see how a civilization could be completely swallowed up by the rainforest.
And it happened for sure in the Amazon. One of the ways that we're trying to push the frontier of where people were in the Amazon, because yes, the the trees and just the biomass have eaten so much evidence. But they're finding more and more of these places that they call terra preta, which is black earth, and they're huge swaths of it. So I guess the anthropology term is anthropogenic landscapes.
Mhm.
And what they're saying is that that really dark earth couldn't have just got that way through natural forest processes, that sometime in the distant past, that forest wasn't there and there was major farming and human activity to the point where they totally turned the soil black, and it's much more enriched. And when I took a trip into the Amazon, I went from Manaus up the river, the Black River, a couple of days, and met some different communities. And I asked them about this black earth, and they were like, "Yeah, that's why we're here. Sometimes we move our village, but when we move, we look for the terra preta, and that's where we're going to put our village, because that's a place that all of our gardens work. The other places they don't."
One of the things you talked about, literally just you have to ask the right question. And the stories, all the secrets are carried by the people, and they'll tell you.
Yeah, there's so many of them. You know, the thing that excites the world about archaeology right now is Göbekli Tepe. And this, 10,000, now Karan Tepe is 11,000. The whole area is called the Tas Tepler. We only found it a couple of decades ago. But it was just, an archaeologist roaming through the area and asked a sheep herder, "Hey, you guys know where anything ancient is?" "Oh, yeah, let me show you this." And then all of a sudden we've got a lost civilization. And the shepherds always knew where it was, just nobody asked them.
So speaking of Göbekli Tepe, what do you think about the work of Graham Hancock, who also believes that there's a lost civilization in the Amazon?
Well, I've met Graham, and personally, I like him. He's a nice guy, got a nice sense of humor, and I think he's smart. And I also think he is a very good researcher. He and I are working on the same set of facts. The difference is our interpretations. I do not believe Graham's idea that a single now lost ancient civilization seeded the rest of them. I just don't see that on a number of levels, artifact-wise, technology-wise, art historical analysis. So I think his research is great. I think that he's very well read, in fact, better read than a lot of my colleagues. But his conclusions I disagree with. And he and I have talked about this and had a very civil and normal conversation about it, and agree to disagree without spitting any venom at any point in the conversation.
That would be a fun argument to be a fly in the wall for. So he believes, he's proposed as possible that the Amazon jungle is sort of a man-made garden. So it was planted there by advanced ancient civilization. Is there any degree to which that could be possible?
Frankly, I agree with him. I mean, it's just like what I was just talking about. It's the conclusion part that we differ from.
Sure.
But the facts that he's basing that on are that terra preta, are the huge geometric earthworks, are the ever-increasing evidence of them. They are now from, the bottom of Bolivia to Guyana. They're everywhere. Every time we open up the jungle, we find these big works. So yes, there was a vast civilization that was there. How advanced they were is a question, and also, a perspective thing. Graham really focuses in on what we don't know and what could be.
Just to educate me, what's the key idea that he's proposing that you disagree with? Is it the level of advancement the civilization was, or how large and centralized it was?
My main point of disagreement is that his ideas evolve like everybody's. No scientist or researcher in anything has an idea at the beginning of their career and holds it till the day they die. His ideas are evolving, but his ideas remain, a core of them are that there was a very advanced single ancient civilization that was utterly destroyed by climatic conditions and the younger, drier Dryas hypothesis is part of that. Most recently, he used to not say that. Now he's into this meteor thing. But he believes that that civilization was destroyed, but that members of it escaped this cataclysm and then spread out all over the world to seed all of the world's civilizations for the next revival. There's where I disagree with him. I think these were independent civilizations that grew up in their own ways, that they were not seeded by some more advanced civilization from the past, and that they all hold things in common because they have this common ancestry of in his early books he suggested it's Atlantis. I don't think he suggests that anymore, but he still hangs on to the single advanced, now completely lost civilization. And archaeology is, we don't have, we're, all of our ideas are theories. Very few of them are facts. And we're not, we could have the story wrong, but one thing we're real good at is finding stuff. I mean, we find fish scales. So I find it just too big a pill to swallow that there was a civilization that was that technologically advanced and that large that we can't even find a potsherd from.
Yeah. And of course, it is a compelling story that there's a single civilization from which all of this came from. Because the alternative is, the idea that we came Bering Strait from Asia, went all the way down to South America, and got isolated, and created all these marvelous, sophisticated civilizations and ideas, including religious ideas, that look similar to other, everybody has a flood myth.
Right.
So there's a lot of similarities. Everybody building pyramids.
Yeah.
But there could be a lot of other explanations. And for, even if it's a simple, compelling explanation, there has to be evidence for it, right? And what would that evidence
that's
look
the
like?
bottom line.
That's
I mean,
tough.
everything's theories. And as responsible scientists, we're trying to disprove our theories. We are not supposed to be trying to prove our theories. That's one more foot out of the science box that archaeology often steps. We're supposed to be disproving what we think is happening, not proving it.
Yeah, you don't want to lean into the mystery too much. I mean, it's such a weird discipline because you're operating it's like really in a dark room. You're feeling around a dark room, so it's mostly mystery. I would say a lot of sciences operate in a mostly well-lit room. It's like a dark corner, and you're kind of figuring out a way to light it. But in archaeology, most of it is a mystery, right?
Yes, it's job security. I like that part. But I do also try to always remind myself that every paradigm shifting idea that humans have ever had began as heresy and lunacy. That guy was crazy up to the second he was brilliant. And so we got to keep our minds open to the things that sound outlandish, because one of them eventually is going to lead us to the big paradigm shift. And if we're busy burning books of ideas that we don't like, that's where we close our minds to the possibility of advancing things.
I really love that, and I really appreciate that you're saying that. One of the fascinating things about just the Amazon to me is that there's still a large number of uncontacted tribes. As to rewind back into ancient history, you can imagine all of these tribes that existed in the Amazon that were isolated, very sort of distinct from each other. Can you speak to this, your understanding of these tribes and their history that are still here today?
Well, a lot of them are these, by uncontacted, we mean we don't know anything about these guys. We know roughly where they are, but places like Ecuador have very responsible policies where no one's allowed to go contact them. So we have a dearth of information. If they walk out of the jungle and talk to us, that's one thing, but we don't go out there looking for them. But they do seem frozen in time, and I don't think any of us have a good estimation of how long they've been like that. But we were saying earlier that, humans change based on pressures of their environment. It's mother necessity is oftentimes how we invent things or why we change. It's pressure. And one thing the Amazon is, once you, figure out how not to die in it, it's a paradise of food. Food's falling from the sky all the time there. And if once you learn to adapt to that environment, you've got very little need. There's no pressure to make anything else. Things are working.
So for the modern humans that come across these uncontacted tribes, one of the things they document and notice is the propensity of these tribes for violence. So they get very aggressive in attacking whoever they come across.
And not just foreigners, they attack each other. The Yanomamo are famous for just having never-ending feuds with each other.
What do you think is the philosophy behind that?
I don't, I'm a relatively peaceful person, but I've got the monster in me like everybody does. And I think that these, it's cultural norms that become institutionalized. For the Yanomamo, they really, part of the rite of passage to be a man is to go kill or maim somebody from an outer village. And they go in there, they oftentimes, the way they don't let inbreeding set in and ruin everybody, not that they think of it scientifically, but they typically go and steal women from far off communities. Mm-hmm. And that starts a big fight. Another thing that starts fights when nobody even fought is illness. Illness in the Amazon and all of the ancient Americas wasn't seen as a biological thing. It was a spiritual thing. So if somebody in your village gets sick, the question is asked, well, what spirit is menacing him and who called it out on him? And then the rumor starts. Well, I bet you it was Joe over there in that other community. He's still pissed off for that time when we stole his daughter. Yeah. And we ought to go over there and kill Joe. Yeah. And then he'll get better. And so this round of never-ending violence, like Hatfields and McCoys had that thing, and the people of New Guinea also do that. So it's not, there are certain areas, mostly wooded areas, now that I think about it, where people just hide out and they attack each other as a cultural institution.
It's such a tricky thing to do, to study an uncontacted tribe without obviously contacting them, to figure out their language, their philosophy of mind, how they communicate, the hierarchy they operate under.
And yeah, there was a fascinating story in Peru. I guess it was probably like 8 years ago or something, but there was a ranger from one of the biology stations who, just in the by and by of protecting his area, met one of these uncontacted tribes and befriended someone, not the whole tribe, but he made some friends who would meet him in the woods, not in their community. And he started to learn their language over a couple of years. And so he was this kind of important guy who actually could be the first translator to talk to these people. Mm-hmm. And one day, a couple of them just came out of the woods and just plugged him with arrows and just killed him. And then they went back in the woods. Like, that's the one guy who understands what we're saying. We should kill him and move our village.
So those folks really lean into the, as you said, the monster versus the puppy.
Everybody's got it. I think. We need to listen to our better angels, because if we don't, we as a human species can easily devolve into just using violence and against others to get what we want. It's a daily choice we make not to be savages.
Which is a fascinating thing to remember. We kind of think in civilized society we've moved past all that, but it can be summoned. Like in 1984, the 2 Minutes of Hate. With the right words, that primal thing can be summoned and directed and lead to a lot of destruction.
And our sports are really based on taking those kinds of urges and channeling them positive, where somebody's not dead at the end of it.
Yep. So at which point did what we now call the Maya civilization arise?
That's another complicated one. Another group living mostly in a jungle that we have barely begun to explore. You know, the truth is, a lot of the questions in the Amazon and what we're talking about now is the Petén and the mountains there. Those aren't places archaeologists want to live. They're horrible. I mean, I've been there. I don't want to live in a tent and eat rations. I want to live in a nice town. So a lot of the places where the answers are, we still really haven't gotten there because it takes a special person to be educated enough to know what they're looking at and tough enough to want to be there. I've done my tour of duty. I'm now in a nice little podcast studio. But seriously, the Maya, the first hint that we see people who are culturally Maya, very close to where the time period for that Chavin culture is, about 1800 BCE. There's a culture that some call the Mokaya, not Maya. But they're on the Pacific coast where Guatemala and Mexico connect. It's called the Soconusco. And those are the first people that are really going to be culturally Maya. And they're interacting with the culture that has traditionally been seen as Mexico's mother culture, which is the Olmec. They're kind of the same thing as we were talking about in South America, where the Maya, the original Maya, are not, there's not a whole lot to indicate that they have a religion. But the Olmec have this religion they develop, and they start exporting it. And you see the Maya become more and more involved in the religion that's being created by the Olmec, who are to the north of them in the swamps of what we call the Isthmus of Tehuantepec.
I have a lot of questions to ask here about just the natural stupid confusion I have. So first, did the Maya or the Olmec come first? And are they distinct groups? Like, how do you maintain a distinct civilization when you're so close together?
I just finished filming a whole thing on the Olmecs and their interaction with the Maya for the Great Courses. I'm thrilled for it to come out next spring. I think they co-evolved. Archaeology in this regard is the worst enemy of this. We put these names on cultures. We talk about how they evolve from one to another. We draw these lines where there aren't any. We make these time periods that a culture magically transforms into somebody with another name, where I'm pretty sure they didn't care about any of those names. But the Maya and the Olmec are two parts of a larger interaction sphere that's happening in Mesoamerica, a very dynamic time. The Olmec are really bringing the religion part, but the other areas are bringing technology, ceramic technology, making hematite mirrors, making tools out of obsidian and other stone types. So you've got the Olmec in the middle, where Mexico gets skinny and it gets swampy down there. That's called the Isthmus of Tehuantepec. That's where the Olmec are. Then you've got the Maya to the east of them. Then you have the Valley of Oaxaca, where the people called the Zapotecs, they're rising up. And then you have the Valley of Mexico, which will eventually become the Aztecs, but not for millennia. All those areas are interacting with each other.
Can we just also draw some more lines?
Yeah, sure.
So what is Mesoamerica and what is South America? And what you just said, the Olmecs and the Maya, like, can we just linger on the geography that we're talking about here in the, what is this, like 1000 BC?
Yeah, the time period we're talking about where the Olmec are there, 1000 BC is a great midpoint of it. I'd say it starts about 1800 BCE, and by 500 BCE, the Olmec are gone. And a whole new wave of civilization and population increase happens. In terms of Mesoamerica, looking at your map here, I'd say about halfway through the Chihuahua Desert up there in the top left, that's about the boundary of Mesoamerica. There's this big desert where almost nobody lives, and once you get north enough, you get into the ancestral Pueblo people of what's now America, the Four Corners area. They're not Mesoamerican. They have different lives.
Where does modern Mexico end?
Modern Mexico ends right, you see the name Maya there with the white line around it. That's Guatemala. So Guatemala cuts off most of Mexico from Central America.
Got it.
But Mesoamerica only goes about halfway through Honduras. And then it's really kind of a no man's land. Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama, they really, they're neither. They're not Mesoamerica, they're not South America. They're more South America because they've got some gold there. But then basically you get on the other side of Panama and you're fully in South America with two distinct groups too. You've got the guys that are on the Andes on the west coast, and then you have the Amazon.
So the west, the Andes and the Amazon are very distinct. So when you refer to the Andean region, is that referring to the Andes and the Amazon, or just the Andes?
Just the Andes, and the coast to the Pacific there. That's Andean civilization.
So did Maya make it to the Andes, the Andean region?
Not that archaeology can prove, but it's almost certain that they interacted with each other. Number one, it's just, it's biased that these people couldn't travel as widely as people on the other side of the planet did. But there's also hints like that first ceramics I was talking about that the Maya made. They show up strangely sophisticated technologically already. And down in Ecuador, they had them for 1,000 years before. So a lot of people, myself included, think that the idea of ceramics actually came from South America to the Maya.
Did the Maya get seeded by the second wave across the Bering Strait, or did that initial wave of people that came and populated South America, were they the ancestors of the Maya? Like, how did the migration happen here? Do we understand that?
We're still piecing it together. I don't think, I'd be lying if I told you I had the answers, but we do have evidence of Maya stature people. They're a small people. Generally speaking, people that grow up in the forest are smaller, and people that grow up in the open plains are taller. Probably about, just generations of people that hit their head on a branch or not.
He's joking, but there could be something to that.
I think there's some truth to it. I mean, the pygmies are small, and the people on the plains in Africa are big. The North American Indians are tall, and the Maya are small. There's definitely a pattern of smaller people in the forests. But anyway, there's a cave in the Yucatan called Loltun Cave that has handprints in the cave. It's somebody who put their hand on the cave and spit charcoal around their hand like a negative print.
Yeah.
We can date that charcoal, and it comes from 10,000 years ago. And the hands are all small. It's, typical old Mexico. I walked right up to these things and could put my hand, I didn't mess with them, but I put my hand next to these hands. And they're all smaller than my Northern European hand. And so either it was a bunch of kids who were in this cave 10,000 years ago, or it was people of Maya stature who did it.
So cool that you can date the charcoal. And it's so cool that 10,000 years ago there were people leaving.
And actually we have one that's, I think, 2,000 years older now. Just a couple years ago, again in Yucatan, in a cave, they found a woman they named Naya now. And she's like 12,000 years old.
So the best guess maybe that you have is it goes across the Bering Strait to South America, possibly the Amazon, develop a lot of cool ideas in the Amazon and start drifting back up into Mesoamerica.
It was kind of a co-evolution. The technology of ceramics, I think, got there through an interaction.
See, the interesting thing is that the Maya didn't really have religion, didn't have as a vibrant religious set of ideas, and they borrowed it from the Olmec.
I've been doing a deep dive on this for this Olmec course that I just did, and it really does seem like these other cultures that have jade and hematite and obsidian, the Olmec had none of that stuff. They were living in a swamp and building things out of dirt, but they were importing those materials from those areas, carving them into all sorts of religious iconography, and then exporting them back to them.
And still the Fang deity show up?
No, the Fang deity's nowhere in Central America and Mesoamerica. That's why there's jaguars, there's jaguar iconography, but it's not the same thing. This whole jaguar transformer deity does not exist there. They do have a pantheon.
So the Maya, the Olmecs, are the interesting peoples of the regions. What was their? I'd love to ask questions about who were they. So one question I'm curious about: what was their sense when they looked up at the stars? What was their conception of the cosmos?
That's a question I've spent my entire career trying to answer. I think that they saw it as proof of the cyclical nature of life. And certainly they saw, like every ancient group did, like, are those the gods? Why are those things so far away? But I think that the Maya especially looked at it with a much more mathematical mind than most did. And so they watched these things move every night. And if you do that even today, you notice that all the stars move in tandem. They're just this blanket. They're like this curtain behind you. They're the stage upon which some very important players are dancing. And that's the moon, the sun, and the planets. There's 5 planets we can see visibly. So they started watching, like, why are just those 7 moving differently than the rest? And those are the things that they keyed on mathematically. The sun, of course, was also involved in the agricultural cycle. So that was important in and of itself. But the planets, we can see them coming up with ideas, definitely doing the math and seeing that there is a repeated cycle, and then coming up with mythology around them. Like Venus for them was associated with war, and they had very ritualized times to go to war that had something to do with Venus. Sometimes in the classic period Maya, it was the first appearance of Venus as the morning star. That was a good time to go to battle with your neighbors. And when it became the post-classic, with like Chichen Itza being the capital of the Yucatan, then it looks like, if you watch Venus day after day, it goes slowly up every day. And then when it hits its highest point as morning star in the morning, it goes down to the earth like 3 times as fast. All of a sudden, it just shoots down and hits the earth. And so the people of post-classic Maya civilization saw that as the gods shooting a spear into the earth. And that was a good time to attack your neighbors. That was like wartime, when the spear is going to hit the earth.
All right, so this is fascinating. They just had, at the foundation, a sense that life existence at the various time scales is cyclical.
Yeah.
That's the starting point. And then you just look out there, and if you're extremely precise, which is fascinating, how precise they were, you can just measure the cycles.
Yeah, and they did it really well. Now, of course, they are the only ones to develop a fully elaborated writing system in all of the Americas. The South America had the Quipu, but it's so different than our writing. We're still trying to figure out what the heck it is. We know there's math there too. But they had the ability to take a lifetime worth of measurements and hand it to the next generation, who would then do it more and do it more. That's how they figured out kind of the holy grail of ancient astronomy. How good were they? Was whether they could see the precession of the equinoxes. The fact that we're just barely wobbling, and there's a 26,000 year period where the stars as that backdrop will spin all the way around and come back. It's 26,000 years. But the Maya were able to figure out, wait, it's moving 1 degree every 72 years, and did a calculation based on where it should be in the ancient past. And they're using constellations. They're showing us they know by saying, like, this planet's in this constellation right now, and 33,000 years ago, it would be in this constellation.
It's just fascinating that they were able to figure this out. I would love to sort of understand the details of the scientific community, if you can call it that,
I think we absolutely could, and that's actually one of the things that I'm hoping to move the needle on in my generation with my career, is to give these cultures the respect they deserve as standing toe to toe with the rest of our ancient civilizations we respect. There are things that should be called science that are not being called science at the moment. Their math is incredible. Their hydraulic engineering is incredible. Their chemistry is incredible. And so I hope to talk about these things differently as a way to get people to recognize the achievements in a different way.
Yeah, I mean, unquestionably incredible scientific work in the astronomy sense, especially here. Can you speak to all the sophisticated aspects of the Mayan calendar that they've developed?
I know you got another 5 hours.
Let's go. I should.
No, I'm kidding.
I should say that you also gave me 2024 Mayan calendar.
Yeah, I do this just to show the world that calendar system is evergreen. It can go into the future or the past for billions of years in the system they made, just like our system is.
But can you speak to the three components here as I'm reading? The Tzolk'in, the Hab, and the long count? What are these fascinating components of the calendar?
It's neat how obsessed they were. Really math nerds. It wasn't good enough for them to just make one cycle to describe time.
Yeah.
They had all these cycles that interlocked into each other like cogs in a machine, though they never thought of it like that. But the Tzolk'in's their oldest one, and the one that still endures today. There are millions of Maya people that are living their lives based on a 260-day count. No weeks, no months. It's just 13 numbers combined with 20-day names for a total of 260 days, and then it goes again. Everybody in the Highlands knows what their birthday is in that calendar, knows what it means about their personality and the kind of jobs that they're supposed to do. Each one of those days has their own spirit and what's supposed to happen in those days. The Maya collectively call them the mom, the grandmother, grandfather spirits. And they talk to each one of those days and they pray to them. There's now an association of some 8,000 people that are called Aki, that are day keepers who are keeping the days. And they're also like community psychologists almost. People come to them and say, my life is mixed up. What's wrong here? Well, let's ask the mom. Like, okay, well, it looks like you're not doing this or that, or what? You're an accountant. You're not supposed to be an accountant. You're supposed to be a midwife. What are you doing? You're living your life wrong. You're a Keeb. You need to start being a Keeb person.
They take extremely seriously the day on which you were born, what that means, like the spirit that embodies that day.
Right. Like I'm Keeb. I'm 13 Keeb, and it says it's funny how accurate a lot of them are. Mine is basically I'm an irresponsible husband and parent, but people like me, so my family still prospers. Like, well, God, that's horribly that's horribly accurate.
I mean, some of it is also the chicken and the egg. If you truly believe, so if you structure society where this calendar is truly sacred, then it kind of like you manifest a lot of the spirit does manifest itself in the life of the people that was born on that spirit's day.
Absolutely.
It's interesting.
And the Maya really feel this in this system. So that's the core system. This 260-day calendar was the very first calendar they made thousands of years ago, and it's the one that's most important today.
Why 260 days, by the way? Is there a reasoning behind it?
From most Maya agree with this today, and who knows what the original architects thousands of years ago were thinking, but it's 9 months. It's the human gestation period. So if you conceived on the day 13 monkey, chances are your kid's coming out on or near 13 monkey. And I think it's beautiful. I mean, if that's right, that means the Maya and the people of Mesoamerica, who all share it together, when they thought about we need a count of time that's for us. They didn't look up into the heavens. They looked like into their bodies. What's the first cycle that we actually go through as humans, and they pick this 9-month thing, it really is a cycle. And no other culture on the planet looked inside themselves to create their calendar like that.
So that's the oldest one and the sacred one that still carries through to today. What's the second one, the Hob?
The Hob is the solar calendar, the one that everybody on the planet eventually comes up with. We know it's second, though, because when they start talking about it, they use all the symbols and the numbers from the 261. They say, well, we need a solar one, too. Let's just keep counting this another 105 days, and we'll get to 365.
Oh, interesting. They kind of carry the same. Got it. And that's useful because for all the sort of agricultural, all this kind of reasons.
Right. Though, interestingly, they never put a leap year in. The Hob is also called the vague year because it's just 365, which means every year they're off a quarter of a day, and eventually it starts really adding up.
Yeah.
In fact, it's even caused modern problems. In this calendar here, I just do the straight math from 1,000 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And so I place the beginning of the solar year differently than some Maya groups do, especially the guys in the highlands of eastern Guatemala. They write me nasty emails saying, I don't know what time the year is. But their relatives changed it in the 1950s because their agricultural cycle was so far off, they moved it 60 days back to make it in the spring again. But it drifts, which is strange because it's not a very good thing for the agricultural cycle. It's one of these mysteries we still don't have an explanation for.
So that's the Hob. And then what's the long count?
The long count's their really mysterious, cool one because it's a linear count of days, which are not like them. It's a bunch of cycles like ours. You know, our weeks are a cycle, our months are a cycle. But it's weird in that its estimation of the year in the long count system is only 360 days. So it's miserably off a solar year. And they count in base 20. So they count like we count in 10 or decimal. They count in base 20, vigesimal. And so it should be, there's ones, there's 20s, there's 400s, there's 8,000s, there's 160,000s. It goes just like our tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, but it's times 20.
Mm-hmm.
So that third, so they have days, months of 20 days, and then they have these years that should be by their math 400, but it's only 360, and that throws the whole thing out of whack going further up. Then they have a 20-year period and a 400-year period. 400 years to their calendar, but it's only, by that time, it's only 396 years in our period, in our reckoning. So it's mysterious that why did they tweak it at the year to be only 360 days? That doesn't follow any astronomy, that's not the human cycle.
Yeah, but it's interesting that they build up towards thinking about very long periods of time, like Bucktoons is 144,000 days.
Right. Or a Bakhtun is 400 of the long counts years. So it's kind of like our millennium. We think it's a big deal when we hit a millennium or a century. They have a 20-year period that they do a lot of celebrations on called a Khatun, and then they have the 400 Bakhtun, which is the big one. That's like their millennium. And 13 of those Bakhtuns occurred in the creation before us. They also think that that the world has had multiple creations. They're not alone in that. There's lots of ancient civilizations who say that, but we're technically in the fourth creation. And they have a creation story called the Popol Vuh. And the Popol Vuh is clear as day that the third creation ends with the help of these heroes called the Hero Twins, and the fourth creation begins. And so on the Maya monuments, we see them doing the math through the long count, and we can calculate it back very exactly. It happened, the fourth creation started on August 11th, 3,114 BC. And it says, it doesn't say it's day one. It says it's the last day of the 13th Baktun of the third creation, which leads us to believe that a creation is only 13 Baktuns long.
Right. So, and this would be the fourth creation. The calendar starts
fourth creation. But if you do the math, going from 3,114 BC and count 13 Baktuns forward, you get to 2012.
And hence the very popular notion that 2012, whenever that was, December something.
December 21st, 2012.
Would be the end of the world.
Right.
So can you explain this?
Those were very fruitful years for me. I had so many lectures around the country. That's like Garrett Morris in Saturday Night Live. The apocalypse was very, very good to me.
I mean, but that is pretty interesting. So that would be, so technically would be in the fifth. No.
Yeah, technically we'd be in the fifth. Though my argument was that actually, if you look through all the corpus of Maya mathematics and calendars, they never say anything like that. In fact, there's a handful of dates that tell us that the fourth creation does continue farther on. That Baktun place should have 20 Baktuns in it, like their counting system would dictate, not 13. And there's a place in Palenque, there's a place in the Dresden Codex, and one other place I'm forgetting that all talk about time after 2012. So how does that happen? It's a conflict.
Is there supposed to be an overlap of the third? So it's like 13 is the core of it, and it's 20 long.
They love the number 13. It's all over the place. It's a magic number to them. My explanation, which I admit is not very solid, but I think that the magical deeds of the hero twins in their creation story at the end of the third creation hit the magical reset button. Mm-hmm. And that it just restarted time right there because of their magic. But that was not to say that the natural Baktun cycle should be 13. And there are certain texts that go way forward in time or way backward in time. And whenever they want to do that, there are higher increments than just the Baktun. Above that, there's the Pictun, then there's the Kalabatun, then there's Alawatun, and it goes on and on. And these are 160,000 years. Huge increments of time. Whenever they want to do that, and they talk about a long period of time, they start putting 13s in all of those increments, those higher increments. And I think what they're saying is they're making an esoteric statement about the never-ending nature of time. That's what I think they're telling us in those texts, that time goes on forever, magically.
But they still had a conception that it didn't go on forever before, right? That there was other civilizations that came before in there. This is the fourth creation.
This is the fourth creation, and the gods made everybody. The first ones were made of mud and they melted. The second ones were made of sticks, but they were jerks to the animals. The third ones were like us, but flawed in some other way. And then we're finally made of the blood of the gods and corn. We're made out of corn, so we're perfect. And as it explains to us, the Popol Vuh does, we got it right this time. There's no reason to believe that this creation has a set duration. Well, one of the weird things is that the Aztecs, who we talked to a lot at Contact, they also had the concept of multiple creations before, but they were real clear to the Spanish that they weren't all the same time element. Some of them were in the 300s of years. Some of them were in the 700s of years, but they were not the same time period. So our our mathematical logic that if the third creation was 13, this one must be third creation, or also be 13. It's in direct opposition to what the Aztecs told us about the nature of creations. They're different time periods.
Why do you think there was the myth of the previous creations? Did they have some kind of long, multi-generational memory of prior civilizations?
It may have had some echo in the flood myths.
It's the same kind of major myths carried through long periods of time.
There's a lot of different opinions about it, and they're like, if they were all 13, if we have 5 creations like the Aztecs said, and they were all 13, they would come up to roughly 25,000 something years, which is very close to that precessional cycle. So some people are like, they designed it all to be one completion of the precession of the equinoxes.
And I mean that
I don't believe that one, but that one sure sounds good, doesn't it? That's going to get a lot of internet hits.
And one of the things I do obviously wonder about is why the flood myth is part of like most societies and most religions.
I think that one's pretty easy. It's the end of the Ice Age when the bathtub filled back up.
Huh. It's just the Ice Age.
It's the seas filling back up.
And they, without really understanding what happened, they just carried that story.
Everybody knows that everybody's nice coastal village went underwater.
Yeah.
And they had to seek higher ground.
And then just like people like talking about the weather, everybody was talking about the weather for many generations as the sea level was going up. And then that myth carried.
Why do we live here, Grandpa? Well, we used to live over there, but then the water came.
And then many grandpas later, it just kind of permeates every idea.
It becomes mythology, but global mythology. So that one, there's a lot of things I don't have a reasonable explanation for, but the flood myth is almost certainly the rise in sea level.
So this idea that every day represents that it carries a spirit. There's modern day astrology. Most people kind of consider astrology this maybe a bit unscientific woo-woo type of set of beliefs. But do you think there's some wisdom that astrology carries? From your scholarship of the Maya calendar, do you think if we carry that to the astrological perspective on the world, do you think there's some wisdom there?
I don't know. I have a woo-woo part of me. I would like to believe that stuff, but I don't think as a scientist I cannot come up with a biological, scientific reason why that would be true. And, when you look at it objectively, I mean, really, is everybody born with the sign Scorpio a moody person? That's just objectively not true. But it is funny how oftentimes these Maya horoscopes, for lack of a better word, do hit the mark. There was some student who surveyed like 300 people with the app I made and asked them about their Greek sign and their Maya sign, and his conclusion for his term paper was that the Maya one was working way better. Which that's fascinating. At least that's fun. But no, I think I'm too much of a scientist to believe that. I just don't have any foundation in science that would allow us to believe that the month in which we were born in a cycle sets our personality and destiny.
I agree, and yet there's so much mystery all around us that what I do like is the inbuilt humility to that worldview. That there's this whole, you can call it a spiritual world, but a world that we don't quite understand. And then you can wonder about what is the wisdom that world carries. And then you can construct all kinds of systems to try to interpret that. And then there is where the human hubris can come in and but it's good to be humbled by how little we know, I suppose.
I do love the mysteries of the world, and I would love to find an ancient civilization, but I don't want to solve the mysteries of the world. I think they're one of the things that make world life worth living.
That's true. That's true. You mentioned the Maya writing system. What are some interesting aspects of their language that they've used and the written language that they used?
Well, one of the things that confound me as a guy who's spent, better portion of my life studying it, I had the honor of being the student of Linda Sheely right here at the University of Texas at Austin. She got the group together who broke the Maya code of hieroglyphics in the 1970s. So I learned from the best, and I loved every minute of it. I miss Linda.
Can you speak to that code, actually, the hieroglyphic code, and what it takes to break it?
Oh boy, I mean, what a thing. We had kind of a Rosetta Stone. We had a page out of Diego de Landa's book, a priest who was converting the Maya in Yucatan, asked his informants about their writing system and what every sound meant. And he was convinced they had an alphabet like we do. So he got this Maya guy, sat down in Spanish, and he said, okay, you're going to write all the symbols right here in my book. Write an A here, write a B here, write a C here. And that guy just wrote all of the sounds that the priest told him to write. Mm-hmm. They were actually syllables. They were vowel, consonant combinations. They weren't an alphabet. But that turned into our Rosetta Stone of sorts. The big key is that the Maya still speak that same language. There are millions of Maya people who are speaking a version of Maya. Now, there's where I get confused. That we've got a single writing system that is intelligible. We've broken the code, so we know that it's basically the same writing system, top of the Yucatan into Guatemala and El Salvador. But we have 33 Maya languages today that are mutually unintelligible. And we backwards project the language of what they spoke back then that the glyphs are in to something called Chol-T, which is a combination of Chorti and Chol, two of those languages. But it doesn't work for me at all. If there was one language, maybe two back then, how did it flower into 33 mutually unintelligible languages in just 500 years during acculturation and horrible infectious diseases that killed 90% of the population? How did that happen? So we're missing something huge here. I think it's more like Chinese, where Chinese letters writing can be read in multiple languages and still understood. I don't know exactly the mechanics of how that would happen, but it just seems impossible that there are more languages, not less languages, in the Maya area after the last 500 years that they've been through.
So you think that there's some kind of process of either rapidly generating dialects, or there always has been these dialects, or I should say they're distinct languages, even though there's a common writing system?
There must have been a way that multiple languages understood the same writing system. Or maybe there was something like Latin. You know how there was a period in Europe where most people were illiterate, and there was this priesthood who all understood Latin and they wrote in Latin. Yeah. Maybe the hieroglyphs represent a kind of Latin in the ancient Maya world.
But we don't really know, and there's not clear evidence to fill in the gaps of how it's possible to have that.
Right. But we did realize it was actually a Russian scholar named Yuri Konorozov who broke the code. The Americans and the Europeans were absolutely sure that the language was, that the written language was a dead language. But Yuri, not knowing any of that, not being filled with all of those thoughts from America and Europe, went about it in the way that he was taught in his grad school in Moscow, and just went to the dictionaries. And he looked at Yucatec language that they're speaking today, and he applied it to the symbol system, and he knew that there were certain sounds. He used Landa's alphabet, and he found there was his two key examples were a picture of a dog with a symbol over it and a picture of a turkey with a symbol over it. And the dog, a dog in Yucatec is Sul. So he saw two symbols, and he said, this one's probably Sul, and this one's Ul. And then the turkey was Kutz. So it would be Ku ending in Su. And he showed how, look, this is Suits, this is Sul. Those two things that should be Su are the same symbol. And that began this process of unraveling the syllables that we're still working on today.
That's fascinating. Just that decoding process is fascinating. Like, how do you even figure that out? And there's probably still, are you aware of any written languages that haven't been decoded yet?
Yeah, there's a number of them. There's Easter Island script. I was just talking to, we've apparently made a few advances there now. It's called Rongo. And we only have about maybe 25 examples of texts, but we're beginning to break that. There's also the big one is Harappan. Harappan, for a long time, we used to say there were 5 independent scripts on the planet. And those were Chinese, cuneiform, which is Mesopotamian, Egyptian, Maya, and then Harappan, which is from northern India. That's the only one that we've never cracked. And now all the epigraphers, the people, that's the term for epigraphy, is translating these languages. They're all ganging up on Harappan and want to kick it off the list because we can't break it. It had a big enough symbol set, but no one's been able to crack it. And now they're saying it's just an elaborate symbol set and doesn't reflect the spoken word.
That's a hypothesis, but which would explain why it's so different.
Right. But we could just be faced with a quitter generation. Maybe somebody will pick up the baton next generation.
Kids these days with their
The other one that fascinates me is from the Americas. It's the Quipu. The Inca had the Quipu, this knotted string records, but it was definitely encoding more than just math. We know the math. I know lots. I can do the math Quipus and figure out what they're totaling and things. Yeah, there's a Quipu right there.
Quipu are recording devices fashioned from strings historically used by a number of cultures in the region of India and South America. A Quipu usually consists of cotton or camel fiber strings. So there's a set of strings, and they're supposed to what? To be saying something?
There's one long string that the little ones dangle off of, and each one of the dangling strings have sets of knots on them. And the knots, some of them are mathematical Quipus, and those we can just do the math. We can prove it's math. They also encoded language in there. They had entire libraries in Cusco where Spanish conquistadors were brought through, and the caretakers of the libraries would just they'd say, pull that one down, read that one to me, and he'd pull it out and just read a history of something that happened 200 years earlier. So it was definitely writing. But in the 1570s, one head of the church there had all of the people that could read them, called Quipu Kamayaks, gathered up, had them read all of their Quipus and transcribe them into Spanish books, and then had the Quipus burned and those people murdered.
Okay. Well, there you go.
And so we can't break the code still today, but we know it was absolutely a written language. Though it wasn't written, it was weaved or knotted.
And there's still some Quipus available that could be...
I think now we've just crossed the 1,000 mark. So we have 1,000 Quipus. There's enough to break the code. And I think this generation might be the one that does it.
It's sad that so few have survived.
Yeah.
I mean, 1,000 is good, but it's...
But see, Peru has barely scratched the surface with archaeology. There's so much out there. There was a priest I read about named Diego de Porres, who was one of the early people in Peru converting communities. And his chronicle is real clear that he wanted to teach this community of 3,000 people all the Spanish prayers, the important ones for them to be converted into Christianity. And he had the community's Kipu Kamayaks, not Kipus for each person, that told them that they could read them out and memorize the prayers. And if they were caught without their Kipu in town, they were flogged. So he had 3,000 of the same Kipu made and handed out to this community. If we find that community and find its cemetery, there is our Rosetta Stone.
You know, it is probably the case. There's somebody in Peru and maybe a large community that knows this language, that understands. And like, you just have to show up and ask them. And it's like, they're like, oh yeah.
There are some communities that are using them. There's a couple of them that we had high hopes for, and then it was apparent that they were just making shit up. they didn't actually know how to read it. They just knew it used to be read, so they like made a bunch of stuff about what it says, and they bring it out and they act like they can read it, but then when you ask them the details, they don't know.
Yeah.
But then on a much simpler level, there's llama herders who keep a string in their pocket, and they've got the knots equaling how many llamas they have, and then they have subcategories of information like this one's sick, we've lost these ones, this one's pregnant. So they have these more simple and more mathematical Kipus, but they're using them to effect as a record.
Is it possible through archaeology to know what, the social organization of the Maya was? Like what, maybe if there was a hierarchy, maybe what the political structure was, if there was a leader, different roles, priests, or like who had the power, who was powerless, who had certain kinds of roles. Is it possible to know that?
Actually, because of hieroglyphs, yeah, we know a whole lot. There's, basic things that archaeology, which is a very blunt tool, can figure out, like this guy lives in a rich house, this guy lives in a poor house. But the hieroglyphs tell us specific stuff about who can rule, that it was hereditary, that that hereditary rule was based on royal blood that could be burned and connect to the ancestors that lived up in the sky versus the one that's lived in the underworld. It also told us things about hierarchy, like that there were councils of lords underneath the king who each represented clans who had their own neighborhoods, and that there were revolving positions of authority. There was the site that I mapped for my dissertation and spent years in the jungle there, Palenque, had a lord's title named Fire Lord. That was one of the generals of their army. And we could tell that position changed over time. So there was one guy named Chakzutz who was the Fire Lord for the early part of a reign of a king called the Kalmonab. And then by the time he carves this other panel, there's another guy in the position of Kak Ahau, which was the Fire Lord. And so he had
got promoted.
It was well, he could have been killed. I mean, there's a case of that. But then we have the interesting case of in the post-classic, they shed the idea of kings. They don't like kings anymore. That's probably a big part of why the classic disappearance and the abandonment of all those cities happened. People just got sick of kings. And so they turned into this more council system at Chichen Itza. But then when Chichen Itza falls, there's a new city that's architecture looks a lot like Chichen Itza. It's called Mayapan. But it has what is called the League of Mayapan. And it has a council of representatives from the communities from all around the Yucatan. And it is basically a democracy. It is a Maya democracy that happens. The individuals from all around the Yucatan are there. They each family has their own council house at Mayapan, though they live back at their place. It's kind of like a Maya Congress.
And representative democracy.
It really was. I mean, and this happens in, I guess, 1250 AD.
Mm-hmm.
That this Maya democracy happens, and we know the names of them. We know the families, and of course, they were humans. So eventually, they screwed it all up. One family murdered another family, and the whole city burned.
Yeah, and of course, it's probably some fascinating corruption, which is hard to discover through
Part of it was the Aztecs screwing things up. The Aztecs came down with all sorts of, like, we'll buy everything you're making. And then eventually they were like, could we maybe buy some humans?
Yeah.
And then one family was like, no. And the other family was like, I don't know. They're making us a lot of money. So then, they murdered each other and the water supply got polluted and then the city burned.
Seems like slavery, murder, and disease is a large component of the story of humans. You mentioned different periods in the Maya, the classic, the post-classic, the pre-classic, the archaic. Can you just speak to that? So archaic is before there was really a civilization. That was
archaic's pretty much when everybody's hunter-gatherers.
So the classic period was the golden age, and then the pre-classic is the interesting time that we were talking about, and the post-classic is when the democracy came about.
Well, midway through it.
Yeah.
Reverted back to council systems. The Maya loved to be part of councils. So yeah, we have pre-classic is like the origins of civilization. They're starting to build cities. They're starting to create their calendar. They're starting to create these wonderful works of art. And the classic period, if you look at 10 different textbooks for the Maya, you'll get 10 different dates that wiggle around in there. But basically, that's the age of kings to me. That's when these cities decide that they're going to organize themselves around elite royal families that have this magical blood that can contact their ancestors that are directly in contact with the gods. The Maya never contact their gods directly. They contact their ancestors who are up there, who act like liaisons to the gods. And so the Maya Age of Kings has these dynasties sprouting up where these people have basically snowed the rest of the people, that they've got a special quality of their blood and only their offspring can do the same trick and talk to the gods, where every Joe Maya can let their blood and burn it and contact their ancestor. But Joe Maya's dad is just a corn farmer who lives down below and he's got no influence over the gods. But the rulers, their spirits go down briefly, but then they go up into the heavens and reside where the gods are and can act as liaisons. So that's the validation for this kingship that happens for about 400 years. I know we say 250 to 900, which is kind of the encompassing edges of it, but it's interesting that it's actually specifically the 9th Baktun of their history. The 9th Baktun begins in like 426 and it ends in like 829. So it's a 400-year period of time. And before that, there were no kings. And after that, there really aren't kings. They're heads of councils. So it's I call it the Age of Kings, where everybody's following the directives of basically a despot. And for a while, that's great. I mean, cities build up, populations happening. That's it. I see it as kind of a cult of personality moment too. Strong, charismatic leaders inspire people to do great things together. But eventually, like happens all the time with power, too much power corrupts. All of a sudden, there's this unwieldy, huge elite class that has to be treated special by everybody else, and they start saying, "Well, I think we should fight with those guys, and you guys should go take these things." And people eventually get sick of it, and they walk away from these cities, and that's how we get the mysterious Maya collapse, where all these cities are just gone.
That's one of the great mysteries of the Maya civilization, is that over a very short period of time, like 100 years, it seems to have declined very rapidly. It collapsed. What do you think explains that? What happened?
I think it's a failing of archaeology to properly see what was happening. I think that most of those cities' populations moved, no more than 20 to 40 kilometers out, started their own farm, and they lived in perishable houses. And all archaeology signature sees is that nobody lives in the city center anymore. We don't see a bunch of mass bodies. There's no evidence of people getting sick. There are certain cities that fought with each other at the end, and we see that signature plain as day. We know when a city was attacked and burned. Mostly that didn't happen. People moved and migrated. And it seems like right there around like between 800 and 900, a lot of the elites that were on top most of it was in the rainforests of northern Guatemala. They move. They move in two directions. Some of them move into the highlands of Guatemala, and some of them move up into the Yucatan. The city of Chichen Itza becomes the next big capital in Yucatan, but the word Itza is actually a word describing the people who lived around Lake Petén Itza in northern Guatemala. And all of the Maya are super clear about that the Itza came in as immigrants with these new ideas and created Chichen Itza. So that the elites who were no longer welcome in their cities just moved and set up shop somewhere else.
So why was there a decline? What was maybe the catalyst? Was there specific kind of events that started this? Was this an idea that kind of transformed the society?
We are still debating that. I don't think there is a single reason. I think humans are complicated. I think a lot of things led to this. One thing we can see archaeologically is that every one of the cities became overpopulated. They were too popular, and we think that they pushed the limits of their capacity to feed and house people.
Mm-hmm.
We see it in lots of the cities at the end of the Classic period that people are seasonally starving. I remember really stark evidence in Copan, Honduras. Copan was this beautiful city, lineage of 17 kings. But the last kings and the last elite burials that we dig from the city center, the teeth are the telling part. They get this thing when you're growing up and you're not getting enough food seasonally, it shows up in the enamel of your teeth. It's called dental hypoplasia. And if somebody's seasonally starving, it gets these lines in their teeth. And that last generation of Maya before they left Copan, even the rich people are seasonally starving. So there's a problem there for sure. But I also think it's a weird thing. It was not an empire. It was a group of independent city-states like Greece. Some of them were allied, some of them were enemies. There was a huge civil war that settled out about the end of the Classic period. So if it was Europe, the victors would have taken over, the losers would have beat it and gone wherever they went. But when they abandoned these cities that were independent still, they all left, both the guys that won and the guys that lost the war. So it couldn't be just as simple as spoils go to the victor. It's such a wide area. Not everybody was starving like the people in the Copan Valley. So I personally think it was calendrically timed. It is interesting to note that ninth period, that ninth 400-year period ends right then. And I think a lot of people, I can't prove it archaeologically, but I think a lot of people said, we're coming to the end of a great cycle and we need to renew. We need to change what we're doing. When you talk to the Maya today, like at the end of this 2012 thing, if you actually talk to Maya, say, what happens at the end of a big cycle here? They say cycles are a time of renewal and transformation, that it is all of our obligation to change our lives at the end of cycles. That change is coming, we can either be part of it or we can get steamrolled by it. The Aztecs did this neat thing called the New Fire Ceremony. Every 52 years, which was the biggest their calendar would go, they'd burn down perfectly good temples. And they'd burn down their houses sometimes. And they would everybody in society would perform this, what they called the New Fire Ceremony. And they would renew the world. So I think my personal theory is that the Maya decided at the end of the ninth Baktun that it was time to renew the world.
I think this theory makes sense because they really internalized the calendar. I mean, it was a really big part of their culture, this sense of the cyclical nature of civilization.
That's what I think. I think that that they created that calendar to perceive the cycle and to harmonize with it.
Yeah. You mentioned the Aztec. What was the origin of the Aztec? Where did these people come from? At what time? And how?
You know, almost every one of the cultures we're talking about now, we have two different versions of the answer to that question. We have the archaeology version, and we have the Aztecs themselves. The Aztecs have this wonderful migration story where they say that they came from a place well to the north called Aztlan, and that they had this migration that went through kind of a hero's journey where they go to this Snake Mountain place and they encounter the birth of the war god that they'll worship after this, and how they stepped into the Valley of Mexico as the lost brothers of everyone in the Valley of Mexico. They said that they all came from the north. Near Aztlan is a place, a cave with 7 different passages called Chiquimostak, and that all the people who spoke the language Nahuatl came from the cave, and most of them went early to the Valley of Mexico. And in the Aztecs story, they were just the lost tribe. They were the last brothers to come in, but then they show up late game and they become mercenaries. They just start working for communities in the Valley of Mexico. And this takes place in the 1300s. So about 200 years before Cortez shows up, the Aztecs show up to the Valley of Mexico. And they make themselves this indispensable group of mercenaries. They do the dirty work. All the civilized communities around Lake Texcoco, which is in the middle of which is now Mexico City. It's all dried up. But those guys were too civilized to fight with each other. But they could hire the Aztecs to do their dirty stuff. So the Aztecs did that and really changed the politics in the game of the Valley of Mexico.
The dirty stuff, so they're the muscle.
Yeah, they'd go in and they'd kill whoever you wanted killed, and now you're the king of this area. So one of these kings that they were working for really liked them and decided, I'm going to make the Aztecs part of our ancestry. I'm going to give them my daughter to marry the head of the Aztecs. And the Aztecs sacrificed her. And that really pissed that guy off. So he took like his whole army and ran the Aztecs out. For a while, they say they live in this horrible desert section eating lizards. But then one of their priests say, we're going to walk around the lake, and my visions say that where we see an eagle sitting on a cactus with a snake in its mouth is where we will build our capital. And they see that, but it's out on an island in the lake. And he said, well, I don't know. That's the place. So they build up an island. They go to that island, and then they just start piling up lake mud until they make a whole city there in the middle of the island. They make an island city. And all of this occurs in about 100 years. So they show up about 1300. The capital of Tenochtitlan, as they called it, is really established. And from there, they quickly take over the entire valley. They make what they call the Triple Alliance, which is the 2 other big communities of the lake are now their allies, but they're not really allies. The Aztecs were brutal. They were just, those guys agreed to shut up and let the Aztecs run the show. And then the Aztecs spread like a wildfire all the way down into the Maya area. Everywhere they go, they rename everybody's towns and make them pay tribute.
Pretty short lasting civilization. Spread extremely quickly. Famous. What are some defining qualities that explain that?
I think they were very much like, they had an attitude like Attila the Hun. They just had no problem ripping your skin off. Everybody else had become too comfortable and too civilized, and the Aztecs were just mercenary. They told everybody, we can either rip your heart out or you can work for us. And if you work for us, you'll be fine. They'd go to every town they'd go to. The first thing they do is they'd show up with a bunch of merchants. There was a merchant class who were also military. They were really the people who assessed where they were going to attack next. They'd go in with a bunch of Aztec products and say, "We'd like to trade with you." But all the time they were assessing their military prowess, what products they had that they could take. And then soon after the Pochteca were there would come the military with the reconnaissance.
So the Aztec had a huge warrior class, as you're saying. So what was their just? Can you linger on their whole relationship with war and violence?
They worshipped a war deity. Their main temple was the Templo Mayor. It had 2 temples up on top. One was to Tlaloc, the rain god, who liked a lot of sacrifice himself. But then the other one was Huitzilopochtli. He was, that translates the hummingbird on the left. But he's the war god. I love that he's a hummingbird. Maybe, he's fast and he comes from the magical side or something. But then right next to the temple on either side were the 2 temples of the warriors. One was the Eagle Warrior clan, the other one was the Jaguar Warrior clan. And they were symbolically in competition with each other, though a unified force. I guess, probably an analogy between like the Navy and the Air Force. They had a good-natured competition of who was better, but they were the same force. So those were their symbolic warriors, dressed up in all of their finery, and they would come at people with these 2 forces, and it was very unlike anything that had happened before in Mesoamerica. Again, I think I could draw a parallel to what happened in Europe. The famous Henry V moment in Agincourt, where his kind of ragtag army wipes out half of France's aristocracy with the longbow. Like, up until that moment, Europe had a very wars for the elite classes kind of attitude. And then after France lost half their aristocracy, then I was like, maybe we should be hiring from the villages. The same sort of thing happened with the Aztec, that there was Mesoamerica really didn't have huge standing armies. But the Aztec put this army together, and they intimidated people. They didn't actually have to use it a lot. It was used to great effect in the Valley of Mexico, and for the rest of Mesoamerica, it was mostly the fear factor.
But there also seemed to be, a celebration of violence. I think you said that beauty and blood went hand in hand for the Aztec. Maybe like the Roman Empire, was it? They just had maybe a different relationship with what violence, where that stood in the purpose of life, purpose of existence. Is that fair to say?
I would hypothesize so. I mean, I think it's one of the wonderful things about studying these ancient cultures. Knowing what our human capacity is. And the Aztecs, when I said that statement, what I meant by that is, they were absolutely comfortable with human sacrifice and ripping people's hearts out. They had this just grotesque, violent bent, but in the same way, they also absolutely loved flower gardens and poetry and music and dance. The same Aztec king who would order the hearts of 1,000 people extracted also would stand up at dinner parties to recite his own poetry or the poetry of famous statesmen that had come before him. And they spent money on things like flower gardens. All of the causeways leading to the Aztec capital had beautiful flower gardens, and they had a museum, and they had an aquarium and a zoo, and they had an opera, and they had a ballet.
Yeah.
And these things existed together. There was not, in the Aztec mind, any conflict between witnessing someone's heart getting ripped out one moment, in the evening we'd go to the ballet.
How does that contrast the relationship with war and violence with the other civilizations of Mesoamerica and South America? Maybe the Maya. What was their relationship like with war?
the Maya were certainly influenced by the Aztec at the end, so we get a skewed perspective from the contact period accounts because the Maya were much more violent and sacrifice oriented in their post-classic rendition, but in the classic period, it was mostly the priests and the king who were doing the sacrificing of themselves. That we know that the Maya kings would cut their penises and then bleed that blood onto paper, and the paper would burn and become the smoke through which they'd commune with their ancestors. But they'd actually tie this paper onto their penis, cut it, and then dance so the blood splattered. But it was them cutting themselves. It was different than killing a bunch of other people for it. It was auto-sacrifice, we call it. Still very macabre, but very different than deciding a whole bunch of other people should die. It was a self-sacrifice thing.
Can you speak to sacrifice a bit more? Animal sacrifice, human sacrifice. What role did that play in for the Maya, for the Aztec, for the different cultures here? Was that religious in nature?
It was absolutely religious in nature, and the Aztecs were of the opinion that that the war god demanded people were captured and sacrificed, and it had to be valuable people. There was a lot of before they made that big standing army, they had just ritual battles that they would have, and they'd take captives. In fact, all around Mesoamerica, they wanted captives so that they could bring them back and sacrifice them for the gods. And the Aztecs, deciding to specifically follow the war god, did this more than anybody. They did it so much and so successfully that they didn't have any enemies nearby. So they decided this one poor sucker group not that far away called the Tlaxcalans, that they were never going to make peace with them, so that they could go close by every year and just have a little symbolic war with the Tlaxcalans and haul them back for a sacrifice. Cortez met those guys, and he was like, here are people who hate their guts. I'll just use these guys. So, we say, oh, Cortez took over the Aztec world. It was Cortez and 20,000 super pissed off Tlaxcalans.
And the actual sacrifice, so there would be kind of these ritual battles, or is it chopping off people's heads? And is there some interesting rituals around the sacrifice?
It's mostly heart extraction, sometimes heads, but they bring them up on top of the temple so everybody can see it. And they had a specific stone where they would bend them over so their rib cage would come out. And they'd use like a thick obsidian knife, and they had a really just like tried and true way to do it. They'd stab it in a certain place close, and then they'd push down on the sternum as they ripped up on the rib cage. And they just make a place where they could just rip it right out
with their hand.
With their hand. But they were really just surgical about it. They'd use a thick obsidian knife where they could just break the ribs right along the sternum and then push the sternum down, pull up, and just
while the person was alive.
Yep, while the person was alive. And the Aztecs had this idea, like there was a horrible drought that went on that almost ruined the entire valley, and they came to the conclusion that it's because we haven't been killing enough people.
Right.
We've got to bump this up. And then when they did, and they decided they really took it out on the Tlaxcalans, it rained again. So it was proof positive that they should just keep doing that. And they ate people as well. They really did.
As part of the sacrifice, or is this
after the sacrifice? Then they would eat them. And this was part of the drought and the famine thing that started. But then it was just kind of the thing to do. When Cortez got there, they were still having certain special feasts that involved humans. And it really upset the Spanish that they would be like tricked into eating human. Like, hey, you liking dinner? That was a human.
So the idea, was it actually having a taste for human flesh, or is it just these kinds of ideas of like if you eat a person's heart that you can get their spirit and their strength? And
in the case of the Aztecs, it seemed like they just liked it. This guy Sahagún, who was a very responsible chronicler, that was pretty specific that there was a distribution thing.
Yeah.
Like the elites got butts. The butts were the best part. So the butt cheeks,
Really?
those are the best parts to eat. And then it went down the chain until some people just got fingers and toes.
Literally about taste for the Aztec.
Yeah.
Boy. All right.
They really did. They really did. In fact, that's what caused the. Have you heard of the Noche Triste, the sad night? The night that the Aztecs really go nuts on the Spanish and kick. It's all triggered by this one guy, Pedro de Alvarado, who's left in charge by Cortez. Cortez goes to the coast and tries to talk to the new force, talk him into being for him, which he does. But Pedro Alvarado's left back in town in charge. And they're doing another one of these huge Aztec buffets and parties to honor them. And it happens. The guy says, hey, do you like dinner? I'm like, oh, it's a nice dinner. Well, it's humans. You're eating humans. See, I told you they were good. And Alvarado just freaks out. And he has the guards close the doors. And he murders everyone in the party. Women, children. Nobody has weapons. He just murders everyone. And that's what spazzes the Aztecs out to eventually murder Montezuma, who was their captive, and then try to murder all of them. And it was all Pedro Alvarado's fault for freaking out about eating humans.
Just a little practical joke.
Yeah, it was just, they thought it was funny. He did not.
That's fascinating. I didn't realize. So I kind of assumed that some level of cannibalism would have to do with, eating the heart to gain the spirit of the person or something like this. But
in certain deer hunting rituals, things for sure. But the Aztecs, no, they just liked eating humans. It was part of the fear factor too. I mean, they could walk into a new town and be like, "You guys could either send us, a number of Quetzal feathers every month, or we could eat you."
So that psychological warfare and actual warfare, it worked, and that's how they spread.
Mm-hmm. And they were just about to take over the Maya when the Spanish came and messed everything up. They had the Maya surrounded, and they were about to take over the whole Yucatan.
So you think without the Spanish, there would be this Aztec empire that would last for a very long time?
Well, I think there would have been an Aztec empire. I think they would have finished dominating everybody, but they did it through hate, and everybody hated the Aztecs. So it wouldn't have lasted forever. They were not ruling justly. They were ruling by force, and that can only go on so long before revolution happens. The Inca Empire, I think that would have gone on forever because they were really community oriented. Once the Inca took over, no one in the Inca Empire starved. They built architecture. Everyone was safe. It was a society that could have lasted a long time.
What was the origin of the Inca Empire?
Well, it was bloody at first, like most of them are. But once they started taking over, what they did is they empire built. Everybody else had just raided their neighbors to get the resources, but everybody they raided, they turned them into the Inca Empire, and they created this incredible mita system where you took turns working. And they created the road system so they could get groups of workers back and forth. So a town of, let's say, 5,000 people, the Inca would roll up with an army of 100, 200,000 people and say, would you guys like to be part of the empire, or would you like us to escort you to the edge of the empire? And if your mayor here agrees, then he can have a house in Cusco. But then the very next month, a big work crew would show up, and they'd start building agricultural terraces and storage units. And every month, with the agricultural excess, they would have big parties, and everybody would eat. So people lived well in the Inca Empire. It was a rough beginning, but everybody who agreed to be part of it immediately had access to a whole bunch of resources and security they never had.
So they started in South America, in Peru, and Cusco. Cusco was like the center of it.
Cusco, in their language, Quechua, it means navel or belly button. And it's up in the mountains. But there's 4 quarters that they called their empire Tiwantinsuyu, the land of 4 quarters. And the center of those 4 quarters was Cusco.
It sprung to life in like 1200 AD. CE.
Yeah, we backwards project what it was, but it was probably mid 1200s when the first Sapa Inca, the first ruler, came in. But it was I guess the 9th one is Pachacute, who really started being an empire builder.
And part of that, I mean, what really defined the empire? As you said, roads. They built a massive road network.
Roads, and in the same way that the Roman strategy of building roads and infrastructure, and then every place they took over, they'd create certain key pieces of Roman architecture that kind of made that city Roman, and they'd rename it something. The Inca did the same thing. They had certain signature Inca architecture that they would build in as the administrative part. They'd send the Quipu Kamayak, the guys who would weave not the Quipus, as accountants, and they would go through and say what everybody did. Okay, you're a good farmer, you're going to farm. You are a good weaver, you're going to weave. All the men here are going to take a turn at being part of the army. And they sent independent Quipu Kamayaks too. Every community had like 5 or 6 that were not allowed to work with each other, and they all had to independently send their Quipus back to Cusco. And if there were accounting discrepancies, they were called to Cusco to figure out who was lying about what.
So there's like a super sophisticated record keeping system.
Yeah, and that was the Quipu. And the Spanish recorded what they could and then burned them all.
But that's an interesting development for an empire, because that allows you to really expand and have some kind of management, some level of control.
Yeah, they couldn't. At the end, they were at least 10 million people. And there was just no way to do that without some sort of sophisticated record-keeping system.
If the Inca had to face Aztec, who would?
Inca.
I
mean, the Aztecs were psychotic, but the Inca had just reserves for miles.
Right.
And they had that essential hearts and minds. Right. And there was only one thing that everybody got pissed off about when they joined the Inca Empire. For some reason, everything was owned communally except the llamas. The llamas were the kings. And so that was one thing that, like, some of them would stay in town just to be work llamas, but, you don't own your llama anymore. And people are really attached to their llamas. To this day, they are like family members. So it'd be like everybody walked in and said, everybody's family dog is now mine. It like really upset people on an emotional level.
Well, the llamas got domesticated at some point. Probably early. I don't even know when, but early on.
It's we have rock art that progresses to make it see like a progression from people depicted hunting them to people depicted standing next to pregnant ones.
Yeah.
So it was still in that archaic period, at least, that they became friends.
Yeah, but if you roll in and you own them, that's
that pissed everybody off. For some reason, the Inca owned everybody's llama instantly, and he would take anything he wanted. A lot of them would just get carted away that day, just sent to Cusco. They'd also take their mummies. That was the weird thing. Everybody mourns their dead, but the Inca just like ceased to accept it. They would the mummies were still there. Okay, he's dead, but look, he's still got clothes. He's at the party. Let's put a beer in front of him. They just kept people as mummies. And so the ancestral mummies of every town, part of the being absorbed into the empire was, okay, your most important mummies are now going to have their own beautiful house in Cusco. But they would physically bring those mummies to Cusco to make now Cusco the spiritual heart of their belief system.
I mean, I can see how that would piss people off, but it's also a pretty powerful way to say, like, the ancestors that you idolize, that you respect, are now in the capital.
They've been elevated. We didn't steal them. We have given them a new place of honor. And you're welcome to come visit them all the time. And they did. They had these festivals where everyone from all corners of the Inca world would come to Cusco.
And which of the civilizations mummified people? Is it
is it
The Incas for sure mummified people, and even did some of that kind of like Egyptian-esque taking out of organs and preparing the body. They put like straw inside the cavity and mummify them. But the Maya didn't do it at all. The Maya, in fact, on purpose, would flood tombs with water so that the skin would float off the skeletons faster, and then they'd get back in there. It was jungly, so I think the bugs probably had part of it too. But then they would get back in there to get the bones. They'd open it back up and take the bones out and paint them with red cinnabar. The one that I was in Copan, we had evidence that they had gone in there 4 different times. And the last couple times, they only took the skull out and repainted it and then put it back in, articulated on the skeleton. But they didn't mummify. They, on purpose, would like grossly float the bodies so they could get the skin off faster and get to the bones.
But would they keep the bones?
Yeah, they'd keep the bones. And they'd pull the bones out occasionally and do rituals to them or commune with them and then put them back in.
So there's still a deep connection to the ancestors, to the physical manifestation of the ancestors then.
Yeah.
Whether mummified or bone.
And to this day, like if you do an excavation here in the United States, Native American people don't like it. They don't like their graves, which is fine enough. I wouldn't want somebody digging up my grandma either. But the Maya, they love it.
They love it.
Every Maya person, if we find a grave, they're like, yeah, look at that, bones, cool, can I touch?
Yeah.
They're not spooked about it at all. They think it's exciting. I one time helped out a physical anthropologist in town in Copan to get a osteology collection together of various animals. So if we got bones from an excavation, we could see what kind of animal it was based on the collection. And this family said, our family dog died last year and buried him in the backyard. You go dig him up. And so we were like, okay, yeah, well, I mean, we do need a dog. We'll go dig up your dog. And then they were like, but the kids really want to help you. So their kids came out. Yeah. And this was like their puppy. And it died, less than a year ago. When we got to it, one of them just like grabbed up a bone and he was like, we see toes, like little bitty bones. Yay. Like, what a weird attitude. That's your dead dog. They have a different relationship with the dead.
In some sense, that's a cool attitude, right? And
yeah.
Why pretend like we're not mortal and there's not? This is just the process of it. And it's kind of, as you say it now, kind of would be cool.
That's what Day of the Dead is all about, and I love Day of the Dead. Halloween's this creepy thing where they're all monsters, but Day of the Dead is this beautiful time where we remember our ancestors. I convinced my kids after the movie Coco came out. Now we have an altar with all of our great grandparents on the altar, and we talk about who they were and how they lived, and we put things on the altar that mattered in their life, and we remember them on that day. And it turned something that was a weird eat too much candy and wear a monster mask thing into something beautiful where we discuss where we came from.
I have to ask about the giant stones that Inca has been able to somehow move and fit together perfectly. Do you understand? Is it understood how they were able to do that so well?
No. The moving of it, I think that we have reasonable theories. There are ways to pivot large weights. There's a great guy named Wally Wallington, a retired contractor here in the U.S., who built Stonehenge in his backyard in Minnesota single-handedly, showing how you can move big stones. So I think Wally's already figured out how to move them. It's the perfectly fit, so carefully fit together that you couldn't even put a dime in between the stones. That's the one that I think still has people baffled. The common archaeological wisdom that you'd find out of a textbook is that they just kept pecking away at it with hammer stones and setting them and resetting them until they were perfect, which has to be bullshit. That is, there's no way that they just were that meticulous. I mean, everybody's got a hammerstone. I personally think it's acids. I think they melted them together. And there are weird places when you really look at closely to these stones, which I've done a number of times. I'm going back next month to Machu Picchu and especially Cusco. I walk around in the alleys where these 500, to 1,000-year-old walls are still there. And I see things like the crystals in the andesite are almost stitched together along the seams. Like there's the andesite around it is melted and the crystals haven't. And there are other places where there are weird wipes on the wall. Like it's just melted, like somebody took a rag and wiped it while it was soft. Lots of talk about soft stones turning hard too. I haven't been able to prove it. This is one of these, end of my archaeological career chapters. I'm either going to prove myself wrong or prove it. But I think they used acids. My dad's a chemist, and he told me a long time ago that there's no naturally occurring acids. But my current theory, actually, I got the idea initially from the show Breaking Bad. I don't know if you ever saw that show. But there's a point in which they're trying to dissolve a body, and they're using hydrofluoric acid, and it goes right through the ceiling. That hydrofluoric acid is so fascinating. It won't go through plastic, and you can also bring it in inert parts and then combine it. The Inca made tons of jewelry out of fluorite. The fluorite is big in the Andes. And they also mined a lot of things for gold and silver, and the byproduct of that mining is sulfuric acid. You put sulfuric acid and fluorite together, and it's hydrofluoric acid. And that will burn through andesite or anything. And if you learned how to do it judiciously, and you didn't care whether servants lost an arm or two, then you could actually use them to fuse these together. And I think they're fused together. I asked the city of Cusco if I could take some core samples, and they said, "Go away, gringo. Don't touch our walls." So this next time I'm going to go try to talk to the more Quechua authorities in a place called Ollantaytambo, and maybe I can convince them. But right now, they just think I'm a weird ass gringo who wants to put holes in their walls.
That's a fascinating theory. And so how could you get to the bottom of that? So getting core samples to see if there's some kind of trace.
Chemists I'm working with say that if there was hydrofluoric acid in between these, that a core sample right along a seam, they can separate out the elements in there and detect whether there was actually elements of hydrofluoric acid. I wanted to go straight to burning rocks, but they were like, no, we already know that's true. We can burn some rocks, but it would happen. That's just chemistry. We gotta prove that it would happen in the walls. So go get us samples. And that was before COVID and all sorts of, you know how it is. You probably are the same guy where you've got 1,000 ideas, and the ones that are fruitful you run with, and the other ones you'll get back to.
That'd be fascinating if true, and I hope you do show that it's true or false, either one.
I'll try to disprove it.
Disprove it, yeah. I wonder if we discount how much amazing stuff a collection of humans can do. 'Cause it just feels like if a large number of humans are just working a little bit, chipping away at stuff, at scale, they can do miraculous things. So the question is, how can a large number of humans be motivated to do a thing? Because I just when we think about like Stonehenge or some very challenging architectural construction, we don't think about a large number of humans working together.
Well, that large number of humans are motivated to work together by a small number of administrators who are dynamic and convincing in some way or another.
Right.
One of my favorite quotes is, and I'm probably going to misquote it here, but I think it's Margaret Mead who said, "Never underestimate the power of small groups working together." And the truth is that those are the only people that have ever changed the world. that small, dedicated groups of people are what change the world.
Yeah.
And they inspire big groups of people to embrace their vision.
Yeah. I think we sometimes underestimate how much humans can do across time.
And we are
scale.
way less capable than we used to be. I mean, the average human had all sorts of skills that at least I personally do not. You know, I'm wearing a shirt, but I can't make a shirt. That's for somebody else to do.
You've also lectured about, which I really enjoyed, about North America, and also helped teach me that there's a lot more complex societies going on here for a long period of time. So maybe can we start at the beginning? Who were the early humans in North America?
Well, we go through that Paleo-Indian and Archaic period for thousands of years. You know, as we started this conversation, probably 30,000 years is a conservative now. Humans first enter the Americas. But the first cultures we get here are mound builders around the Mississippi and to the east, and then also a totally separate group in the what we call the American Southwest now, the Four Corners, who will develop into mostly the people we call the Pueblo people, who are still there today, like Zuni and Hopi people. So we've got these two clusters. The very first major community in North America is in the most unlikely place. It's in northern Louisiana. People think I'm crazy when I say this, but there is a pyramid in northern Louisiana, a big one at a site called Poverty Point that is 3,500 years old. So it's the same age as the pyramids in Egypt. And it is a giant thing just poking out of the bayous of Louisiana. And people don't believe me when I say it, but it's there.
The mound builders. What was that society like in comparison to everything else we've been talking about in Mesoamerica?
They evolved over thousands of years. We call them mound builders. This is something I object to. I think we should have a better. We do. The last version of them we call the Mississippians now. But generally speaking, we call all these guys mound builders. But what they built were pyramids. They look like mounds now. And they didn't build them out of stone. That's kind of our just inherent Western bias. Something that's built out of stone is sophisticated, and something that's built out of dirt is rudimentary. But in their full living form, they did have cores of dirt, but then they also had kind of clay caps. So they had terraces, they had whole complexes of buildings up on top. There were kings that lived up there. There's the biggest of the Mississippian cities is called Cahokia, and it's right outside of St. Louis. And it was huge. It had a population of 20,000 people and pyramids all over the place, a huge palisade wall around it. It was absolutely gigantic, a thriving metropolis. And we in America have kind of a collective amnesia. Like we never hear about these massive civilizations. Cahokia was the big first city, but then it spread from the Mississippi all the way to the Atlantic. There were hundreds and hundreds of these big cities that had 5,000 to 10,000 people each.
Were they their own thing, or was there some kind of thread connecting all of them?
They had a unified religion and culture. They were, again, not an empire. So there were warring city-states. There were kind of territories that were owned by big kings, and then the cities around them were kind of the subsidiary lords and kings. And then one kingdom could either ally with a neighbor or have a fight. Mm-hmm. So they were kind of countries, I think. We could safely say there were different countries within this patchwork that was Eastern United States. And it's so weird that we don't know this, because it was clearly documented by the Spanish. I'm not talking about just archaeology. We find them in archaeology now, but Hernando de Soto landed in Florida and went for 3 years he went up into the Carolinas and over down into Alabama and Louisiana, and he's the first one to see the Mississippi up there. But for 3 years, he went through city after city after city, unfortunately decimating them, eating all their corn, giving them diseases. But I mean, the documentation's clearly he met collectively millions of people in a very sophisticated and uniform civilization.
Those disease and stealing of resources, but was there like explicit murdering going on?
Unfortunately, yeah. He was a murderer and a psycho and a liar. He snowed them that he was some kind of deity. Actually learned a trick from the Inca, who he was with Pizarro in his first run, and went back to Spain, was rich, had a wife, a castle. Then he got bored and he decided to have a reign of terror on Northern America for 3 years. But he had people burned at the stake. He had his dogs rip them apart. He was very, very brutal. He ruled that area through fear and had absolutely no respect for anybody. He made promises and broke them all the time. He was a brutal man.
So this whole period when Christopher Columbus came, how did that change everything?
Well, there's a great anthropological body of literature. It's called the Columbian Exchange, based on Columbus. But it's all this trade back and forth between the New World and the Old World, and the Old World got just wonderful stuff. All of a sudden, their diet didn't suck. All these vegetables came in. The New World got herd animals. It got pigs and cows and goats that it didn't have, but it also got 13 infectious diseases. Europe had wave after wave and kind of had herd immunity on a lot of things, but it didn't actually go away. It just couldn't spread like a wildfire through the community. So when they arrived to the Americas, all of a sudden, a pile of horrible diseases hit people. I think in the first 20, 30 years, there were people who had contracted multiple deadly diseases at once and died of them. But the numbers, it's a shameful part of history, and it wasn't something that Europe perpetrated on them. The medical science at that time was still the four humors theory, that people were made of yellow bile, black bile, blood, and phlegm. And we did things like, well, you've got to bleed him. He'll feel better then. So we had no idea what an infectious disease was. But the reality was that this horde of diseases hit everyone. And the numbers are now saying in the first 50 years that 90% of everyone was dead. And that the number of people has increased as well. As far as our estimates, we're thinking it's somewhere around 150 million people. And 90% of them died. And with them, all their knowledge. Imagine the moment where, who dies when things get bad? It's the young and the old. So all the knowledge keepers die suddenly. The children die. This next generation that's half taught and now completely demoralized, thinking that this is a spiritual attack, that their gods hate them, that the only way out of it is to accept this new Christianity. But they don't bring kids into this world where everybody's dying. And even if they do, they can't teach them what the old people were going to teach them, because the old people are gone and didn't finish the transmission. So in a single terrible moment in human history, the generation loses all their knowledge. So a lot of the things that these people knew just blipped out.
But with that also just the wisdom of the entire civilizations.
So much of what they knew was just lost at that moment. We have the Maya who had those hieroglyphs, and that we've learned a lot from that.
Yeah, but not a significant integration of that wisdom into. So it wasn't when the Europeans came. It wasn't like the cultures were integrated. It was a story of domination.
In,
Of
in,
erasure,
in
essentially.
in North America, there's a new term in the literature that I like. We call it the Mississippian Shatter Zone. That Mississippian civilization was millions of people, but they got spread out all over the place over the next centuries. And now we have this shatter zone where we have ruins, and the people that were actually from those ruins are somewhere else on a reservation far away. And I'm just about to talk to a Cherokee man who listened to some of the things I had to say and says, all those ho-chunk things you were saying from that ho-chunk culture, my grandparents talk about this sort of thing too. Can I talk to you by phone and tell you about these things? So we've got the shatter zone where we're gonna try to put the puzzle back together, especially in terms of Mississippian religion. I really think we're making headway in this generation, and it's exciting to be part of piecing this old religion and its mythology back together.
Just as a lot of people kind of refer to Christopher Columbus as the person who discovered America. I read that the Vikings reached North America much earlier in 1000 CE. And why do you think they didn't expand and colonize?
Because they got their ass kicked.
Okay, simple.
It's the truth.
Yeah.
It is absolutely true that the Vikings were here. There's a great site in Nova Scotia called Lanceau Meadows, which definitely has what's left of a Viking colony. It was Leif Erikson and his father, Eric the Red, who they got kind of kicked out of Europe because they apparently couldn't stop murdering people. And so they went to Greenland and then kind of island hopped over to Canada. But I think the culture that was in that area was named the Dorset. But they would have nothing to do with the Vikings. They attacked the Viking settlement every day and did not give them an inch until they decided it was just worth it, and they left it. The Vikings attacked Ireland and they just found a bunch of, monasteries full of gold with a bunch of guys going, "We're men of God, we don't fight." And the Vikings were like, "This is great, that's great, this will be easy then. We'll just loot all these Easter eggs." But the Native Americans in Canada were like, not having it. They kicked their ass. In fact, Leif Erikson's brother, Thor, died there. The natives killed him. He was supposed to be in charge of expanding the settlement, but they just killed him.
So a lot of the Native American cultures were also, they're sophisticated warring cultures also.
Yes, they fought, especially the Mississippians. Boy, they were tough. And so were, the Five Nations, the Mohawk, the Huron. The ones that kicked the Vikings' ass up there, they were probably Algonquin speakers. But they were connected, just above the Great Lakes. But they were all very tough people.
When you think about the Spaniards and the Portuguese and the over 100 million people that were killed, do you see that as a tragedy of history, or is it just the way of history?
I think that the epidemics, I consider it a tragedy. That did not have to happen. And that was not a fair fight. Nobody knew what to do about it. There was just a tragic, perfect storm of events. It was not, I think that the Spanish and the Portuguese get unfairly maligned in what's been called the Black Legend, that they just marched into America and murdered everyone. That's not the fact. It was the diseases that murdered everyone. In fact, there was a really poignant story I read of a Spanish priest in the Amazon, in the Brazilian northern part of the Amazon, where he made this utopian community, and he was bringing people in that were getting sick. And he wrote, "I'm baptizing everyone. I have baptized 10,000 people a day. And yet God's still killing them. Why is he doing this to them? They're doing everything that I asked them to do. They are submitting to the will of God. But this guy doesn't realize that the same bowl of holy water that he's baptizing them in, he's just wiping the disease on everybody's faces. He's accelerating it when he doesn't even realize. He thinks he's saving them, but he's actually killing them."
Yeah.
That's a tragedy. That's not just like spoils go to the victor stuff. That's just straight up tragedy.
Yeah. Yeah, but that one is even hard to know what to do with, like Black Death. I mean, infections, they don't operate on normal human terms, right? They just go through entire populations. Back to wild ideas.
All right. Just my style.
I mean, we didn't really talk about how life originated on Earth or how humans have evolved. And we did talk about that there could be just a lot of stuff in ancient history we haven't even uncovered yet. Do you think it's possible that other intelligent civilizations from outside of Earth, aliens, ever visited?
You had me right until the ever visited thing. That one I'm not entirely sure about. I'm not sure whether we have any. We certainly have no archaeological proof that I would cite or contemplate as the evidence of such. But the guys that discovered DNA, Watson and Crick, Watson, who actually habitually used hallucinogens to invigorate his thinking, he said that he thought that DNA on this planet was way too complex to have developed over the time period that it had at its disposal, and that his guess was that our DNA was somehow seeded from outside of our planet. And, take that for what it is, but the guy who we respect on many other levels also said that. So that's interesting. But in terms of, aliens visiting us, I don't know. It does smack of a kind of human hubris that we think we're important enough for some advanced species to give a shit about us. Statistically speaking, the universe is way too big. We can't be the only sentient beings. There's got to be somebody else out there. Whether they care about us, that's a question. I've been on Ancient Aliens a number of times. I show up and, I'm an educator. I mean, refusing to be part of the conversation is an immediate fail in my book. But there was one time where they asked me at the end, do you have anything else that you want to say? And I said, well, y'all's premise is that aliens came down a long time ago and they gave humanity these wonderful gifts of, science and medicine, engineering, all these things. Today, we also have a lot of stories of the aliens coming down. But now, all they're doing is mutilating cows and sodomizing rednecks. Like, whatever we did, we super pissed them off, apparently.
The quality of the gifts has decreased rapidly. It's an interesting thought you've mentioned. What archaeologically would you have to see to be like, this might be an alien?
A technology that doesn't belong there, first and foremost. I mean, we gotta. If we just run with the premise that somebody was capable of making a vehicle that could get them from somewhere far away to here, that was almost certainly mechanical. Now, I love the aliens thing where, biomechanical is something that certainly could be, and that would, that would disintegrate. We wouldn't see that at all. But I would expect some kind of technology that showed up out of the blue and changed things. That would be something. But I would think, mechanical, right, or a substance that's not from here.
But of course, we would only see the results of that mechanical. You mean like literally a mechanical thing?
Right, some sort of thing like that. The typical thing people say is like, how did they move these giant stones, right? But let's just look at that on the face for a second. Aliens come from across the universe to meet humans, and the thing they tell them is how to move rocks? Are you fucking kidding me? I mean, give them antibiotics or a combustion engine or something. They came across the universe and they showed them how to move big rocks. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. That just doesn't make any sense.
What do you think Earth will look like 10,000 years from now?
That's an interesting question. I think it will be a lot more automated, or it'll be a smoldering pile. there is a possibility we could end ourselves. There's always that possibility that we've really opened Pandora's box in some regards. I did listen to one of your podcast guests with the what would happen in the case of nuclear war.
Yeah.
That was chilling. Her opinion was certainly we would burn everything to a crisp within minutes, apparently. So we have that capacity. That's scary. That's a possible future for us. But I'm an optimist. I'd like to think that guys like you are going to make friendly robots who make my job better.
But 1,000, 10,000 years is a long time. And technology is improving and becoming more advanced rapidly, and the rate of that improvement is increasing ever more. So
that's the part that frightens me, actually. I don't know, does that frighten you?
Yes, terrifying.
I heard somebody say, I forget who it was, but systems of any kind, human systems, biological systems, can be put on a graph that's change over time. And any graph that the change is way faster than the time, and the line starts going straight up, that is a system in crisis. In almost any biological system that has that fast a change over that little a time, any other thing, you'd describe it as a crisis. When you apply that chart to technology's change, it's a crisis.
From that perspective, absolutely. But I also have a faith in human ingenuity, that we humans like to create a really difficult situation and then come up with ways to get out of that difficult situation. And in so doing, innovate and create a lot of awesome stuff, and sometimes cause a lot of suffering. But on the whole, on average, make a better world. But yeah, if it, like with nuclear weapons, the bad stuff might actually lead to the death of everybody.
I guess there's always that chance. But I am an optimist. I think you're an optimist too. I think exactly as you just said. I think that the greatest capacity of humans is our ability to innovate, and we are never more innovative than when we're under distress. I think that a lot of the developments of humans over the last thousands of years have been about, we didn't change the world when we were comfortable. It was when we were in crisis. Necessity is the mother of invention. And I think we'll be all right. I think that this impending climate crisis is real and happening. I actually personally think that I'm gonna answer a question that you didn't even ask me. I think we're wasting our time thinking that we can reverse this. We're delusional. I'm all for electric cars and being good stewards of the environment, but we are wasting our time not technologically adapting to what's about to happen. We're spending too much time pretending. The average American thinks if we all just drive electric cars, we'll be okay. That's bullshit. That's not going to happen. We need to start making technologies that desalinize water, that a host of things that we need to use our technological capacity to accept it and adapt, instead of Pollyanna thinking we can make it go away.
Yeah, kind of accept that the world will change and a lot of big problems will arise, and just develop technology that addresses them.
I think you have some guys that have their finger on the pulse there. We need to start thinking about how we're going to survive this, not that we're going to make it go away.
And not just survive, thrive.
Mm-hmm.
Again, we're pretty innovative in that regard. But if some catastrophic thing happens, or we just leave this planet, what do you think would be found by aforementioned alien civilizations when they visit? The anthropologists, the grad student anthropologists that visit Earth and study, how much of what we now have and love and think of as human civilization will be lost, do you think?
Well, time moves on and things that are perishable perish. So, you didn't put a time element in there, but I would say that, everything that can perish will, and whoever shows up here we'll be stuck with only the things that didn't perish. So we'll have, buildings, plaques, but they won't have any books. They won't have any, billboards. They'll have the incomplete record I have. I one time did a talk in Sioux Falls, and I said, I drove in here and there was a big obelisk in front of the town. And everywhere I go, I see the names Lewis and Clark. And 1,000 years from now, if I was an archaeologist investigating this place, I would think that it was founded by the Egyptians and their kings were named Lewis and Clark. But the truth is, Lewis and Clark stayed one night here. But it's just a big deal. So I would be so wrong about what I thought your town based on what preserved.
It's so beautiful as a thought experiment. Like, what would archaeologists be really wrong about? And what would they could possibly be right about?
Washington, D.C. was clearly made by a combination of the Egyptians and the Greeks and the Romans, because that's what all the architecture is.
Yeah, and would they be able to reconstruct the important empires, the powerful empires, and the warring empires?
For that matter, have me and my colleagues done that at all? I'm almost certain that the Maya would just gut laugh at what I think I know what they were.
I wonder, do you ever think about like what we just as a human civilization are wrong about the most, like mainstream archaeology? Just like a suspicion. What could we get completely wrong? Well, one way to get something wrong is totally like lost civilization, like an obviously gigantic civilization that was there along with the Maya or something like this in the 10,000 years ago.
There's certainly that. There could be things that were either wiped away or still hiding under the oceans that would completely change the way we think about things.
And everybody knew they existed and everybody interacted with them. It was,
I think it's our estimation of their motivations that we're probably most wrong on. My teacher Sheely a long time ago said, I would come up with all sorts of theories. I was always thinking about stuff, and she looked at me and she said, if you don't stop thinking like a Western European and start trying to put yourself in the mindset of these people, you will never understand any of it. Which I've always taken to heart. I mean, I really do. When I approach these things, I try to step out of my cultural assumptions, try to think like they would think is the best I could. And it's very different. I mean, this whole, the Maya are cyclical. The whole sacrifice, we're so, obsessed with that. But, that was an austere actual sacrifice on their part. They weren't just, hey, let's all get together and kill that guy that's pissing us off. I mean, they were like, giving the best of them. It was a different mentality. This was not brutal. This was a, bona fide sacrifice on their part, a loss.
Plus the whole mystery of the puppy that eventually starts having sex with his
I tell you, that one, I'm going to unweave that one of these days.
One of these days. Now, that puppy appeared on Pottery.
All over Pottery. He's everywhere. I got to write this book. This next year is the year I'm going to write my Fang Deity book, and I will have a whole chapter dedicated to the puppy.
the mystery solved. I mean, it could just be the birth of memes of humor. I don't know. I mean, again, humor. You don't know what the nature of their humor, of what their jokes are.
Oh, that's a neat one too. And that's so human. I'll tell you a little side story here that when I worked with the Maya people in Palenque, I spent 3 years making this map of the city and hiking through the jungle every day. And they would talk to each other in their own language. It was Celtal was the group I was working with. But I noticed after a while, they were big jokers. They loved to make jokes, and they would laugh at jokes. But then they would also, one of them would say something, and the other ones would go, hoo-hoo. And I eventually asked, what is that? Why do you guys always make that hoo-hoo noise? And they said, that's because he made a really smart pun. It was like he said 3 different things at once. It was a turn of phrase that was smart. And they didn't make laughs at that. It was they had a noise for when somebody said something just super clever.
Yeah.
So there's also that, just clever turn of speech.
Yeah, wit.
And I think about that when I'm hieroglyphic translator. Like, here's a beautiful thing that's going to be like a poem or a political statement. Like, and I'm just ploddingly looking in a dictionary of what that word means. There's probably double, triple entendres all through this text, and the real meaning is the subtext. And I'm thinking they're talking about corn, and they're talking about the nature of life.
Yeah, it could be satire. It could be, as it was in the Soviet Union, when there's a dictator, maybe there's an overpowering king. You're not allowed to actually speak. You have to hide the thing you're actually trying to say in the subtext. So, and all of that.
There was a Maya ceramic that had the ceramics are neat because they don't the monuments can be kind of broken records. I'm the king. I was born this time. I beat these people up. I married this woman. I died. Yeah. But the ceramics will tell us like things out of mythology stories. And there was this one with a rabbit looking at the merchant god, and nobody could translate the text. And finally, this Eastern European, actually a Ukrainian guy, translated it. And the rabbit saying to the merchant god, "Bend over and smell my ass." And like, oh man, we were expecting this wonderful piece of mythology, but no, it translates "bend over and smell my ass." That's great. That's human.
As we mentioned previously, human nature does not change. You mentioned Palenque mapping it. It's just out of curiosity, what is that process like? It seems fascinating.
Oh, it was a great adventure. I loved it, but it was difficult. I woke up every morning thinking, I will be hurt today somehow. I don't know how. I don't know how badly, where on my body it will occur, but it's going to happen because it was the jungle.
So in the jungle, what's the process like? What do you have to do to map it?
Well, it was tricky too because it was also a national forest. So the forestry department didn't want us to cut down anything more than we had to. So we basically just cut tunnels through the foliage, and we'd map everything twice. The first thing we'd do is I'd go in, find a building, draw it on a piece of graph paper, and I'd say, like, you guys go north, you guys go east, west, find other buildings. And when you find them, pace back to this one. And so I'd start making a map, and I'd make the whole, one piece of graph paper was enough then we'd bring the machine in. We'd bring the laser theodolite and get really accurate information. But on that piece of paper, I would write, like, don't bring the machine this way, there's a tree fall. Or stand on top of this building and you'll see 4 different buildings at once from this one.
Nice. And all of this is in dense jungle.
Right. And the deeper we got off the road, the deeper it was. Sometimes it would clear out, but certain places, if it was low, it would be such thick vegetation and it would grow back so fast. Sometimes we would cut just tunnels through tall grass, and we'd come back like 5 days later and they were gone. Yeah. Like we couldn't even find where our trails were. It would grow back that fast.
But you see the building, so you could see.
Right. And that was the fun part. I mean, sometimes it would just be like a little neighborhood with little low buildings no bigger than this table. But sometimes, just 5 more meters in and I'm standing under a pyramid that nobody had ever mapped. Like, wow, I just found another one. And some days, on good days, we'd find 3 pyramids. And I felt that's such a more exciting job than the typical excavations. My buddies were all just, in a hole for the whole week in the middle of the city, and where I'm dancing around through the jungle, I could find, 10 buildings today. I might find a pyramid today. Who knows?
What's that feel like to find like a pyramid or buildings that you're one of the only humans that are not from that civilization to ever see this thing? What's that feel like?
It's great. I love that feeling. I am, I'm an explorer at heart. So finding something like that, when I was 25 years old, I found a whole Maya city. I got to name it. Its name is Mashna. It's off in the Belizean jungle. And that was just outrageous. I mean, that one almost depressed me. I was my entire, I had this great life ambition that I would find a lost city. Mm-hmm. And then I did it at 25, and I was like, God, now what do I do? I thought that was supposed to take me my whole life. I actually I wrote a bunch of letters to NASA trying to get them to let me be the first archaeologist on Mars. I never got a single reply back. I'm sure I'm on NASA's list as some weirdo.
How'd you find Mayan City?
I used a topography map of the area, and I played the game. If I was a Maya, where would my favorite place to live in this big area be? I looked for the biggest mountain, because they call all of their pyramids Tun Wheat Stone Mountains. I knew they loved mountains, and when I found that mountain, there were two others right next to it that made a triangle, and they loved those triads, and there were rivers in between them, and I thought, that's it. That's where I would build the city, and I hiked out there over 2 seasons with students. The other grad students were like, he's just having his students just wander in the jungle all day, but I came back with the city.
So, given that you've looked into the deep past of humanity, what gives you hope about our future? Maybe our deep future of this human civilization?
That's a good one. I do have hope. I do have hope. I believe in the spirit of humankind. I, as a person who have studied history, I kind of feel like history does kind of a sine wave. There's highs and there's lows, but no matter how low we go, we get up again and we climb. And I think that humanity will continue that. We will rise to the challenges. Now, some of the challenges may be created by ourselves as well, but we will adapt and overcome. That's what we do.
Yeah, humans find a way, right? That's like that's the thing you see with history. Even when the empires collapse, they the humans that come out of that, they pick themselves up and find another way. They build a new thing.
And the people I study believe in the cyclical nature of life, that you really can't, life can't continue without death being part of the cycle. We get our lows, we get our highs, but the cycle continues forever.
I should mention that you have a lot of great lectures on the great courses, but you have also an amazing podcast, Archeo Ed. If people want to listen to it, this is a tough question, but what would you recommend? What episodes should they listen to? What's the answer?
Oh, that is a tough question.
What is the sampling? You know, it's like asking a chef, like, what's the best stuff on the menu?
Well, different strokes for different folks. You know, I do 2 different things on that podcast. Sometimes I just teach about cultures that you've never heard about. Or I start off by saying it's my podcast and I'll talk about whatever the heck I want to talk about. Sometimes I talk about really specific things like a tool type or an animal type. But my favorite ones have become when I just tell my stories of my adventures. I've got a lot of weird adventure stories, and it's been fun, and they've been very well received. I've got, you know, I can put my humor in there, and I can talk about, you know, the things that went right, the things that went wrong, the adventures that I had are all part of this Archeo Ed thing. And Archeo Ed's kind of a double entendre. It's me, I'm just Ed, but it's also education. You know, what I'm really trying to do with this too, it's specifically the Americas. I want to be part of the reawakening that there were these great civilizations here, especially North America. I think that we have a group amnesia that there was no great civilizations here before Europe showed up. That's simply not true. I think it should be part of our history books. In fact, I have a program called Before the Americas that would introduce, as part of American history, the part before European contact. And I think that kids in the K through 12 level should grow up not being told this fallacy that no one was here before we showed up in 1492. And one of these days, I'm going to find a funder to help us put together Before the Americas, and we're going to make it part of the curriculum for every kid in the U.S. to know the full history of this country.
It's a great project. Ed, thank you so much. Thank you for talking today. Thank you for all the fascinating ideas that you put out into the world. And I can't wait to hear your new course.
Thank you so much, Lex. It was a real pleasure.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Ed Barnhart. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Joseph Campbell. Life is but a mask worn on the face of death. And is death, then, but another mask? How many can say, asks the Aztec poet, that there is or is not a truth beyond? Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
The way I would do it, 75% headcount reduction across the board into federal bureaucracy, send them home packing, shut down agencies that shouldn't exist, rescind every unconstitutional regulation that Congress never passed. In a true self-governing democracy, it should be our elected representatives that make the laws and the rules, not unelected bureaucrats. Merit and equity are actually incompatible. Merit and group quotas are incompatible. You can have one or the other, you can't have both. It's an assault and a crusade on the nanny state itself. And that nanny state presents itself in several forms. There's the entitlement state, that's the welfare state, presents itself in the form of the regulatory state, that's what we're talking about. And then there's the foreign nanny state, where effectively we are subsidizing other countries that aren't paying their fair share of protection or other resources we provide them. If I was to summarize my ideology in a nutshell, it is to terminate the nanny state in the United States of America in all of its forms. The entitlement state, the regulatory state, and the foreign policy nanny state. Once we've done that, we've revived the republic that I think would make George Washington proud.
The following is a conversation with Vivek Ramaswamy about the future of conservatism in America. He has written many books on this topic, including his latest called Truths, The Future of America First. He ran for president this year in the Republican primary and is considered by many to represent the future of the Republican Party. Before all that, he was a successful biotech entrepreneur and investor with a degree in biology from Harvard and a law degree from Yale. As always, when the topic is politics, I will continue talking to people on both the left and the right with empathy, curiosity, and backbone. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Vivek Ramaswamy. You are one of the great elucidators of conservative ideas, so you're the perfect person to ask, what is conservatism? What's your, let's say, conservative vision for America?
Well, actually, this is one of my criticisms of the modern Republican Party and direction of the conservative movement is that we've gotten so good at describing what we're against. And there's a list of things that we could rail against: wokeism, transgender ideology, climate ideology, COVIDism, COVID policies, the radical Biden agenda, the radical Harris agenda, the list goes on. But actually what's missing in the conservative movement right now is what we actually stand for. What is our vision for the future of the country? And I saw that as a deficit at the time I started my presidential campaign. It was in many ways the purpose of my campaign, because I do feel that that's why we didn't have the red wave in 2022. So they tried to blame Donald Trump. They tried to blame abortion. They blamed a bunch of individual specific issues or factors. I think the real reason we didn't have that red wave was that we got so practiced at criticizing Joe Biden that we forgot to articulate who we are and what we stand for. So what do we stand for as conservatives? I think we stand for the ideals that we fought the American Revolution for in 1776. Ideals like merit, right? That the best person gets the job without regard to their genetics. That you get ahead in this country not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character. Free speech and open debate, not just as some sort of catchphrase, but the idea that any opinion, no matter how heinous, you get to express it in the United States of America. Self-governance, and this is a big one right now, is that the people we elect to run the government, they're no longer the ones who actually run the government. We in the conservative movement, I believe, should believe in restoring self-governance, where it's not bureaucrats running the show, but actually elected representatives. And then the other ideal that the nation was founded on that I think we need to revive, and I think is a North Star of the conservative movement, is restoring the rule of law in this country. You think about even the abandonment of the rule of law at the southern border it's particularly personal to me as the kid of legal immigrants to this country. You and I actually share a couple of aspects in common in that regard. That also, though, means your first act of entering this country can't break the law. So there's some policy commitments and principles, merit, free speech, self-governance, rule of law. And then I think culturally, what does it mean to be a conservative? Is it means we believe in the anchors of our identity in truth, the value of the individual, family, nation, and God, beat race, gender, sexuality, and climate, if we have the courage to actually stand for our own vision. And that's a big part of what's been missing. And it's a big part of not just through the campaign, but through, a lot of my future advocacy. That's the vacuum I'm aiming to fill.
Yeah, we'll talk about each of those issues. Immigration, the growing bureaucracy of government, religion is a really interesting topic, something you've spoken about a lot. But you've also had a lot of really tense debates. So you're a perfect person to ask to steel man the other side.
Yeah.
So let me ask you about progressivism. Can you
Sure.
steel man the case for progressivism and left-wing ideas?
Yeah, so look, I think the strongest case, particularly for left-wing ideas in the United States, so in the American context, is that the country has been imperfect in living up to its ideals. So even though our founding fathers preached the importance of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness and freedom, they didn't practice those values in terms of many of our founding fathers being slave owners, inequalities with respect to women, and other disempowered groups, such that they say that that created a power structure in this country that continues to last to this day. The vestiges of what happened even in 1860 in the course of human history isn't that long ago. And that we need to do everything in our power to correct for those imbalances in power in the United States. That's the core view of the modern left. I'm not criticizing it right now. I'm steelmanning it. I'm trying to give you, I think, a good articulation of why the left believes they have a compelling case for the government stepping in to correct for historical or present inequalities. I can give you my counter rebuttal of that, but the best statement of the left, I think that it's the fact that we've been imperfect in living up to those ideals. In order to fix that, we're going to have to take steps that are severe steps, if needed, to correct for those historical inequalities before we actually have true equality of opportunity in this country. That's the case for the left-wing view in Latin America.
So what's your criticism?
So my concern with it is, even if that's well motivated, I think that it recreates many of the same problems that they were setting out to solve. I'll give you a really tangible example of that in the present right now. I may be alone amongst prominent conservatives who would say something like this right now, but I think it's true, so I'm going to say it. I'm actually, even in the last year and a half, seeing actually a rise in anti-Black and anti-minority racism in this country, which is a little curious. Right when, over the last 10 years, we got as close to Martin Luther King's promised land as you could envision, a place where you have every American, regardless of their skin color, able to vote without obstruction, a place where you have people able to get the highest jobs in the land without race standing in their way. Why are we seeing that resurgence? In part, it's because of, I believe, that left-wing obsession with racial equity over the course of the last 20 years in this country. And so when you take something away from someone based on their skin color, and that's what correcting for prior injustice was supposed to do. The left-wing views are to correct for prior injustice by saying that whether you're white, straight, cis man, you have certain privileges that you have to actually correct for. When you take something away from somebody based on their genetics, you actually foster greater animus towards other groups around you. And so the problem with that philosophy is that it creates, there are several problems with it, but the most significant problem that I think everybody can agree we want to avoid is to actually fan the flames of the very divisions that you supposedly wanted to heal. I see that in the context of our immigration policy as well. Think about even what's going on I'm from Ohio. I was born and raised in Ohio, and I live there today. The controversy in Springfield, Ohio. I personally don't blame really any of the people who are in Springfield, either the native people who have been raised in Springfield or even the Haitians who have been moved to Springfield. But it ends up becoming a divide and conquer strategy and outcome where if you put 20,000 people in a community where 50,000 people where the 20,000 are coming in, don't know the language, are unable to follow the traffic laws, are unable to assimilate, you know there's going to be a reactionary backlash. And so even though that began perhaps with some type of charitable instinct, right? Some type of sympathy for people who went through the earthquake in 2010 in Haiti and achieve temporary protective status in the United States, what began with sympathy, what began with earnest intentions, actually creates the very division and reactionary response that supposedly we say we wanted to avoid. So that's my number one criticism of that left-wing worldview. Number two is I do believe that merit and equity are actually incompatible. Merit and group quotas are incompatible. You can have one or the other, you can't have both. And the reason why is no two people, and I think it's a beautiful thing, it's true between you and I, between you, I, and all of our friends or family or strangers or neighbors or colleagues. No two people have the same skill sets. We're each endowed by different gifts. We're each endowed with different talents. And that's the beauty of human diversity. And a true meritocracy is a system in which you're able to achieve the maximum of your God-given potential without anybody standing in your way. But that means necessarily there's going to be differences in outcomes in a wide range of parameters, not just financial, not just money, not just fame or currency or whatever it is. There's just going to be different outcomes for different people in different spheres of lives. And that's what meritocracy demands. It's what it requires. And so the left's vision of group equity necessarily comes at the cost of meritocracy. And so those would be my two reasons for opposing the view. Is one is it's not meritocratic, but number two is it often even has the effect of hurting the very people they claimed to have wanted to help. And I think that's part of what we're seeing in modern America.
Yeah, you had a pretty intense debate with Mark Cuban. Great conversation. I think it's on your podcast, actually. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, it was great. It was great. Okay, well, speaking of good guys, he messages me all the time with beautifully eloquent criticism. I appreciate that, Mark. What was one of the more convincing things he said to you? You're mostly focused on kind of DEI.
So let's just take a step back and understand, because people use these acronyms and then they start saying it out of muscle memory and stop asking what it actually means. Like DEI refers to capital D, diversity, equity, and inclusion, which is a philosophy adopted by institutions, principally in the private sector, companies, nonprofits, and universities, to say that they need to strive for specific forms of racial, gender, and sexual orientation diversity. And it's not just the D, it's the equity in ensuring that you have equal outcomes as measured by certain group quota targets or group representation targets that they would meet in their ranks. Now, the problem with the DEI agenda is in the name of diversity, it actually has been a vehicle for sacrificing true diversity of thought. So the way the argument goes is this, is that we have to create an environment that is receptive to minorities and minority views. But if certain opinions are themselves deemed to be hostile to those minorities, then you have to exclude those opinions in the name of the capital D diversity. But that means that you're necessarily sacrificing actual diversity of thought. I can give you a very specific example. That might sound like, okay, well, is it such a bad thing if an organization doesn't want to exclude people who are saying racist things on a given day? We could debate that. But let's get to the tangible world of how that actually plays out. I, for my part, have not really heard in ordinary America people uttering racial epithets if you're going to a restaurant or in the grocery store. It's not something I've encountered, certainly not in the workplace. But that's a theoretical case. Let's talk about the real world case of how this plays out. So there was an instance, it was a case that presented itself before the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, the EEOC, government enforcers of the DEI agenda. And there was a case of a woman who wore a red sweater on Fridays in celebration of veterans and those who had served the military, and invited others in the workplace to do the same thing. And they had a kind of affinity group, you could call it that, a veteran type affinity group, appreciating those who had served. Her son had served as well. There was a minority employee at that business who said that he found that to be a microaggression. So the employer asked her to stop wearing said clothes to the office. Well, she still felt like she wanted to celebrate. I think it was Friday was the day of the week where they did it. She still wore the red sweater. She didn't wear it, but she would hang it on the back of her seat, right? Put it on the back of her seat at the office. They said, no, you can't do that either. So the irony is, in the name of this capital D diversity, which is creating a supposedly welcoming workplace for all kinds of Americans, by focusing only on certain kinds of so-called diversity, that translates into actually not even a diversity of your genetics, which is what they claim to be solving for, but also a hostility to diversity of thought. And I think that's dangerous. And you're seeing that happen in the last 4 years across this country. It's been pretty rampant. I think it leaves America worse off. The beauty of America is we're a country where we should be able to have institutions that are stronger from different points of view being expressed. But my number one criticism of the DEI agenda is not even that it's anti-meritocratic. It is anti-meritocratic. But my number one criticism is that it's actually hostile to the free and open exchange of ideas by creating often legal liabilities for organizations that even permit certain viewpoints to be expressed. And I think that's the biggest concern.
I think what Mark would say is that diversity allows you to look for talent in places where you haven't looked before, and therefore find really special talent, special people. I think that's the case he made.
He did make that case, and it was a great conversation. And my response to that is, great, that's a good thing. You don't need a three-letter acronym to do that, right? You don't need special programmatic DEI incentives to do it, because companies are always going to seek, in a truly free market, which I think we're missing in the United States today for a lot of reasons. But in a truly free market, companies will have the incentive to hire the best and brightest, or else they're going to be less competitive versus other companies. But you don't need ESG, DEI, CSR regimes, in part enforced by the government, to do it. Today, to be a government contractor, for example, you have to adopt certain racial and gender representation targets in your workforce. That's not the free market working. So I think you can't have it both ways. Either it's going to be good for companies, and companies are going to do what's in their self-interest. That's what capitalists like Mark Cuban and I believe. But if we really believe that, then we should let the market work rather than forcing it to adopt these top-down standards. That's my issue with it.
I don't know what it is about human psychology, but whenever you have a sort of administration, a committee that gets together to do a good thing, the committee starts to use the good thing, the ideology behind which there's a good ideal, to bully people and to do bad things. I don't know what it is.
This has less to do with left-wing versus right-wing ideology, and more the nature of a bureaucracy is one that looks after its own existence as its top goal. So part of what you've seen with the so-called perpetuation of wokeness in American life is that the bureaucracy has used the appearance of virtue to actually deflect accountabilities for its own failure. So you've seen that in several different spheres of American life. You could even talk about it in the military, right? Think about our entry into Iraq after 9/11 had nothing to do with the stated objectives that we had. And I think by all accounts, it was a policy move we regret. Our policy ranks and our foreign policy establishment made a mistake in entering Iraq, invading a country that really, by all accounts, was not at all responsible for 9/11. Nonetheless, if you're part of the U.S. military, or you're General Mark Milley, you would rather talk about white rage or systemic racism than you would actually talk about the military's actual substantive failures. It's what I call the practice of blowing woke smoke to deflect accountability. Because it's the same thing with respect to the educational system. It's a lot easier to claim that, and I'm not the one making this claim, but others have made this claim, that math is racist because there are inequitable results on objective tests of mathematics based on different demographic attributes. You can claim using that math is racist. It's a lot easier to blow that woke smoke than it is to accept accountability for failing to teach Black kids in the inner city how to actually do math and fix our public school systems and the zip coded mechanism for trapping kids in poor communities in bad schools. So I think that in many cases, what these bureaucracies do is they use the appearance of signaling this virtue as a way of not really advancing a social cause, but of strengthening the power of the bureaucracy itself and insulating that bureaucracy from criticism. So in many ways, bureaucracy, I think, carves the channels through which much of this woke ideology has flowed over the last several years. And that's why part of my focus has shifted away from just combating wokeness, because that's just a symptom, I think, versus combating actual bureaucracy itself, the rise of this managerial class, the rise of the deep state. We talk about that in the government, but the deep state doesn't just exist in the government. It exists, I think, in every sphere of our lives, from companies to nonprofits to universities. It's the rise of what we call the managerial class, the committee class, the people who professionally sit on committees, I think are wielding far more power today than actual creators, entrepreneurs, original ideators, and ordinary citizens alike.
Yeah, you need managers, but as few as possible. It seems like when you have a giant managerial class, the actual doers don't get to do. But like you said, bureaucracy is a phenomenon of both the left and the right. This is not.
It's not even a left or right. It's just transcends that. But it's anti-American at its core. So our founding fathers, they were anti-bureaucratic at their core. Actually, they were the pioneers, the explorers, the unafraid. Right? They were the inventors, the creators. People forget this about Benjamin Franklin, who signed the Declaration of Independence. One of the great inventors that we have in the United States as well. He invented the lightning rod. He invented the Franklin stove, which was actually one of the great innovations of the field of thermodynamics. He even invented a number of musical instruments that Mozart and Beethoven went on to use. That's just Benjamin Franklin. So you think, oh, he's a one-off. Everybody thinks, okay, he was the one zany founder who was also a creative scientific innovator who happened to be one of the founders of the country. Wrong. It wasn't unique to him. You have Thomas Jefferson. What are you sitting in right now? You're sitting in on a swivel chair.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Who invented the swivel chair?
Thomas Jefferson?
Yes, Thomas Jefferson. Funny
Yeah.
enough, he invented the swivel chair while he was writing the Declaration of Independence.
You're the
Which
one
is
that
insane.
reminded me that he wrote the Declaration of Independence when he was 33.
And he was 33 when he did it, while inventing the swivel chair.
I like how you're focused on the swivel chair. Can we just pause on the Declaration of Independence? It makes me feel
the
horrible.
The Declaration of Independence part, everybody knows. What people don't know, he was an architect. So he worked in Virginia, but the Virginia State Capitol Dome, so the building that's in Virginia today, where the state capitol is, that dome was actually designed by Thomas Jefferson as well. So these people weren't people who sat on professional committees. They weren't bureaucrats. They hated bureaucracy. Part of Old World England is Old World England was committed to the idea of bureaucracy. Bureaucracy and monarchy go hand in hand. A monarch can't actually administer or govern directly. It requires a bureaucracy, a machine to actually technocratically govern for him. So the United States of America was founded on the idea that we reject that old world view. Right? The old world vision was that we, the people, cannot be trusted to self-govern or make decisions for ourselves. We would burn ourselves off the planet, is the modern version of this, with existential risks like global climate change, if we just leave it to the people and their democratic will. That's why you need professional technocrats, educated elites, enlightened bureaucrats to be able to set the limits that actually protect people from their own worst impulses. That's the old world view. And most nations in human history have operated this way. But what made the United States of America itself, to know what made America great, we have to know what made America itself. What made America itself is we said hell no to that vision. That we, the people, for better or worse, are going to self-govern without the committee class restraining what we do. And the likes of Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin, and I could give you examples of John Adams or Robert Livingston. You go straight down the list of founding fathers who were inventors, creators, pioneers, explorers, who also were the very people who came together to sign the Declaration of Independence. And so, yeah, this rise of bureaucracy in America in every sphere of life, I view it as anti-American, actually. And I hope that, you know, conservatives and liberals alike can get behind my crusade, certainly, to get in there and shut most of it down.
Yeah, speaking of shutting most of it down, how do you propose we do that? How do we make government more efficient? How do we make it smaller? What are the different ideas of how to do that?
Well, the first thing I will say is you're always taking a risk. Okay, there's no free lunch here, mostly at least. You're always taking a risk. One risk is that you say, I want to reform it gradually. I want to have a grand master plan and get to exactly what the right end state is, and then carefully cut with a chisel, like a work of art, to get there. I don't believe that approach works. I think that's an approach that conservatives have taken for many years. I think it hasn't gotten us very far. And the reason is, if you have like an 8-headed hydra and you cut off one of the heads, it grows right back. The other risk you could take, so that's the risk of not cutting enough. The other risk you could take is the risk of cutting too much. To say that I'm going to cut so much that I'm going to take the risk of not just cutting the fat, but also cutting some muscle along the way, that I'm going to take that risk. I can't give you option C, which is to say that I'm going to cut exactly the right amount. I'm going to do it perfectly. Okay, you don't know ex ante. You don't know beforehand that it's exactly how it's going to go. So that's a meaningless claim. It's only a question of which risk you're going to take. I believe in the moment we live in right now, the second risk is the risk we have to be willing to take. And we haven't had a class of politician, and we've gotten, and I think in the second term will be even closer to what we need. But short of that, I don't think we've really had a class of politician who has gotten very serious about cutting so much that you're also going to cut some fat, but not only some fat, but also some muscle. That's the risk we have to take. So the way I would do it, 75% headcount reduction across the board into federal bureaucracy, send them home packing, shut down agencies that shouldn't exist, rescind every unconstitutional regulation that Congress never passed. In a true self-governing democracy, it should be our elected representatives that make the laws and the rules, not an unelected bureaucrats. And that is the single greatest form of economic stimulus we could have in this country, but it is also the single most effective way to restore self-governance in our country as well. And it is the blueprint for, I think, how we save this country.
That's pretty gangster. 75%. There's this kind of almost meme-like video of Argentinian President Javier Milei, where on a whiteboard he has all the, I think, 18 ministries lined up, and he's ripping like the Department of Education gone, and he's just going like this. Now the situation in Argentina is pretty dire, and the situation in the United States is not, despite everybody saying, oh, the empire is falling. This is still, in my opinion, the greatest nation on earth. Still, the economy is doing very well. Still, this is the hub of culture, the hub of innovation, the